Good morning and welcome to the 2024 SABOA Annual Conference at Randpark Golf Club. If you've been at SABOA long enough, you'll know who I am, so I'm not sure if there's a need for an introduction, but for my sins, I'm the Vice President of SABOA and also the General Manager of South Coast Bus Services. My name is Terry Morgan. It is my privilege this morning to be your host for the first session of our conference. And I must point out at this stage, I didn't want to be the first session host, but I think Shamini is getting back at me because she gave me the most work to do. As usual, we have to give you the house rules. So please note. Cell phones, guys, so ladies, please have them switched off or on silent, and please don't put them in vibration mode. The bathrooms, when you leave the venue, it's on your right-hand side. If you're looking for the admin office, it's on the left, and the boardroom is also on the right, just in case you want to engage with the Randpark Golf Club. Emergency exits, wherever you see the green emergency exit signs, they're all over. The conference venue is non-smoking, and that includes vaping. Mr. Governor, please note. And you're only allowed to smoke outside the premises. Some of the announcements, if I could please appeal to every one of you to visit the mini exhibition stands, which are on my left. I think some of you may have already done so, but please visit these stands. You have an opportunity of being successful at some of the lucky draws or the prizes, and we appeal that you totally don't miss out on these ones. We have two running competitions during the course of the day. The one is the driver simulator competition, where you get to test your driving skills and participate in our driver simulator competition. There will be a take-a-lot voucher worth 2,000 Rand for the winner, but you must visit the simulator stand to sign up. The second one is the bus operation and driver training competition, and to enter, you simply have to scan the QR code to register and answer the simple questions that are provided. You'll find the QR code at the SABOA help desk and at the simulator stand. Year two, there's a take-a-lot voucher worth 2,000 Rand. So without much ado, and I think it's appropriate for me to apologize for our late start. It's not because we had attended to, it's just that two of our speakers are running late, and we decided we'll make the start and they can join us as we proceed. Our first topic for discussion this morning is the evaluation of the RTMS and PBS project at Busco. Now, this session, it will give us the opportunity of hearing the green bus, what's happening with the green bus industry, and looking at the solutions that help reduce carbon footprint that has become a key focus in our industry. Our speaker this morning is Mr. Kumbuso Nkuna, from Busco, who will provide us with an update of their RTMS and PBS project. Excuse me. Mr. Kuna is the General Manager of Human Resources and the General Manager of Development at Busco. He is a doctorate candidate and holds a Master's of Science and Project Management, Master's in Philosophy in Economic Policy, and a Bachelor of Arts in Social Work. I now hand you over to Mr. Mboso Nkuna.
You can either use base there, or you can use that. Next slide, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, I hope you didn't put me to start first as a punishment, that you wanted me to be here early today, so that I had to put up here in Johannesburg, knowing that there is traffic problems from the eastern side of the city. But nonetheless, as indicated, I'm from Busco in Nelspruit. We have been working on the PBS as well as the RTMS for some time. So we're here to share experiences about it. Just as an introduction to indicate that we operate 3 sets of buses. We have a solo bus, which has been our starting point for a very long time. And but its population is getting smaller and smaller by day because of our drive to high occupancy vehicles. So it's a 78-seater bus that we use. Most of the time we use it as a shuttle bus or for the outlying areas. And then we have the single articulated bus. They normally call it a bus train or a train bus, which carries about 114 passengers, and its gross weight is 35 tons and about 22 meters long. And then our flagship, the bi-articulated bus, which is carrying 137 and with a length of 27 meters. And that's the main focus of our PBS. Just to indicate that there was a lot of anxiety when we were to move into the bi-articulated buses. There were concerns of safety and so on. So I had to do everything to convince everyone who was concerned. And even as of today, we have to prove every day that what we promised is what we promised, and we're practicing it. So that is why we make sure that we continue to retain the accreditation, just to make sure that the comfort that we promised is sustained. I'll just share some of the benefits of, maybe before that, these performance-based standards scheme for heavy vehicles. It's something that we learned from Australia and that was successfully implemented. And it came as a voluntary regulatory framework that now in South Africa, it's getting traction. So PBS uses a simulation or physical testing to establish and verify vehicle performance, which results in improved vehicle safety, because that's the main concern in the transport industry. Reduced road wear, improved vehicles efficiency, and innovative design. If we just do a bit of a comparison in terms of the prescriptive standards as well as the PBS. Under the prescriptive standards, what the vehicle looks like, it's what is shown here, but it constrains productivity and constrains innovation. But on the other hand, the vehicle allows heavier or larger vehicles and promotes innovation. For those who have been to the eastern part of this province, you would see the vehicle maneuvering far better than a Golf GTI on the road. And it has got a higher turning capacity and efficiency compared to the solo bus and the train bus. I may not dwell much on that. Then in terms of payload efficiency comparison, you can see here that it is performing far better than the other vehicles. Then in terms of safety, the low speed of 90 degrees turn, that is at 5 kilometers per hour, that was tested. And then the performance standard, low speed, swept path, tall swing, frontal swing, steer, tire, friction demand. I mean, on the road, when other road users follow the solo bus, they are in the beginning, they used to scare the bi-articulated buses. But now they are so scared of the solo bus than around, because the solo bus has got a likelihood of hitting you from the side. So it is something that with time, our other road users got used to, and the benefits that comes with that has been realized over a period of time. And let me just move forward. So it was not just an ease of a plug-in, just pick that vehicle, put it there. There's been a period of continuous innovation to modify the vehicle to suit the standards. If you can see the two pictures here in terms of the original vehicle and the modified vehicle, then you can see that the original vehicle was a little bit constrained in the middle, and then with a shorter tail, but then there has to be reconfigured so that it can be able to increase performance and efficiency in terms of maneuvering. In terms of improved standards, you can see in terms of comparison here that the modified vehicle has better safety features compared to the original vehicle. And the potential gains from the PBS vehicles is reduced vehicle trips. So because it's high occupancy, then it means you can carry more people, and it improves, it contributes to the green environment, because you reduce congestion and also reduce the high presence of vehicles on the road, which results into less risk exposure. Then there's improved safety performance, improved transport productivity, reduced road wear, and reduced emissions, and improved vehicle efficiency. So that was about the PBS. So now we have to tie it up with the road transport management system, because that's the main contribution, and also the comfort factor to make sure that we always operate those vehicles in a more safer way. So the RTMS, as we all know, or most of us know, is a voluntary self-regulation scheme that encourages operators, consignors and consignees engaged in the transport and logistic industry to implement a road transport management system within their organizations that will preserve our road infrastructure, improve road safety, and increase productivity. It focuses on 4 pillars, that is load control, safety and compliance, driver wellness, training and development. And with these, we also call them the 4 pillars of passenger road industry. If you get this thing right, then you can get your commuter business right. Then the 10 elements, I may not list them, all of them, it's on the screen in the interest of time, but I can talk maybe part of it being the emphasis on roadworthiness and the procedures in terms of managing health and wellness of the drivers, because that's very important, and also continuous training of the drivers and the keeping of records, amongst other things. The management of the fleet inventory focuses on auditing of your fleet list based on the list that has been provided, as well as the notice documents. The requirement of vehicle files in each bus. Each bus must have a file that contains all the required information, so that at whatever time, whether it's at the weigh bridges or random inspections, then those files are there, and they are actually can be, is where the vehicle can be tested and be audited based on the file. So each driver must make sure that they keep that file before the vehicle can pull off into the road. And also there is an emphasis on monitoring of passenger numbers per bus. So it is important that each driver knows the passenger numbers and controls the passenger numbers. So it's not just picking up anyone that you find on the road. You should know that now the bus is full, you cannot carry more passengers. And the operational staff are forced to be more involved with the control of the passenger numbers of the vehicles. And managing passenger numbers reduces wear and tear and eliminates the risk of accidents due to overloading. We conduct censuses that help the bus operator to benchmark his market share against other modes of transport. Maintenance of vehicles, it's one of the key elements there. And vehicle and passenger load safety. The practice of performing pre-trip inspections and having in-journey fault reporting procedures can prevent breakdowns, reduce expensive failures, and prevent unnecessary traffic fines. RTMS requires the operator to report and record all incidents and accidents. The operator can build up a database which can be used to analyze past incidents and accidents in order to determine if there are patterns which contributed towards the accidents. So there should be a system wherein all incidents, irrespective of the magnitude, get recorded, and the action that has been taken to address that incident has to be put in place. And then that gets audited annually to see if there is consistency on that. Also, there is a need for tracking the vehicle and tracking the driver behavior so that corrective actions are taken instantly through disciplinary processes, so that we reduce speeding fines and you reduce vehicle and tire damage due to abuse, and also minimize accidents. Driver wellness is also an important element there, based on the guidelines of the RTMS. So extending wellness programs beyond just physical wellness to cater for financial, mental, and spiritual wellness can change the attitude of your workforce, which is highly beneficial for labor relations. Monitoring driver hours rigorously will reduce the driver fatigue-related accidents, which can save money and lives. And there should be continuous training of drivers. I may say as well, the wellness programs are also part of the annual audit by the RTMS. So make sure that as an operator, you have to not just have it on paper, but it must be implemented. This is the same as the training and education of the drivers. We have to make sure that drivers attend trainings as required through the intervals in terms of the refresher training, and such records must be kept because the audit by the RTMS has to check if it is found that your drivers do not come for refresher training as prescribed, then you lose the point and you can be removed from the RTMS system. Okay, the records and documentation, I spoke about that. Performance assessment. Regular performance assessment gives management the assurance that the procedures and standards put in place are followed correctly. In summary, by implementing the RTMS in your organization, there is a potential to renew your perspective of what is happening within your organization. It will help you to implement procedures and standards for all the critical aspects of the transport management. It enhances your image as a responsible operator with your stakeholders, passenger forums, transport authorities, banks, etc., and reduce expenditure and reduce accidents and save lives. So we have to respect the yellow sticker and live according to the yellow sticker. Then the rest will be a thing of saying we don't have to prove ourselves because we are assessed by external body which attests to what we're doing. So those are the benefits of participating in these systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Komboso, and well done to you and to Basco. Colleagues, if you want any further information about the RTMS, right in the back, on the left-hand side of the door, there's a table there for all the naughty ones. There's a young lady that's sitting there that will give you more details on the RTMS. Also seated next to her, and maybe this is an appeal that I should make to you, is to also enter for the Fleet Safety Awards. For more details on this, seated at the same table at the back is Mr. Eugene Herbert. Please engage with him and he'll give you more details of that. And I will appeal to you to please enter this Fleet Safety Awards, because it applies to drivers as well as to operators. Moving on with our program, our next topic is the University of Johannesburg Electric Vehicle Project. And don't worry, it's not going to be Professor Walters, he's officially retired. But we do have another professor. So in February last year, the University of Johannesburg announced the addition of 2 electric buses in their fleet. Professor Andre Nel will now share some information on this project. Just to let you know that Professor Andre Nel is the Executive Director, Facilities Management of the University of Johannesburg. He has over 25 years of tertiary education, primarily in control theory and image processing. Professor Nel holds a BA Classical Languages, a BA Mechanical Engineering, and a BSc Mechanical Engineering. Cheers, Prof. He obviously came after you. Okay. Professor Nel.
Down goes toward him. Right. Right. Morning. Thank you very much for that introduction. I deliberately don't hand out a CV. Thank you all for providing me an opportunity to do a quick presentation on our experiences using electric battery buses. We are a university, firstly, who accidentally own or operate a bus service. We run an intercampus bus service that transports somewhere around 1.5 million student trips per year over about a 200-day operation cycle. Obviously, we close down during holidays, and so we're not really in the same magnitude as many of you sitting here transporting much larger numbers and over longer periods. We also have a short history. We only started in about 2011. We have always outsourced, initially to Putco, then to Metrobus, and presently to Staybus. So we don't operate the buses ourselves. And one of the changes with the electric buses was that we were now purchasing ourselves and presenting these to our operator with a condition that he take, or the operator take out the existing diesel buses out of service so that we can generate a true carbon savings. We also operate a single short stop bus service. One of our campuses is in a part of town which is not quite as safe as others. And so for our off-campus students in residence there, we run a continuous 18-hour-a-day circular bus service. It runs from the campus gate through various parts of Berea and Hillbrow to our residences and back, provide safe transport for students. Then we are also only operating 4 routes at the moment between our campuses, the APK to Soweto campus, around 20 kilometers, APK APB, which is very short. It's a very short route. Then APB DFC is about 7.5 to 8 kilometers, depending on traffic, etc. And DSC to Soweto, Doornfontein to Soweto is about a 21-kilometer ride. There are no intermediate stops on the routes. So we have one advantage over yourselves as bus operators. Our buses stop, then drive a long distance and then stop again for a 10 to 15-minute transfer period, and then start again on the same circular routes. Excuse me. One of the results of that is that we tend to move students from our outlying campuses into our central campus, the APK one, and in the evenings in the opposite direction. So our buses have very close to similar loading throughout the day. This is just an indication of one of our routes. It's not quite as easy to see as it was on my screen. Somewhere in the top there, there's the start of this purple route. It's the Soweto APK route, and that gives a indication of the profile. And as you can see, across the 20 kilometers, we only have about 120-meter elevation gain or loss. And our maximum gradient is only 6%, which is something I think Gideon would love to have had in Cape Town. So background is we've been running it since 2017, a process to look at alternatives in terms of sustainability and survivability. Survivability for us is reducing exposure to high risk, mostly financial events in our case, but sustainability implied reducing our exposure to uncontrolled utility costs, diesel specifically, as well as reducing our carbon footprint and our delivery risk. Solar PV was initially selected as a way of addressing both of these problems, and we installed our first solar PV. And you may wonder as bus operators why I'm worried about solar PV, but it'll become obvious in a moment. We installed that already in 2018, and we've been generating increasing amounts of solar electricity, or solar PV initiated electricity, and we now operate about 2.5 megawatt of solar plant, and we will be up to 3.5 megawatt by early next year. When we started looking at alternatives for our bus service, because our bus service is one of our large carbon generation items, we looked at 4 options: LPG assisted, normal internal combustion, then hybrid electric, battery electric, and hydrogen fuel cells. We considered a number of options: supplier and local support, range and overheads, future for a 10 to 15-year life. We see our present battery electric vehicle fleet as an interim measure on the way towards better solutions. Maybe hydrogen, but we believe that's 15 years from now. It's not next year, and I'll explain why later in the presentation. And the most important thing is the CapEx and OpEx costs for each of these comes from our public studies based on EU and USA, where we had a lot of access to data from universities who are part of our research groups. So we realized that we wouldn't get any subsidies as opposed to American universities who are well subsidized by the Department of Energy in America. And this was led us to move away from the solution for hydrogen fuel cell. We did look at them. They cost a lot more than we can afford. And we decided that the carbon generation for a gas-assisted internal combustion wasn't sufficiently important that we were interested in converting. And that left us with hybrid and simple battery electric vehicles. And after a substantial modeling phase, we eventually decided against even the hybrid solution. While we worried about carbon footprints, UJ Logistics simply ignored this. And I'm going to, even though carbon is important, we simply ignored it because our CFO is very ROI, and I love the 3-letter acronyms, by the way, are very, or she is very ROI fixated. And it was really important to convince her that we would be able to bring the project in under budget and provide a service at lower cost than we were presently being provided or presently providing. So we assumed that the UJ/South African carbon tax would provide only a minimal incentive, and it does. At 120 Rand per ton of carbon, which is the present national recommended standard, it produces no benefit in terms of the cost of operating an electric bus. The specifications, I'm not going to go through in detail, but I think one of them is important, and that is that the battery warranty of 7 years or 3,000 discharges. And a discharge for us, we decided meant 95% to 20%, and that had to cover our maximum range requirement, which was close on 300 kilometers a day. And that defined our battery battery pack size. And in our present electric buses, our battery packs are 350 kilowatt hour battery packs for that reason. We were fortunate enough to identify a South African supplier. They provided us with a demonstration bus for a full month. And after a month's rental and some additional effort, we found it possible to continue with the economic modeling. I won't go through this in detail. Anybody who's interested can email me and I'll send you a copy of our electronic models. Most important one is that we used actual data, either sourced locally from our own experience with 1 month of operation, or from data that we received from, and I must thank them for that, the University of Illinois and Urbana-Champaign were very helpful. They presently run 12 electric buses, but they also run 120 hydrogen buses, and I'll talk about that a bit later. Last one is we did a comparison using Eskom, solar PV, and assumed that we would be costing our electricity based on the fact that we were doing what's called, at least in America, a virtual grid storage. In other words, we generate the solar during the day, we pump it into the university, but since it's our PV, we withdraw it from the university in the evening at the same charge because it's funny money, so to speak. It's an internal flow within the university. And so we had the advantage of being able to do battery storage without a battery cost. So we don't actually have to store the solar power during the day in a battery just to do a battery-to-battery transfer at night. Okay. That's an important part of what makes it possible for us. I also want to note that we use charging stations from Gridcar. I haven't seen anybody from Gridcar here, but I haven't looked particularly. We really like the charging stations. We've been very fortunate that they've always worked. I'm holding thumbs because this morning it'll probably die on us. But in any case, and what we have proven to ourselves is that we get about a 5.5 to 5.75 year payback period. And after 1.5 years of continuous operational data, we are confident that we'll make the 5.5 year payback period. Actual battery degradation, we've been tracking this importantly because everybody tells us this is where we're wrong. Our actual data indicates that we will easily meet the 3,000 discharges before we meet the 75% maximum storage in the battery. So we are planning on, over the first 3,000 discharges, a 20% loss in battery storage, which we, from actual data, is quite clearly possible. And then at that point, we don't dispose of the batteries. We have sufficient use for large battery packs that we will simply put them into an area where we don't need the same level of support. There's just some pictures. Everybody wants to see pictures. In any case, it's just pictures. So procurement is always a problem at a university. Those of you who have ever had to work at a university or a municipality or anybody involved with a PFMA knows how difficult it is. It took us the best part of 2.5 years to get from initial decision through to final delivery of our buses. We run 2 at the present on the circular routes that I explained, and we run 1 shuttle bus. We've run them continuously now for more than 18 months. We have 2 more on order for delivery in end of October this year, and 4 more on order for delivery in 2025, unless I can find a funding source, and then I'll accelerate the purchase of the remaining 14 buses to take us to a full battery electric fleet. Actual performance data, we've run it for more than 250,000 kilometers already. We've transported more than 300,000 students during that period. Our energy use per kilometer, this is an important thing for all of you, is about 1.5 to 1.75 kilowatt hour per kilometer. I know it's a new measure, but as you see more battery electric vehicles, you're going to see people quoting kilowatt hours per kilometer as a standard. For us, that at our cost of solar power, it means that our operating fuel cost runs at somewhere between 220 and 275 Rand per kilometer for operating a 56-seater, 19-standing size bus. Our mechanical maintenance costs per kilometer are so far averaging well below R1 per kilometer. And we've had no mechanical or electrical or range incidents. A range incident is the one that frightens the hell out of electric vehicle suppliers, because you can't just pitch up with a can of diesel and pour it into the bus, restart it and drive it away. You physically have to remove the battery pack, take it somewhere else, charge it, bring it back. It stops a bus in its tracks, or you have to tow it back to a charging station. So it's a major issue, range incidents. Just a quick note on EV and H2 busing. We actually went to UIUC to look at it and to the University of Texas in Waco to decide why are we, or to make sure that we were doing the right thing. And it's clear that in America, because of the extreme low temperatures, electric buses really aren't ideal. Batteries really don't like minus 20 degrees Celsius at night. In midwinter in Urbana-Champaign, which is almost up against the Canadian border. We're fortunate, Johannesburg has a great climate from that perspective, and so our batteries don't suffer the same problem. University of Texas at Waco, however, have very much the South African climate or the Johannesburg climate, except that their summers are warmer, and they have, in comparison to UIUC, gone for primarily electric busing. Buses in America cost about $2.15 million. That's for a hydrogen fuel cell bus each. The EV buses cost about $1 million, and we're paying somewhere around 6.5. So that was an important element in our decision making. Our buses generally do, or their buses generally do more than 350 kilometers a day, and their H2 buses are set up to have 650 to 1,000 kilometer ranges, which obviously becomes very difficult for a battery electric vehicle. Last comments quickly. We also committed in ourselves at UJ, if we go hydrogen, not to use black or gray or light blue hydrogen. We were going to commit ourselves to green only hydrogen, and in South Africa, green hydrogen is presently not available, and even the best source of hydrogen from Sasol is a gray type, gray category hydrogen, which implies that we wouldn't have met our one primary requirement around carbon footprint. And then the reason why UIUC could afford H2 and why in South Africa we can't afford H2 buses is the federal US government provides 85% of the funding for both the buses and the electrolyzers. And, you know, if the South African government gave me that amount of money, I would be driving electric hydrogen buses, not electric buses, but it's not going to happen. So our carbon footprint quickly, it's seen as our single most important performance index at the moment from UJ senior management. It's even more important than our absolute energy use. And cars and carbon generated from in and out commuting at present makes up about 3.8% of our total carbon. And that's an important element that we can easily get rid of at a relatively low cost. As University of Johannesburg, we're committed to be carbon neutral by 2040, and that means truly carbon neutral. So this was a quick win, and that's why over the next 3 years, we're committed to be 100% diesel free. And then our cost savings on the EV bus operation in terms of carbon cost is minimal. It's not the reason we do it at all. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Very much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nell. Professor Nell, I think you may take comfort in the fact that we have colleagues here from the National Department of Transport and provincial, and they said the 85% that you think that federal government is giving the US, they'll take care of it 100% here. Thanks, colleagues. I appreciate that. Probably at this point, I think it'll be appropriate if we could just take some questions, if there is any, for Professor Nell and for Kumbuso from the two topics we've already had, if there are any questions or any points of clarity. Going once, twice, thrice. Okay. Thanks, guys. I'll see you in the bar later, Kumbuso. Colleagues, I think I must also, before we move on to the next speaker, acknowledge the presence of our colleagues from the National Department of Transport, and in particular, our colleagues from the KZN Department of Transport. Thank you guys for joining us. As you know, I'm from KZN. Moving on to our next topic, which is scholar transport challenges and solutions. So our next speaker is Mr. Elmon Mark, is the Director of National Department of Transport, who will provide an update on the scholar transport strategy. Mr. Mark is responsible to address the gap in providing transport services for learners, focusing on management and operational aspects. Key elements of the policy include institutional framework for implementation, learner transport safety, security, procurement of services, funding, law enforcement, and ongoing monitoring and evaluation. I hand you over to Mr. Mark.
Good morning, colleagues. And how are you?
Thank you.
I'm also good. My name is Elmon Make. I'm director responsible for scholar transport. We know that scholar transport now is in the papers for all the wrong reasons. I think, colleagues, we know where the challenges are. So what I'm trying to do, colleagues, today, just to paint a picture in terms of what government is doing and what are the issues that are besieging the program in terms of the scholar transport program, and what do we think are the solutions going forward. I'm going to be brief, colleagues. I know your interests, where your interests are, but I think we need to paint a picture in terms of where we are as a county in relation to scholar transport. This is a brief outline of the presentations, is the introduction, background, policy, and legislative context. But also I think we need to have just a brief assessment on where we are in terms of government in relation to the implementation of the scholar transport program. What are the issues that we think require interventions going forward? I think this slide, colleagues, just to demonstrate why we have scholar transport, is all about access to schools. And some people are saying that scholar transport is a short-term issue. We don't have learners are supposed to walk to school, ideally. But in South Africa, that is not the case. The distances where learners stay relative to where the schools are is a big challenge, particularly in the rural areas and for various reasons. Obviously, the issue of safety becomes very important, as well as other modes of transport, including the issues of providing non-motorized transport as part of the package that government is supposed to provide. Now, we have a policy that was approved by Cabinet in 2015. This policy has been implemented since then. In 2018, we did an evaluation of the performance of the scholar transport program. And one of the key findings was that the program is clearly a pro-poor policy, which deals with the issues around and which has got a rural bias and makes a lot of difference in the lives of learners that have been transported, and is appropriate in terms of the policy directives. And the issue that also came out was that we might need to do some review on the current learner transport policy, just to give it more clarity, specifically on the issues of the eligibility criteria that has been provided in the policy. Right, I think this slide, I just wanted to just take some few minutes just to demonstrate what we are saying here. Colleagues, one issue is what I've just explained is the location of schools versus where learners stay. Distances becomes an issue. Some kids' schools are 50 kilometers away from where they live. The question is, do we provide scholar transport or do we provide some other intervention in that regard? In other areas, there's no availability of schools or appropriate schools, which could be your schools that has got special skills or etc. The other issues around parental choice or learner choice of schools. This is particularly relative to where people see that the school next door is not maybe the most resourced school. So I want a school that is far or a school that is better. And as a result, then they provide scholastic transport from their own decisions in terms of private learner transport. So perceived performance of schools is a key, and it's something that as scholar transport we can't able to control, because parents choose where their kids want to go to school to. The other issues around rationalization and closing of schools because of the policy of government to close all non-viable schools because of the teacher-learner ratio that is supposed to be achieved. And we've got new settlement, migration of people, particularly in Gauteng. We've got new settlements that are coming up. So we've got a lot of challenges around scholar transport in that particular regard. So these issues, some are short-term, some require long-term interventions as far as building new schools and etc. Right, I'm not going to go boil through colleagues with this. I think the most important issue that I want to highlight is that all what we're doing, we're trying to address issues that is in section 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution, which says that everyone has a right to basic education. So that is the fundamental issue that scholar transport is trying to address. That we ensure that all the learners that are supposed to go to school get to school. I think the other important policy directive that actually brought about the scholar transport is a national policy for equitable provision of enabling school physical teaching and learning environment, which provides that where ease of physical access to school is not physically feasible, proposed alternatives include provision of scholar transport, hostels, and etc. That's where scholar transport comes in, because of the viability or the visibility of providing schools in those particular areas. We've got the National Land Transport Act, which provides for the regulations around operations in terms of public transport, and the Schools Act, which provides for the compulsory education from grade 7 and to grade ages from grades ages of 7 to 15 and grade 1 to 9. And then they've got national education policy, which deals around issue of coverage in terms of the norms and standards of schools. Right. Right. I thought I must also brought this just to demonstrate what we're doing as government. Well, we hear every day there's a learners have been killed on the road, which is tragic, and we must emphasize that. But there's work that has been done by government in as far as learner transport is concerned. So the policy provides for a criteria that we use that learners are in the program. So in terms of performance of the program, just to demonstrate, colleagues, in 2019, we had over 700,000 learners that require learner transport nationally. Government could provide for over 550,000. In 2021, we had 751,000, 616,000 learners were provided. In 2021-22, we had 776,000 learners who require learner transport, and 655,000 learners with private scholar transport. But I must say, colleagues, this is the numbers for learners who are eligible in as far as the criteria that is set out in the policy. It excludes learners who are in the privately arranged scholar transport, which could be in the millions. Because those learners they've taken a choice is a parental choice in most of the cases, for various reasons that I've just explained. So these are the learners that are within the subsidized government program. And we are providing scholar transport for those particular learners. Just to demonstrate the need and the supply in terms of the performance of the learner transport program. And in the last financial year, we had 900,000 learners which will require scholar transport nationally. And then the greatest number that we provided is just over 700,000 learners that we provide with scholar transport. So this program largely is managed by provinces, and most of the accidents don't happen in this program. It happens in areas where government is not directly involved. So the program covers over 4,200 schools, and based on the need and the performance, we are sitting at 74% of coverage of scholar transport in South Africa. We could do more. We want to achieve 100%. But obviously the issues about resources becomes an issue, but it's something that we are trying to resolve as government in terms of that particular matter. Right. So in summary, colleagues, I think what we are saying from where we're sitting is that there has been a steady improvement of learner transport performance program from just over 550,000 learners in 2019 to over 700,000 in 2023 in over 4,200 schools nationally, with a budget of 4.9 billion rand. The program is monitored by the provinces, and operators are contracted by government to provide the service. However, the program only focuses on the subsidized learner transport in terms of the policy, and private learner transport still experiences challenges with regard to road safety and non-compliance of road safety regulations. I think this is where the focus of government going forward should be, in as far as privately arranged learner transport. while on the one hand, we're trying to improve the coverage of solar transport for the subsidized land transport program. The issues that we are confronted is with relation to privately arranged scholar transport, where Umalomi and other people are transporting our kids. I think that's where the challenge is. The next slide, I think, is what I was asked to speak on, which will be very few issues that I think is about challenges as well as solutions going forward. One, the first issue that need to be addressed is eligibility criteria for land transport, which was picked up during the evaluation of the program, which we are saying that it must be a fair and non-discrimination in the selection of learners. While there, in terms of trying to address this issue, government, we have begun a process or a project to amend the current learner transport policy so that it becomes very clear and it is not discriminative to any learner that's supposed to be there. What is the policy now is saying is that all needy learners must be included in the program. So in provinces, some use 3 kilometers, some use 5 kilometers. Obviously, depending on the circumstances in those particular provinces. But I think what we are saying is that we will provide clear directives at the national level in terms of that particular issues concerned. Well, we have begun that process. We have consulted with the provinces. I know that SABOA always give us comments on the issues around this particular matter. We will take the policy to a public consultation process through a publishing in the government gazette for comments. And then we will require that or request colleagues from SABOA also to make their input in as far as that is concerned. Now, another next issue is around inadequate access to transport and schools. So on one hand is about transport among the schools. So obviously, money becomes a very important, or funding becomes a very important issue here. Most of the provinces in KZN is particularly Senzo. I saw Senzo here, and the colleagues from Mpumalanga and Eastern Cape and all that. Issues of funding is a very critical issue to ensure that we achieve a full coverage of scholar transport across South Africa. A learner who's supposed to be in a rural area must not be discriminated on the basis that his province cannot afford to be provided with scholar transport than the one who is in Gauteng. We are all South Africans, right, colleagues? So what we have begun is to look at how can we secure or ring-fence funding for scholar transport so that all learners who are eligible to receive scholar transport can get scholar transport. We'll engage National Treasury in respect to that. But obviously, as government, there's a program to build more schools so that there's no need for learners to walk to school, to be driven to school. They must walk to school. But that is work that is being done by the other Department of Education. But also looked at other alternatives. Instead of putting our children on the road, you can put them in hostels, especially in areas where the distances are just too long. It becomes not feasible or financially sustainable to transport these particular learners. Right. Then the next issue is around safety and security, which is what is in the headlines every day. So I was saying, why every day it's like there's an agenda that, hey, scholar transport is the next issue after ESCOM. Now that there's no load shedding, what is the next issue now? It looks like scholar transport is on the agenda. So even yesterday, there was an issue around scholar transport on TV, which is critical. I'm not saying it's not important, colleagues. So if you look at the current policy, the policy stems from current legislation, which is your National Land Transport Act, the National Road Traffic Act, and its regulations. Do you have a crisis around policy? No. Do you have a crisis around legislation? No. We have all the laws, we have all the regulations. We know the vehicles must be the standards. The drivers must have possessed these qualifications to support transport. But what is the problem? The problem is that law enforcement is not doing its job to what's supposed to happen. That's where the issues are. So I think going forward, I think what we're saying, we need to strengthen law enforcement, but also to provide educational campaigns to schools, operators, learners, parents, SGBs around the issues of road safety. So that when somebody comes and say, I've got scholar transport, the parents must be able to understand what are the requirements for them before they can put their children into that particular vehicle, or the schools must be able to provide that kind of information. So I think as government, I think that is something that we need to strengthen going forward. Now, the next issue is around mainstreaming and inclusion of learners with disability into the program. Our policy directive says that we must prioritize these kids because they are one of the most vulnerable children. And some of them, they don't even go to school because they are disabled. So we need to prioritize those particular children. We have begun that process with the Department of Education, so that in the planning, in the implementation, in the funding of this program, these children are given priority, so that they are also provided with the that education that they require. Well, I think from SABOA's side, the next issue becomes very important: money. Well, it's about funding and program sustainability. So what do we have, colleagues, in provinces is that you've got varied costing and remuneration models across provinces. So which create inefficiencies in the program. So one of the issues, or one of the objectives of this policy is to provide a uniform approach to costing, to remuneration, and to funding of this particular program. So meaning that an operator that is in Gauteng or is in Eastern Cape, they must be provided or remunerated similarly. It might not be the same, but the cost drivers must be all included. So from where we're sitting, colleagues, we have begun a process as government to develop a costing model or a remuneration model that we will employ provinces to use in their costing, so that you see when you go to Limpopo, they're saying we are paying per learner, times number of days, times number of learners, and whatever the case may be. That is different models. So if you go to KZN, Senzo will pay for capital costs, rate, and number of days or something like that, right? Then what happens is then these operators who are now being provided with lower rates, and then they take corners, they take shortcuts. They bid with a brand new Mercedes-Benz bus. And then when they provide the service, they come with a score call. And if you were to look into the issues, is because maybe what is being remunerated on is not paying what they are going through in terms of the costs. So we want to assist as government, as National Department of Transport around that particular matter. So we have got a process which will be completed in October to look at the costing of scholar transport across the board and say what are the cost drivers, is a capital cost, operational cost, fuel, blah, blah, blah. And obviously we'll then have to make a norms and standards or guidelines to provinces and say, this is when you plan and when you do your budgets, consider this particular costing of land transport so that we have efficiencies in the program, also have sustainability in the operations of scholar transport and going forward. And we hope that that will assist not only government from a safety perspective, it will also assist operators from their own sustainability perspective and largely the program in general. The last issue that I think is important is around enforcement and then effective monitoring. I know other provinces, they use electronic monitoring systems, which we will able to, in the new policy, provided for that. That must be uniform across the board in all the provinces, and the issues of compliance with the road traffic regulations becomes very important. Colleagues, that is my story, and I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. I know you've got a lot of questions on this subject. Please make it simple questions, not difficult ones. Thank you very much.
Just 1 second. Not video system.
Thank you, Mr. Market. Colleagues, our next topic has probably been at every SABOA conference. The speakers may have changed, ministers may have changed, but Perhaps the next speaker may give us a bit of a different perspective. Mrs. Sifiwa Muzewana is the Director for Contracts and Subsidy Management from the National Department of Transport. Is going to provide us with an update on bus contract subsidies, when your payments will arrive, the increase in subsidies, and his list goes on. But because he's a future minister, he's not allowed to give us any bio. So, Sifiso. Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. I think it's a bit tough coming after my colleague on land transport, but I think the good thing is that my budget is bigger than his. But I must also indicate that because I deal with a lot of billions, it has gotten me into trouble with my kids at home. I remember there was a time when I was at a mall with the kids, and they were demanding, as you know, kids are always demanding. They think we have all this money. Because they've asked me before as to what do I do at work, I've indicated that I manage these billions. Then I said, I don't have money. And they said, no, Dad. We see the ATMs all over there. Those ATMs should have your billions. So, and the good thing is that one of them, the oldest one, is now doing become chartered accountant, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they will deal with their billions. No, thanks. My responsibility, as indicated, I manage the grant, public transport operations grant, which some or most of the operators are getting through provincial departments of transport. Before it gets to the slide that I'm going to talk to, this is the outline of the presentation. I'll talk to the MTF allocations. As you know, MTF means the medium-term expenditure framework for government, but there's 3-year plan. Then compliance with the Division of Revenue Act and its framework, compliance with the Division of Revenue in terms of withholding, stopping, and reallocation. That's what we do as well. And then I'll also give a highlight on the progress on the development of the subsidy policy, which is very contentious. Before I start with the first slide, I think I must indicate, it's not in my slides, that before we get here to the allocations, what happens is National Treasury revises, as you know, the Division of Revenue Act every year. It's an annual act that gets assented to by the president at the beginning of the financial year, every year. So the process starts as soon as the legislation for this year is signed, then you have to start with the process for the next financial year, meaning that during this period now, we are already starting debates on how the next Division of Revenue Act for the 2025 will look like. Therefore, National Treasury will send the draft bill to all government departments at national as through the consultative process, requesting our inputs. Then we'll also do that. But then in that, they will include, in the current legislation, they will include the dates that are fixed in the legislation. For example, for us to do the allocations and the framework, which guides how the grant should be handled, your conditions, and the responsibilities of both national and the receiving officers being the provinces. The dates that are critical are the 1st of October. The next financial year's allocations and framework are due at National Treasury. That date is fixed in the legislation. And then the next date is the 2nd of December. We need to send the final one that is signed off by the accounting officer, which will be the one that will be in the Gazette for next year. So the department is currently managing through my directorate, as you see there on the table. The current MTF allocation is for this financial year, it's just over 7.7 billion. And it's appropriated in terms of, as you can see the table there, the province that gets the biggest share is obviously Gauteng, due to it being the economic hub of the country, the biggest one, 2.9 billion, then followed by KZN, 1.4. I think that's why Terry has invited colleagues from KZN. He should be getting that. Then there is Western Cape that gets 1.2 billion, and the rest of the provinces sharing the remainder thereof. Then the table on column B on your right there, you'll see MTF estimates. Estimates are what we call indicative allocations, meaning that they might change. But if I were to indicate the current allocation of 7.7 billion, it's an increase of 4.49% from the last year's allocation. And then next year, you'll see, even though it's indicative, it's going to 8.08 billion, which is, I think, 4.4, still 4.4%. And then the outer year, 2026-27, it goes to 8.4 billion, which is around 4.5%. We hope, colleagues, it does not get reduced for the next year and the outer year of the MTF, because it once happened, I think, 4 years ago, where there was a reduction due to this fiscus facing the challenges. But we hope it will stay as it is, or obviously it can be increased, because we know it doesn't cover all the costs that operators have to deal with in terms of the operations. So those are the allocations, but I must also stress that the MTF estimates are just estimates, like I'm saying, they're indicative. So let's only focus on the one that is on the legislation gazetted now, which is 7.7 billion rand, as I indicated. And then what we do in terms of compliance, the Act and its framework, that is DORA, the Division of Revenue Act, is a Schedule 4 supplementary grant. Supplementary in that it is expected that provinces, through their equitable share allocations, should bid and have the allocation at provincial governments. But unfortunately, as you would know, most of you here who are dealing with the operations, it is not necessarily the case, because provinces who are currently contributing are mainly those from the former TBVC states, for those who are old enough to remember. TBVC states, I think Transvaal, Venda, Bophuthatswana, and Ciskei. So you'll find that your Limpopo, your Northwest, due to the former Bophuthatswana government, are contributing more. Northwest, the last time I checked, they were contributing over 80%. Limpopo, 55%. Then you have your Eastern Cape. Because when, before 1994, they used to have these contracts. As you know, that we are dealing with the legacy contracts here. They used to have these contracts that they were funding through those governments. So they had to carry them over, because they could not be integrated into the new government. So then you'll find that the other provinces are solely relying on the grant, and which is a problem because, as you know, that most of the services are being run unsubsidized. And then the other issue with those that are funding it from the equitable share is that sometimes provincial treasuries do cut, unfortunately. They do cut the allocations due to various reasons, as you know, that, for example, public transport competes with other critical services like your health and education. So they do cut the services or the grant, I mean to say. Then the provisions of Section 9, I'll focus more on Section 9 and Section 11 because that's where main compliance needs to be done. Then Section 9 states that the DOT, we are actually referred to as the transferring officer. Transferring officer being our accounting officer, the Director General, therefore representing the department. Is expected to monitor in terms of subsection 9, subsection 1 and B. We are expected to monitor the financial and non-financial performance of the program, which is either fully funded or partly funded by this allocation. Then you go to 9.1E. It is expected of us by National Treasury to submit quarterly reports every quarter, 45 days after the end of each quarter, the wording that is highlighted there. So the reports are due, that is in terms of the legislation, then we have to do it. Therefore, it means that operators need to submit information, relevant information to provinces through your payment certificates. Then the information gets captured, then sent to us, including all the KPIs. Then we consolidate that, and then we send it to National Treasury. Then if you go to 9.1F, you'll find that 4 months at the end of the financial year, we are expected to submit an evaluation, grant evaluation report, which would have been received from provinces. And then we consolidate and submit 4 months after which is end of July. As you know that our financial year ends in March, therefore 4 months is until July. Then in terms of the monitoring system, it is expected that the system or program used in terms of Section 9, subsection 2, it must first be approved by National Treasury, meaning that we need to agree. That's what we have done when the grant was established in 2009. We are not expected to impose any excessive administrative responsibility on receiving officers, meaning that you must not do complicated systems or programs to try and monitor the grant, which will make it difficult for provinces to comply. And it must not therefore be beyond the provisions of standard management and budget information. Then Section 11, if I were to move to Section 11, that deals with the compliance by the receiving officers. The provinces are expected to comply with the framework of the grant. That I remember speaking to this issue, MC and colleagues, at this forum. I think it was 2022 online. It was online where we presented the grant framework at the time. They're expected to comply with it, and it is also expected of them to be responsible for the manner in which the allocation is received and allocated and then spent, meaning that they need to spend the money for what it has been allocated. I don't know what's going on there. Section 11.4, subsection 4B requires the receiving officers to submit to the transferring officer quarterly non-performance report. Remember in the previous slide, I indicated that we are expected to submit this 45 days after the end of each quarter. Provinces are expected to submit that to us 30 days after the end of each quarter. We obviously, if they don't submit on time, we have a right to withhold the transfer or the next tranche. It is not our intention to withhold, but sometimes we're forced to do that, to write a notice to withhold. You'll see that in the next slides. Then section 11.6 of the DORA says the provinces must submit the annual evaluation. That will be at the end of the financial year, and submit it 2 months after the end of the financial year. That will allow us to comply as well in that the report that I indicated in the previous slide, that we have to submit it 4 months after the end of the financial year. So provinces have to submit it 2 months after the end of the financial year, so that we can also comply. In terms of withholding, stopping, and reallocation, the provisions of section 17 allow the transferring officer, that is us, the DOT, to withhold the allocation for a period not exceeding 30 days. I think this is important in that, as you know, that grants are meant to enhance service delivery throughout the country. So it should be, I'll say, a last resort. But because, as you know, that if we punish the province, the official who's responsible or not responsible, not acting responsibly, will still get their salary, whereas you as the operators won't get the payment. Therefore, it leads to other issues where services are not rendered. They obviously get complaints. So we are only allowed to do that for a period of 30 days. The reasons for that could be failure to comply with the framework, or a significant under expenditure on the part of the province, or even when, let's say, the grant was rolled over. For example, if the money was not spent by the end of March, you will request a rollover. Provinces will request a rollover because, as you know, it is subjected to the rollover process. If the amount that has been rolled over has still not been spent, that is a non-compliance issue. So this must be done in terms of section 17, subsection 4, after having given the province a 7 days notice. What we'll do is we write a notice to the province and indicate as to why should we not withhold the grant, because they have not acted in accordance with the grant framework and the act itself. So we must also give them, we're expected to give them a chance to give us a written representation as to why then we should not withhold. Then, should it be necessary for us to withhold for 30 days, we have to then request National Treasury for over 30 days, I mean to say, National Treasury for that approval. It can be 30 days or even 120 days, National Treasury gets involved there. Then the process also involves writing, when we write the notice to the province, we must also inform the provincial treasury, because, as you know, the grant gets deposited into the primary banking details of the province, which is at the provincial treasuries. So we must inform them, and then we must also inform National Treasury of the reasons why we want to do that. Then section 18 allows for the stopping of the grant, while section 19 allows for the reallocation. If you stop a grant, for example, we have done that in few instances where you'll find that the province that has the money, because, as you know, that the money is appropriated in terms of the Act of Parliament, cannot spend that money. When we monitor the grant throughout the quarters, you'll find that by month 6, month 7, the province has not been spending the way we are expecting, or maybe due to reasons such as maybe services have been withdrawn, the contract has collapsed. So there are too much penalties, as you know, that the contracts mean most of the contracts are old. We alert the province that you are not spending as per the projection. Then we'll stop that amount, a certain amount portion. Do you agree with that? Then the province, in terms of the process, is expected to write back to us, given that a notice of 7 days. They must write it back to us agreeing that this money won't be spent by the end of the financial year. The reason that we need to start early is that, which is also a problem, because you might not know what will happen. Maybe some factories somewhere might be opened, operations might pick up. Is that first you need to agree, make sure that you don't put the province in a situation where they won't be able to honor their contractual obligations, in that they might not be able to pay the operators. Then once they agree through a letter from the accounting officer, obviously, we make sure that we inform National Treasury that the province has agreed. Therefore, we request that they start the process of stopping that amount from their allocation. That process then requires National Treasury to submit to Parliament for Parliament to revise the legislation. That is how long the process takes. So you'll find that if you do it towards around this time, or August, October, November, it might get approved around February. Then sometimes we have wasted our time and energy in that. That money might still not be spent, because you need to have spent it by the end of the financial year, which is end of March. So we need to make sure that we do it around October, November, somewhere there, because December is a short month, as you know. Then in the instances that we have to do it, or we had to do it, we did it. Luckily, the money where it was taken, it was spent. There were reasons, and then the money was then reallocated. You stop in terms of section 18, and then reallocate it in terms of section 19 through parliamentary processes, as I indicated. The public transport subsidy policy, it's a hot topic currently. The last session that we had with SABOA was long, and there were lots of debates. It was gazetted, as you'll remember, on the 23rd of Feb this year. It was to close at the end of March, but due to requests that we received from various stakeholders, we had to extend it to the 30th of April. But still, I must indicate that we could not reach all the stakeholders. Therefore, we decided to categorize our stakeholders in government and external. So government stakeholders, your National Treasury, your human settlement, I think we have done human settlements, your COGTA, your social development, we still have to do that. But then SABOA's comments, as I indicated there, were received, and they are being considered, including the comments that were received from all other stakeholders. And I think I must indicate that I spoke to my boss, Mr. Manamela, yesterday, that we owe SABOA a meeting to finalize the discussions on this matter. We are aware that we have to, actually we promised at the last session that we will meet you again in a face-to-face meeting, not online. We will do that soon. Actually, we'll send you a request for dates so that you can confirm the dates, because we are also under pressure. Then when we went to NEDLEC, as you know, they have their own processes. Then they resolved that this matter is serious, therefore it has to be subjected to their own processes. That includes setting up a 3-a-side task team. That means from their social partners, they'll have 3 aside, you from labor, from communities. That has been done. I received a communication yesterday from NEDLEC that do we have water here, Chairperson MC? My throat is getting rough now. NEDLEC has just confirmed that. Thank you. They've just confirmed the task team, the members, and they also sent us the draft terms of reference for this discussion. Apparently, this three-side testing, the way it works is, I've never attended one before. They go through the document, your draft document, page by page, line by line, together as a testing. But then they are saying, I got worried when in their communication yesterday, they were indicating that we need a preparatory meeting on the 28th of August. And on the other hand, my cabinet schedule says I must submit this by October, then meaning that we are late, we'll have to request for another extension. The outstanding internal departments as well will also still be engaged. As you know, that National Treasury, as the holders of the purse, they have a stake in this. They should give us a guidance as to whether we'll be able to afford this as government. The process then goes to the cabinet clusters. There's SPCHD, which is the social cluster. There's ESAID, which is the economic cluster. These are the clusters of the cabinet. As you know, that cabinet is run through clusters which are under the FOSAD. FOSAD is the Forum for South African Directors General, where all Directors General meet, and then these clusters have been separated in terms of their responsibilities. The social one obviously deals with social issues that have social impact. And then the economic one deals with issues that have economic impact. That's where you'll find your stakeholders like your National Treasury there, for example. So once vetted or approved by the two clusters, then it's referred for cabinet for approval, which is the same process that we followed before it was gazetted for comments in February. Then cabinet, I think it was on the 8th of November last year. The cabinet committee met and deliberated on this, and then 15 November it was approved for gazetting. So then the final version of the policy, which is anticipated by a lot of stakeholders, will then be tabled for final cabinet approval. We are aware of the issues raised by colleagues, including SABOA, the issues in the policy, issues of assets being owned by the state as proposed there, issues of the policy proposing that it will be managed, subsidy will be managed by municipalities through an approved ITPs. Then the issues of capacity at municipalities as raised by stakeholders. We are aware of this, and this will be discussed in the next session. Therefore, I'm not expecting questions on the item. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sifa. Colleagues, I think it may be appropriate to deal with both the National Department of Transport presentations. If there's any questions or any points of clarity, we could probably take it now. Wow. Okay, ma'am. We can hear you. We got a mic, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Two questions for me. I just need to understand which authority approves the rollovers? Is it provincial treasuries or DOT? And is there a time frame within which that has to be approved? My second question is that annually there's a delay of transferring allocations to provinces after the financial year. Is there a time frame within which the transfers should happen? Financial year ends in March, but provinces never receive money until mid-May. What could be the cause? Thanks.
Can I take another question? Go for it. Harry?
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Director, my question is more on your intercity buses. Have you ever considered subsidizing your intercity buses, not in a form of a grant, but exempting them from paying toll fees? Your thoughts on this? Thank you.
Harry, there's one more on the table.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to know, please, is the taxi industry actually catered as part of the subsidy scheme?
Thank you. I think go for it now.
No, sorry. I'm just surprised why my colleague Elmon is not getting any questions. You'll understand, Chairperson, why Mr. Manamela always sends me to these meetings. My boss sends me to this meeting. No, thank you for the questions. The rollover process is in terms of the Public Transport Finance Management Act and DORA. All funds that are not spent by the end of the financial year, which gives us a problem. I'll explain why. The financial year starts in April and ends end of March. The funds that are not spent by the end of March, come the 1st of April, are then subjected to the process of rollover. And this process requires proof what Treasury, National Treasury wants. It's done through, just to answer the question, it's done through provincial treasuries. The Department of Transport will submit the request through the provincial treasury then to National Treasury. It requires that, it is required that you must prove that the funds are committed, which makes it difficult in that the commitment thereof that is expected in terms of the PFMA language, the Ndora, it should be in a form of an invoice. And you'll find that your claims in this space, the claims for March obviously should come mid or towards the end of April. By then, the money, as you know, it is there in it will be there in the provincial account, but they cannot spend it because it is the previous year, financial year funds. Unfortunately, that is how government finance works. We work throughout the financial year and then stop and start again. So once those funds are supposed to be subjected to the rollover funds, rollover process, you cannot touch them because you need to have an approval granted for a rollover, that these funds are then committed, you still need them for that program. So you need to prove that by submitting invoices, meaning that in this instance, it will be expected of operators to have submitted their invoices, that the province can prove to National Treasury that this money is needed, it will be spent. Then linking that with the issue of May, Previously, we used to start transferring the first transfer tranche of the financial year will start in May. The reason being that we wanted to start on a clean slate, in that we knew that the operations take place throughout the month, for example, March, but the invoices or the payment certificates, as they are called, will then be submitted in April, mid-April. Then we expected the provinces to have closed the financial year in March, because in the past we would have we used to allow the provinces to spend the March transfers in March. I think this relates to what happened in Gauteng. I think it was in the financial year, not the last one, the other financial. I think it's 2022 that ended. Yeah, that 2022 financial year towards the end, where the province could not pay for the operations on time. It was that the province or provinces were starting to have issues with the AG, in that we used to, as DOT, right? Because you'll remember that the grant, before it was a grant, it used to be your normal agency agreement, where the DG of National, our DG, will sign agreements with all provincial HODs on how the monies will be managed, flow to the provinces, and then managed. But then we'll write around February, we'll write to provinces and indicate that you are expected to spend all the money by the end of March, meaning that we would allow provinces to pay the March claims, the other half of March, meaning from the 15th of March until the end of March, as a projected or estimated claim, meaning that the operator will submit what they would have claimed, because from the 1st of March until the middle of March, around 15, 16, those would have been confirmed. The SMF, supervision and monitoring firm, would have verified and then deducted the penalties, if there are any. And then the other half of March will be treated as estimate. But then AG started finding other provinces, including Gauteng at the time, in that those were deemed to be advance payments. And in terms of the PFMA, it is not allowed. You cannot pay for services before they are rendered, because the example, I mean, usually given is that what if you pay and then the operation doesn't take place for any other reason? So at the time, then we would allow provinces by April to then deduct the penalties, because they would have paid for the service that was not rendered for 15 days yet. But in order for them to close their books, then they will do that. But then we have changed that. Starting this financial year, we transferred the first tranche in April. That has resolved the issue there. In terms of the intercity buses, unfortunately, this grant, as you know, is the historical grant that only caters for commuters. But in terms of the subsidy policy that we are developing, the subsidy policy will be based on the approved ITPs, meaning that where there is a demand and there is an approved ITP, the subsidy will be paid on that basis. Then in terms of taxi subsidy, this is a contentious issue, if I were to put it that way, in that we are asked as to when are you subsidizing the taxis, but somehow, somewhere, they are taxi operations that are benefiting from this. You'll know that even through your IPTN, Integrated Public Transport Networks, that are mainly operated by former taxi operators. The taxi industry is almost like growing up to be the bus operations industry, if I were to put it that way. And subsidizing a taxi in their form as they are currently, I think you will understand, colleagues, that it will be very difficult because they are not operating as a company, and the issues of formalization that the department is discussing. You might have heard of the taxi Lekuta that was held during Minister Mbalula's time. We are trying to address that. But if there is a tender, no one is prevented from participating in a tender. They can tender if they win it, then they will get it. Just that there's not been tenders recently due to the shortage on the grant. As you know, the 7.7 billion that we have is not even enough to cater for the operations out there. You would know that operators who are here, they know that there are services that are being operated, but outside of the grant, meaning that the grant is only catering for the services that were there during your 1996, 1997 time when the subsidies were being paid or contracts were concluded. So yeah, that's the challenge. It's a historical grant, and it has been growing. The baseline has been growing on a CPI-based approach, which also is problematic because you'll know that your operational costs, your labor, your spares are far more than this. I mean, labor will bargain for around 10% when we have given you 4.4%, and you know the difference thereof. Then when you increase, when you raise your fares, the users out there are not happy. So it's a challenging situation that we are aware of. But unfortunately, the grant is there. It's assisting. It is still there. We know that it is not enough, but maybe through bidding after having the subsidy policy approved, maybe we might get something. I don't know whether maybe in the future, the grants can be merged. The similar grants may be merged. We don't know, because where you find that the other grant is underspending, for example, your PTNG, then why not merge the grants and utilize the resources efficiently? Thanks.
Thank you. I'll take one more round of questions. Suvir. One, Harry here first. Go for it.
Hi, I just have a question with regards to possible subsidies from government with regards to retrospective legislation. Respectively, Regulation 252 comes to mind, which is emergency exits of public transport vehicles, which was made retrospectively applicable from 1 July 2009. My question is just, does the government offer assistance to the industry who wish to upgrade their vehicles to the latest regulations? Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My questions are in respect of the school bus policy. I note that you said that the law enforcement must be addressed. What about the road conditions that need to be addressed drastically for many of the smaller operators that operate in the rural areas? I don't see any comment about that. And in terms of the SAPEC regulations, that's not been enforced to all operators. And you spoke about the vehicle types that have to be put in. But if you look at the return of the investment for the operator that gets this, you can have a 3.5 million rand bus, or call it 2.8 million, to do 10 kilometers a day. How is he going to survive with the rates that are being offered? If you want good vehicles, then you obviously have to pay the rate. I think that has to be looked at, and there are solutions that you could look at. And also, a lot of the smaller operators have school bus contracts, and not in all provinces. In some provinces, we hear that the payments are not timeous. So how do they meet their commitments? And also, is it 3 kilometers that you cater for, or 5 kilometers? There should be something across the board. Thank you.
One more at the back. our ex-president.
I don't need a camera, but okay, good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director from the Department of Transport. I noted with interest that a lot of operators actually get a subsidy. What do you call subsidy? In other words, they play a role in terms of that national operating whatever grant. Is it possible that you can change your legislation, which is the National Land Transport Act, to ensure that even the municipalities participate in that grant? Is that possible? I think secondly, is just a comment, Director, that we keep on saying is historical. For the past 30 years, we've been saying that this is historical. How long is it going to take us to break that historical background to make sure that all operators in South Africa benefit from this grant? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's deal with the Department of Education first. Is our colleague out of here? Yeah, I'm sorry, you're scared. Okay. What? Sorry, would you take the one question regarding the scholar transport first, and then we'll go back to the NDOT? Or the public transport.
I thought we agreed that we're not going to ask about questions, colleagues. All right. I think one of the issues that I've explained is on the rates that have been applied differently in provinces. So the issues of gravel roads and it's an issue that obviously increase the costs of doing business in the bus industry. So what we're trying to do, we're not able to, we're not responsible for the roads. Municipalities are responsible for those ones. So we employ them that in their planning, them as able to maintain the roads. Okay, in cases where it's not possible. So what we're doing, we are doing a cost model. Okay, that cost model takes into account conditions of the roads, so that the operator is not disadvantaged because he's using the bus in a rural area or in a gravel roads. So the costs will differ from somebody who is in Popo or someone in Gauteng, for instances. So that's what we're doing now, so that we don't want to disadvantage those particular operators. Then another one is around the issues of, because the scholar transport, you get contracted and it's a dedicated service. You move from your pickup point and to the school, and you remain there until the school closes, and then you take the children back to school. Back to where they live. So those costs as well, I put into the model, so that when the province do their budgets, and they know that route from point 1 to point B is a gravel road, 65 bus seater, and these are the costs that is associated with it. So all I'm saying is we are taking those kind of dynamics into consideration in as far as the costing of the scholar transport services concerned, including the issues of the gravel roads and the stadium kilometers that, when they are sitting and doing nothing at the school. So that has been taken into account. Late payments is something that I'm not able to give you an answer on it because the operations are contracted by provinces. So what do we do from national perspective? We have a committee that sits on a quarterly basis with the provinces and to deal with all particular matters in as far as the implementation of scholar transport is concerned. So if there are issues like that, some they send it to us, we deal with the province specifically on those particular matters. Yeah. So, but if there are issues that are concerning any particular province, we are willing to engage. We'll able to deal with those particular provinces in terms of addressing those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
The wages. Okay. I'm just saying, I think maybe something that, like I'm saying, we are not the contracting authority as national. So provinces are the ones who are contracting. But it's something that we can able to engage the provinces. If you have any issues around that, then we can able to take it up with those particular provinces.
Yeah. Thank you. You there?
No, thanks for the questions again. I must say that I'm happy that my Prof Walters is not asking questions, because Prof taught me. By the way, he taught me when I did my my postgrad at UJ. Prof. The first question, I didn't really get it. What was the regulation about? But as you know, the grant, as I indicated, used to be your normal agency transfer, just to subsidize services that are operated by the operators. Most of them who used to have interim contracts, then some tendered contracts and negotiated contracts. And the grant has not really changed. It was just transferred into a grant in 2009 due to the challenges at the time when we had the shortfall of over 1.2 billion. And then we changed the method of payment to it being kilometer based. So the subsidy policy, I guess, will provide a solution, because it will be based on demand. It will be based on the approved ITPs. Then on the question on, I think it was Mr. Sifala, amending the act to pay for municipal services. I think you would know, Mr. Sifala, that there was a reason why I think Section 45 of the NLTA, National Land Transport Act, was crafted the way it was, in that the municipal operations or state-owned operations should not get funding through subsidy schemes, whereas they also enjoy funding from their own municipalities, if I were to put it that way, because they receive their deficit, what you call deficit subsidy. They go and compete with your US operators for a tender. They get subsidy from government rates that are paid by citizens. They enjoy that. They don't have the other costs that you have, because they are funded by the government. Then they'll also compete with you and get funded by subsidy, through the subsidy. And then when they struggle again, they are funded by the rates or the municipality. So the unfairness thereof, if you look at the regulations on contracting national transport for national public transport services, they elaborate on that to say it is not fair. You need to have a service that is financially ring-fenced, and making it an entity completely outside, in that it does not enjoy double funding from your owners and then from the subsidy, because it's unfair. You know, we have state-owned companies. I think we have still have one in Gauteng and one in Limpopo. I won't give the names necessarily, but is it fair for services to be funded from various spheres of government, but still compete with private operators? I think it will be hard, Mr. Sifala, to amend that section, because there were reasons, like I'm saying. So that is what it is, Section 45. And as you know, the act was amended not long ago. The president just signed it off before we had the GNU, and it is still even not implemented. But this clause was not amended, as far as I remember. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Moving on. Our next speaker will deal on the matter of an update on the triple BEE in transport and other sectors. As you may know, SABOA has been engaging with the Charter Council since April 2023. On 24th of July this year, SABOA received a letter from the Charter Council thanking the association for its inputs in finalizing the draft sector code. To date, we have not received or had sight of the final scorecard for the bus, and we do not know whether it has been submitted to the DTIC for publication. Ms. Yolandi Fente, Managing Director of B4I Consult, CEO of the Economic Empowerment Business Cluster within the B4I Project Group, and Chairperson of the Association for BEE Professionals, will provide an update on this matter. Yolandi.
Ek dink ek gaan aflei. Kyk. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for that welcome and for the opportunity to speak at today's conference. It is a pleasure to be here and to share the insights on issues of such profound importance to our business landscape. Today, we will take a journey through the BEE landscape, where it started, where it stands now, and where it's headed. We're at a crucial juncture, having been over 2 decades since the inception of BEE. The session aims to provide an update on the progress we've made and the challenges we still face. The BEE industry is a complex and technical environment, and it is therefore important that we understand the stakeholders and history before we look at the way forward. If we look at the different stakeholders within this industry, we first look at the DTIC, which is the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. They are the custodians of BEE, and any changes to any legislation around BEE must be signed into law by the Minister. We have the BEE Advisory Council, who advises government on Black economic empowerment, as well as review the progress in achieving Black economic empowerment. We have the BEE Commission, whose main objectives is to oversee, supervise, and promote adherence to the Act. They receive BEE complaints, and they also do the investigation of such complaints. We have SANAS, which is the South African National Accreditation System. They are the accreditation and regulating body for all verification agencies in South Africa. Then we have the verification agencies. They are the agencies who actually verify the companies complying with BEE. The Association of BEE Professionals, which is a professional body within the industry, through which professionals in the industry obtain professional designations, and then consultants who provide guidance to companies to assist them in the implementation of BEE, and then, most important, the private and public entities who actually implement BEE within their organizations. But let's rewind to 2003 when the BEE Act was first promulgated. Fast forward to 2007 when we saw the introduction of the first codes of good practice. These milestones mark the beginning of BEE's deep integration into South Africa's business environment. Over the years, BEE has profoundly influenced government procurement, private sector operations, and even foreign investments. We even see provisions for BEE in legislation like our Companies Act. BEE began with a narrow focus on ownership. However, as the landscape evolved, so did the approach. It shifted to a broad-based model that introduced various elements aiming to create a more comprehensive framework for economic empowerment. BEE is governed by the BEE Act, the BEE codes, and the subsector scorecards. Significant updates to the codes of good practice occurred in 2013, with further amendments in 2019. Priority elements were introduced, which means that non-compliance with the sub-minimum of ownership, skills development, and enterprise and supplier development will result in a measured entity being discounted 1 level. We also now have 14 sector codes, some still pending promulgation. This includes the agri sector, the construction sector, defense, financial services, forestry, ICT, marketing, advertising and communication, property sector, tourism sector, the transport sector, the chartered accountancy, the legal sector, the tourism sector, and the petroleum sector. The integrated transport sector hasn't seen amendments since its inception in 2009. Draft codes for this sector were issued in 2006 but never promulgated. In 2023, a new process commenced to align these codes with the codes of good practice. The transport sector's complexities with its various subsectors adds to the challenge of achieving alignment. These subsectors in your sector include bus, commuter and coach services, the taxi industry, road freight, public subsector for transport, maritime and services industry, forwarding and clearing, rail and domestic aviation. The transport sector is therefore the only sector where a generic company is still verified on 7 elements, being ownership, management control, employment equity, skills development, preferential procurement, enterprise development, and socioeconomic development. And a qualifying small enterprise may select 4 of the 7 elements to be verified on. They're also the only sector who are not allowed to issue BE affidavits for 51% Black-owned EMEs and QSEs. The alignment process will result in a generic and qualifying enterprise being verified on 5 elements of the scorecard, being ownership, management and control, which includes components of employment equity, skills development, enterprise and supplier development, with 3 subsectors being preferential procurement, supplier development, and enterprise development, and socioeconomic development. Generic companies will need to meet a sub-minimum of 40% of the ownership, skills development, and enterprise and supplier development elements, while a qualifying enterprise will need to meet 2 of the priority elements, of which ownership must be one of those priority elements. But one of the most pressing issues that we're still facing in the successful implementation of BE is fronting. So fronting involves companies pretending to comply with BE requirements while failing to make genuine efforts towards transformation. I've highlighted 3 of the most current issues around fronting, which we still see on a daily basis. First, we see window dressing. This includes cases where Black people are appointed or introduced to the enterprise, whether it be on ownership or on management control, but they're not allowed to participate in the voting process or receive any dividends. Then we see benefit diversion. Apologies. This includes initiatives implemented where economic benefits received as a result of BE status of the enterprise do not flow to Black people in the ratio as specified in the relevant legal documentation. And then the biggest one that we're currently facing in the market is opportunistic intermediaries. This is where entities establish new companies who are Black owned, and then all the contracts that they comply with that need BE requirements are contracted through that entity. But that entity is not an entity which operates on its own. It is only there for invoicing and BE status purposes. The entire operation still lies with the original entity. Then further challenges that we're facing in the industry is many companies approach BE with a checkbox mentality, focusing solely on accumulating points rather than fostering genuine empowerment. Training interventions and enterprise development initiatives, for example, are only measured with expenditure being the primary focus rather than the impact. So if you on skills development or enterprise supply, then do your expenditure, you get the points if you have all the supporting documents, but no one measures the actual impact of that initiative that was implemented. Numerous of these companies that have received support under these elements are today not even in existence anymore, because the crucial elements of empowering an entrepreneur and supporting an entrepreneur to be able to run a successful business is not part of the measurement. Okay. So what's next? As stakeholders in the implementation of BE, we must integrate these principles in our business strategies in a meaningful way. Our goal should be to drive sustainable economic transformation that benefits not just individuals, but our entire economy. identifying crucial areas of development which will decrease our dependency on imports, but must become a focus, strengthening our manufacturing capabilities and increasing our export ability. We need to move beyond superficial compliance and work towards genuine empowerment that involves implementing effective measurement tools to assess the real impact of our BEE initiatives and enhancing transparency, holding ourselves accountable and being open about our BEE practices. By focusing on these areas, we can ensure that BEE fulfills its promise of creating a more equitable and inclusive economy. Lastly, and surely the most pressing matter, is the amended integrated transport sector codes. Although the process followed was widely objected to, and SABOA, as mentioned, communication was sent to the council, we've had a recent meeting to resolve any issues that were still lingering. The council confirmed that all questions raised and clarifications sought have been dealt with. Although not individually with different entities or organizations, they've taken into consideration all comments and concerns and have integrated it into the final draft that they're hoping to submit to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition by the end of the month. So they hope to have it published for public comment soon thereafter. We have been assured that the codes will include definitions and clarifications to ensure companies will be able to measure the impact on their scorecards and plan accordingly. It is imperative that companies then start to immediately plan around the new scorecard, because the intention of the council is that the codes will not have a transitional period, but will become effective on the day of promulgation. Thank you. Any questions?
Let me repeat. Any questions, colleagues? Yolandi, I think it's because they're waiting to go and have tea. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Yolandi. My colleagues from the NDOT, please declare those gifts. Okay, we're not taking responsibility for anything. Colleagues, we get to that part of the program, and as you'll appreciate, the function of this nature needs a lot of sponsors. And we will now call a few of our sponsors forward. And I will also play a DVD. So the first one that we'll be calling is a representative from Standard Bank. I think is that maybe Ms. Kathy Bell, who's our Sapphire sponsor. Standard Bank, thank you.
Where do you know after this spoken? Oh, okay. No, I don't. Is it after?
Kathy will say a few words.
I'm going to say a few words, but I'm going to say them quickly. That's the difference. So we're not going to do a massive presentation other than to say thank you so much for SABOA and all the other sponsors and all the delegates, everybody attending today. This is great to see all the people that are presenting. And what is quite lovely to see, and this always gives me such a warm feeling, is to see all our customers that are in the room. This is just amazing. So yeah, we're looking forward to the rest of the programs. And then for the one representative from Department of Transport, you were talking about standards and safety. Remember, there is RTMS, a South African national standard to help all the taxis and so on, scholars. It is there. South African national standard, SANS 3095. And there are operators in the room. You heard the presentation from Bascor about that. So yes, there are people in the room. engaged. There are solutions in the room. There are wonderful opportunities. And as Standard Bank, we really appreciate being part of this. We love working with SABOA and the team, and we love having our customers in the room. And of course, the suppliers. They're all in the room as well. But thank you very much. And then we must all remember, this is the last formal conference where Prof. Walters is going to be part of us. So thank you, Prof. I'm just going to say bye, donkey. Thank you very much. And thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful day. I think that was 3 minutes.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next sponsor, I was going to say a few words, is from Daimler Truck. That's our Emerald sponsor, and I call upon Mr. Dion de Vries. He's the General Manager, Mercedes-Benz. On the stage. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. So my name is Dion de Vries, and I'm the General Manager for Mercedes-Benz Bus, obviously part of the Daimler Truck Southern Africa Group. Now, why do I formally introduce myself? Is that many of you will be surprised to see Jason not here today. My predecessor, Jason, who previously headed up Bus, has moved on to a very exciting opportunity heading up coaches for North America, Mercedes-Benz coaches in North America. He's already that side, so we switched over on the 1st of August. So I guess I'm the new kid in the room with only 14 days of experience in Bus. But I've been in the industry a long time and predominantly spend my time in the truck side, mostly after sales, a lot of sales as well. And when the opportunity arose to sort of, move over to Bus, I was the first one to put up my hand. I think this is a very exciting space to be in. I really missed in my previous role, the customer industry engagement. And so I'm hoping to experience a lot of that going forward. So the reason why I'm up here today is just to really say a few words, and I know I'm holding you back from tea, is that we've had a number of changes within Daimler Trucks over the last couple of months. I think the big announcement was in April when we announced a new South African leader heading up our business in Marietta Gerber. It's also then the first time that we have a lady leading our business now. Marietta is extremely dynamic. Yes, thank you. Marietta is extremely dynamic, and I think one of the comments that was made from our colleagues in Germany was the fact that she is completely customer-centric was probably the main thing that tipped the hat for her to get the role. She's already started in April, like I said. She's been involved, and hopefully you'll get an opportunity to meet her soon with me whenever that can happen. So we're looking forward to that. One of our pillars in Daimler is, or it actually says, we progress together. So now we believe collaboration is one of the key important things in our business. I'm glad to see today that is critical to the organization, to the association as well. And I'm looking forward to do more of that. I'm trying to just cut down my quick chat. So I just want to say that, we believe that the bus industry is a very important contributor to the social and economic development within our country. And, as it provides mobility to so many millions of South Africans, we believe that SABOA plays a pivotal role in bringing a lot of these stakeholders together to collectively decide how we take the industry forward. And I'm, as a new boy in the room, I'm very encouraged with the kind of questioning that already came up and the proactive nature in which these questions are addressed. I certainly I'm learning as I'm going. So yeah, I think I'll leave it there. I hope to shake hands, meet a lot of you today, and hopefully learn from you how we can take our business and the service that we deliver to not only our customers, but also to the association, how we can positively do that going forward. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Colleagues, the last item before we break into tea. We are proud to announce that MCV will be launching the MCV S140NG bus during the break. Now, when we do take our break, we appeal to you to please go and visit this bus outside and be part of the launch. And to give us an update as to what will be expected, I call on Mr. Miat Lofty, who is the MCV General Manager, to say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Really glad to share this moment with SABOA honorable member, and MCV was a member almost 15 years now with SABOA. We are really glad to share, to launch our new bus, which is had a very big effort to get it in that specs, and I hope that you like it and it will help your business. Actually, we proudly that this bus is designed in Africa, produced in South Africa, and that we're running with the African operator. Okay, this bus is built with the South African hands, and it has more than 80% of local content. This will support all the after sales, the spare part, and also it will be a very reachable to everyone. So we are here and in our stand there, and we will welcome to come down and see, check the bus, touch it. Okay, thank you very much for having us today. Yes, and we are.
Colleagues, to our online attendees, if you could please go onto the MCV Facebook page and you'll be able to see the launch of that as well. Colleagues, I just want to appeal to you if you could return back after tea at 11:25 so that we could continue with the rest of the program. Thank you. We're now going to tea break. Okay. Colleagues, if you could take your seats so that we could continue. Those colleagues that are at the mini stands, if you could please take your seats so we can continue. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. To continue with part 2 of the first session, which is to deal with integrated ticketing solutions in the bus industry. Our next topic deals with the Gauteng Open EMV. Now, the Gauteng Department of Transport is proposing an open EMV system that is being tested by the Gauteng Management Agency. Mr. Tesepo Kobe, Chief Operating Officer of the Gauteng Management Agency, will present on this topic. He's a seasoned C-suite executive, multidisciplinary engineer with over 25 years of experience in infrastructure, energy, and mining. He recently facilitated the negotiated contract processes in Gauteng, and many of you will remember that he addressed us at our last year's conference as well. Over to you, Mr. Tesepo.
Good morning. It is still the morning. Yes, good morning. Can we have the presentation up? Okay, thank you. This is a presentation that we used to brief the Gauteng members of the bus industry, but I want to be able to emphasize a few things that we need to deal with. Before I get on with the general presentation that I brought through, and I was hoping that the DDG that is responsible for the PTOG and probably in the Temanamela would be here, because in as much as I've been told that what do they call it, my rights to say controversial things, I lost it when I became the CEO. I still need to say this one thing. I think the one thing that National needs to be able to understand, and as we speak as province, is that transformation costs money. And we cannot continue with PTOG as it is right now and its funding and still hope that things like what I'm going to talk about here can be done. And we need to be able to say, it's either we abandon some of these projects or we actually start funding them properly. And there is neat solutions that exist that are able to allow us to do things within the contract as we've modernized it in Gauteng, but we cannot do them with the public transport operating grants or with the grants sitting as they are. And that does not need applause. It's just the truth of what we need to do. It's transformation costs money. And it's something that we all collectively have to be comfortable with. But back to our regular order of issues. No, it's not allowing me to change. Now, I'm going to talk about the background on an account-based ticketing as an overview, and then the proposed implementation plan and the progress to date, and then I'll speak a little bit about the ABT and POC, and then I'll speak about specifically about the issue of how is the automatic fare collection integrated in the new contract in Gauteng that we have, what do they call it, that we've signed. It's already there as what do they call it, as part of the process of what must be there. And then we've got a POC that we are running, and the important part about that POC is us being able to understand certain things about the operating context of every bus contract is, or every contract is completely different. And therefore your technology must be adapted to be able to deal with those things. As I stand here, I stand probably with too many hats that I wear. But for now, I represent the province. As of the 1st of June, I'm not only the CEO of the Gauteng Management Agency, but I'm also the interim CEO of the Transport Authority for Gauteng. So I stand here as the interim CEO of the Transport Authority of Gauteng rather than as the CEO of the Gauteng Management Agency, which is now seized with implementing this program. Now, the background in itself is that in 2017, we started a project called the Integrated Fare Management. And in essence, that project in itself then allowed us to be able to start thinking about the Gauteng we all want to see. What does it become? We completed the business case in 2018. And then ultimately, part of that, we then said, we're going to do a proof of concept on the Gauteng, because the Gauteng is fully compliant to EMV at the current moment and the NDOT regulation. So you can walk in with your smartwatch, with your bank card, with anything that can pay me. As long as there's an account that sits behind whatever device that you use on the Gauteng, you can pay with it. And you'll see on what do they call it? On when you walk on the Gauteng, you'll see people do this with their smartwatches, and I get paid. It's as simple as that. So that has already been done, and we've proven that it's possible to be able to implement the system in full. And then we started talking about, how do we move forward? And we had a bit of a halt when the department didn't want to sign what do they call it, the SLA with us as an entity, despite the fact that what do they call it, that we're an entity of the department. I'm a businessman. I get paid to do work, so I don't want to do it for free. Even my what do they call it? My parent department pays me to do the work that I do. So eventually they've signed it, and then we've now started looking at the regulatory issues, and ultimately they've signed. What are we trying to do with the integrated fare management? There are multiple parts to the integrated fare management, and it's about the holistic solution of what we call the a data-centric mobility in Gauteng, and it's got 5 components to it. So the Transport Management Center is complete and is running. We will be launching it in October. It's a state-of-the-art best practice center where I am able to see all transport services in the whole of Gauteng, inclusive of taxis and taxi routes, and even taxi ranks, and also be able to view cameras and also other things that are in vehicles and at various nodal points. We also have a platform, a data platform or an applications programming interface that sits behind this. We have a journey planner that we launched, I think it was in 2018, and we're currently in the process of rebuilding it so that it can then be modernized to do what we need to do. And then there's a network that sits behind this and all of that. The part we're discussing today is the automatic fare collection portion, because automatic fare collection does not exist without the ecosystem that it requires, which is a transport management, a data platform, the network that is required to be able to do what you need to do. Now, in essence, without teaching you what you already know, what is account-based ticketing? In passenger, it's a fare collection system where all travel information is held in the back office in the form of a digital account, and a fare media acts as a secure token to access the digital account. The difference between any other system is that the fare media does not sit on the card, on the token, on the device itself. It sits on an account that is in the back office. Why ABT? For us, for the commuter, it allows you your BYOD, which is bring your own device. When we launched our pilot on the Gauteng, we actually had that part of the system grayed out and not in use. And the questions that we got right in the beginning when we launched the system actually said to us that people are looking for this thing. So we just opened it up, and naturally, we didn't even tell the commuters that this is actually already available. You could see it already. People were already accessing the systems as a whole. There's multiple options for you to load value. There's multiple options of paying. So the idea that you will be able to go out there and buy a card. So let me tell you what the problem with the card is. Daily, Our systems, all of us, very few of them run beyond 80,000 passengers. I think that's what you get on Revaya when it was running properly. Those are cards that are actually used on a day-to-day basis. How many cards does a lot of operators have in circulation? The last count that Revaya had was they had 1.4 million cards, but only 80,000 gets used. These cards create an environmental nuisance. And therefore, you gotta be able to allow people to use cards that they already have, and they also fill up your wallet. And all sorts of other things. So the more cards I give you, this creates a problem for you. So we gotta be able to go to a system that allows people to be able to use the fair media that they want to use. All we need is an account that sits in the back that will allow operators to be paid. With this, what it allows a cashless system for operators, electronic integration of various tickets. It reduces operator costs. And then for the province, we get data. We get a whole lot of information that allows us to do our long-term planning. In terms of the principles that we are applying on this, it's that it has to be world-class. It must include all public transport modes and operators. It must integrate and support, into open standards. So I know a lot of what they call it, OEMs get irritated when I say it must comply to open standards. The days on where we buy proprietary systems are gone. We have to have the agility for us to be able to make sure that our systems can be adapted and be scaled in such a way that it allows us to do what we need to do. And that becomes an important issue. But the integration in itself is important because open systems allow us to be able to integrate various systems. You can procure your system from whoever you've procured. But if it's built on open platforms, it allows us to easily plug into platforms and allows our data exchange to be the right way. So it also gives users a better way of being able to manage their money. And one of the things that we saw during COVID is that people who would have bought a monthly ticket, now there's lockdown and that ticket is not going to be used in that month of April. What happens? You can't even go to a station or to a particular operator and ask them for your money. And those things are asking you different questions. Does it still make sense for us to be selling monthly tickets? Does it still make sense for us to sell weeklies? And I know the accountants in the room will frown upon what I'm saying, because for them, when it's a monthly ticket, the revenue recognition is immediate. And for a monthly, it's also immediate. Whereas the world has moved on. People travel when they want to travel. And therefore, they want to have the flexibility to be able to do what they want to do. Now, in modern day ticketing, we're talking about what's called post-travel discounts. And how do post-travel discounts work? They work on the basis that we say, well, you will travel on a normal basis with you paying the full price on a day-to-day basis. But in actual fact, what we can actually be able to do is, if you travel for more than 22 days, I will allow you the last 8 days to travel for free. Now, what that does is it actually allows you the same type of discounts that you would have given on a monthly, but it gives the user the ability to be flexible and use what they want to use rather than committing to you. Because remember that money, so one of the things that you don't see is that the process of refunds cost you money. It costs time, it costs all these issues that are there, it costs you money. Whereas when the traveler is the one that is managing their own issues the way they want to manage them, then it makes it easier on them. So in terms of AFC governance, and I want to be able to be clear about this, one of the key things that you need to be able to understand about automatic fare collection systems, the technology in itself, it's already mature. So the technology is not your biggest headache in this whole thing. Your biggest headache lies in your governance framework. The governance model, who is, the key stakeholder who's involved, who is doing what. And then on the applications architecture, the application technology in itself, and then the fare collection system sits below that. Now, if we can sort out the institutional arrangements, and that is why the slide says clearly to you, the fare collection is the governance model's technical translation. What we do generally most of the time is you go and buy a technology and try and fit your accounting systems and your business model back onto the technology. And this is why a lot of people have struggled quite a lot. Depart from where this is my business model, this is the manner in which I recognize the revenue, and therefore the technology must allow me to do that, but in an electronic and digitalized form. And this is a shift in order they call it in thinking that is required. And a lot of systems cost a lot of money for no reason. Because what we do is we implement technology and then retrofit governance behind it. Now, it is an important issue to have that conversation. This is a simple table, but this table in itself is the most complex thing you could ever look at. So if you were to look at, let me give you an example on the Gautrain. The Gautrain is distance-based. Now, and you have your pay-as-you-go portion, you have your weeklies, you have your monthlies. But on top of that, the Gautrain is also time-based. So if you're traveling at peak, we charge you a surcharge for wanting to travel at peak. And therefore, that is superimposed over a distance-based fare. Our buses are on a flat fare. Now, the Gautrain alone, just imagine the Gautrain alone, has 3 different tiers on this table. Now, the biggest challenge that lies in implementing integrated fare management systems is the fact that I have to take all your operators' logic of setting fares, integrate them into one, and then after integrating them into one, then ultimately create a single fare that then can be charged across that. Revaya, for instance, is zonal. They charge per zone more than them charging distance-wise. It's not a big issue. With modern APIs and with what they call it, with AI, with artificial intelligence, I can harmonize a lot of that. But there is also aspirations in transport that we have to be able to build into these tables and build into what we do from a technology perspective. There's also discounts. So our intent of being able to harmonize all ticketing systems are intended in and around us making sure that the user of the system actually gets more benefit, and it's cheaper for them, and it is convenient. Now, if those aspirations are to realize, we actually have to harmonize all these fare tables that are prevalent across. But at the end of it all, the conversation about the subsidy to across modes, because ultimately, once I apply a single, so let's say I apply the concept of capping. And the concept of capping, how it works is we then say, if somebody is going to travel across the entire province, from the one end, from the Hammaskral end to Val, we agree that we will not charge him any more than, for ease of calculation, we will not charge him more than 100 rands. But the actual trip costs 120 rands. Now, I've applied a capping rule which says nobody is supposed to pay more than this. Or if you travel on all, what do they call it, what you get at TfL, at Transport for London, is that they have a cap. So if you travel on the systems in London, there comes a point in the day that most of your trips are more free than anything else. Now that requires you to fund, because the operator must be kept whole. Diesel is not cheap. And therefore you have to be, operating costs are not cheap. So therefore, you have to be able to think of it in the sense that it's not just you applying the technology. Remember what I said to you. I said the fare collection system is the governance model technical translation. And that understanding that the business of the business that sits behind all of these policies that we create. I can create a single fare for the whole of Gauteng, but does it make sense? And does it still keep the operator whole? And these are the issues that it might look long that it took us this long to get to a point where we're clear about it. The first and foremost important thing was us having the contextual intelligence of where we are applying this technology. And therefore us being able to understand, how does your business run in such a way that when we develop these fare tables, we develop them in mind with what needs to happen. And also when we ask you to modernize your technology and also modernize your fare tables, what does it mean to the technology as a whole? interoperability is big, and it's about us making sure that we have the ability at the transport authority. Then I can be able to, if a ticket from one operator is used on a bus by another operator, we are able to pay each other. And also if I'm discounting, so there's what we call interoperator discounts. And those interoperator discounts become important. So for instance, if you use the Gautrain bus and use the train and then use Arieng on the one end. On the Gautrain, if you use the bus and the train, I discount the bus. But if I ask Arieng to do the same, who keeps them whole for the bit that I have now discounted? So this is always an important issue. And as we have this, what do they call it, the conversation about modernizing all the public transport grants, we need to have the contextual intelligence of what is going on. And we invite, what do they call it? We invite National to Gauteng to come and share the learnings that have gone on. And this has not taken a short while for us to understand this, because sometimes when we sit in our ivory towers, air-conditioned offices, what ends up happening is you miss the point about all of these things, and you command that this shall be done on this, and you must do it on the same budget that is increased by CPI. It won't work. So ultimately, the building blocks is a transaction clearing house, an AFC system in itself, the account top-up channels. Those are important because those will create jobs. Those will create places in which people will be able to access, acquire FM media, and we also, the contextual intelligence that you need about this is that this is not a, what do they call it? So the duality of our economy is the fact that there are people who actually don't even have bank accounts. So in as much as you can say, go to the system that Gautrain has implemented. Gautrain has implemented a no-issue policy. So we're not going to issue our own EMV card. We've gone to the direction where our kind of user already has their own EMV card, so they will use their card. So I'm not going to issue a specific EMV card for that. But that in itself, there's a group of people that it cuts out. And therefore, you need to have the contextual intelligence of being able to understand that you're still going to have somebody who needs a card, they need somewhere to go and buy it, they need a place to top it up. And in a lot of our, what do they call it, our taxi ranks, there's not even a place where you can place I mean, they don't even have ATMs there because ATMs get bombed. Now, if you have an electronic top-up channel, it's got money in it. It's as good as an ATM. So you have to think about these things. So there will be an area where we place kiosks for people to go and top up their cards. And these are things that you have to think about. Now, the ecosystem. So I always tell people that one of the things that I got educated quite a lot about in doing this project over the years is what we refer to as the taxi rank economy. And at a lot of your bus transfer points, beyond you running your services, there's an economic ecosystem that occurs around that bus transfer point. Now, if you go and remove the money from the bus, now suddenly a lot of that ecosystem no more has cash. What happens to Mama who sells amaquinya at that place? Because then she also needs to have a tapping thing. What happens to her when she leaves in the afternoon? So you cannot talk about you're going to settle her at the end of the week. She needs to buy vegetables to cook that same evening at her house. So the person she buys vegetables from also needs to have the same. So there's an ecosystem that needs to be changed. It is not just about you looking at it from an enclosed perspective of you gathering your money and being able to have your money and have no leakages. And this is an important conversation that needs to be had in and around all of this. The technology, I still say to you, it's the easiest part of doing what we need to do. But it's a modernization of a system more than it being anything else. And an economic system rather than an electronic system. As we continue on, this just tells you about the architecture that we're implementing. This is important because what I get a lot of is the question of, we've already implemented certain ticketing systems. Are you going to remove those and put in your own ones? No, we are going to leave them in place. In as much as in a lot of the industries that I work in, I am known for rip and replace, but I am not going to do it here. So what we're going to allow is that we're going to allow that all the systems that work in your entity. So so if you are an operator and you've implemented systems, they're already working and functioning within your accounts. We will allow those to continue to be in place. And then we're going to install a level 4 back office that then will integrate all systems. Hence, I'm going back to the issue of the fact that all the systems that are implemented at this level need to be based on open standards so that they can then integrate into a level 4 back office. And then we will also do the back and forth of what they call it, of going between the bank. Here's an issue, going back to the PTOG. And the pain that I've had to do with us negotiating these contracts have taught me a lot of things. There's a cost that occurs between leaving the level 4 back office and back to the bank and back. So there's a transaction cost. That transaction cost goes where? Is it the commuter? Is it the operator? Or is it the state? You can see it's about us rethinking a lot more than just us implementing a technological system. It's about us elevating ourselves beyond, as I say, our ivory towers and air-conditioned offices, and being able to think about the nuances of implementing something like this. That transaction cost that goes back and forth. Here's another issue. From the level 3 back office or a level 3 system that an operator has implemented, there's also communication costs for me to be fed information on a day-to-day basis. Who takes that cost? Because that cost must go somewhere. It's a true cost. Mobile network operators don't do things for free. They get irritated when I tell them that, well, this is a social service and therefore certain things must be 0 rated. But those are the conversations we must have as an ecosystem in implementing this project. As I continue. So the proposed implementation model just simply says to you, we've developed a business case, we've gone through everything else. We've got an integrated management policy, fair management policy that will be, we will actually start canvassing, and that the original conversation about this was that we've got the policy coming up, and what do we do with it? We have to define our business rules and harmonize the business rules across all businesses. And then we're running a proof of concept as we are doing this, because internally within certain systems we can do exactly that. And then we have to then run the loop across to be able to implement this. What have we done so far? We've implemented the business case. We've developed an IFM policy, and then we're now incorporating the subsidized bus contracts into that space. And as we modernize the contract, this was an area that I paid a lot of attention to personally, because it needed to be. But eventually I got stuck where are we going to pay for all of this? So if I ask you to spend 30, 40 million rands, how do you recoup that money? Do you recoup it through tickets? Do I pay you a lump sum? Do I pay you over time? So all these things are things that you have to think about. And they don't start here at the implementation of the system. They start at the governance model. They start when we contract. And we actually build the contract in such a way that it does what you need it to do. So in terms of all of these things, the policy development, we've done a lot of work, and it's still ongoing. Now, one other question that I get quite a lot is the issues that pertain to, EMV versus IFM policy and the AFC regulations. We've harmonized the issues between EMV and so the SANRAL and DOT issues, and our view, as what do they call it, as a province, that has been harmonized. There are things we will not do. As Gauteng, there are things that we're not going to agree to. We have certain aspirations, and therefore we are negotiating and speaking to what do they call to national about these things. That a lot of the regulations that have been relaunched, and even the 2021 version of the regulations, actually take us back rather than move us forward. So we already are so far advanced that our ability to go back and roll back to systems that, as we are asking them for, will not work. And I am being cautious in what I said. As I said to you, once I became a CEO, they told me that my ability to say controversial things has been taken away from me. So ultimately, the new bus contracts and what they're asking for. So the contract in itself still has a concept of EFVE ticketing system and electronic equipment, and should be part of the specifications. So there's various schedules that you have in order, they call it in the, and I love the question that was asked by a gentleman over here that stood up and asked about the retrospective 2009 application of safety features on what do they call it, on buses. It is an important question because in the schedule of the new contracts, we are asking for electronic ticketing. We're asking for you to modernize your buses. We're asking you for you to make sure that your buses have roll cages. They are, what do they call it? They are safe in case something happens to them and all of that. Now, if we apply the PTOG as it is today, with the rates that are there in the PTOG, are we going to actually be able to achieve these other schedules that sit in that contract? No, it is not possible. And I'm not speaking for the industry. I'm speaking to studies that we've done and that show clearly. If we're asking that this gets implemented in itself, where do we pay for it? There's only two places you can pass it on to. The operator swallows it. I know you guys, you don't pay for Fogo, so I'm comfortable with that. Or we pass it on to, what do they call it? We pass it on to the commuter. Or it goes to the state. So one of the 3 points have to actually be able to take this money. The commuter is struggling. The economy is not doing so well, and they're not even able to, even if you passed it on to them, they're not going to be able to do it. So we have to also consider that, you know, a lot of these issues have to be centralized. And therefore, that is why we at Gauteng, in Gauteng took the responsibility that we will use our integrated fare management to actually enable the new bus contracts to be effected in full. I'm still negotiating with what they call it, with our department to ultimately put money into this so that we can finalize it. But it's about us making sure that we, you know, we had on board fare validation. The back end management software needs to be there. The security and fraud of the system has to be secured. We've learned quite a lot from implementing what we've done on the Gautrain, and therefore it's not new things that we're trying out. Integration and interoperability is an important issue, and payment and account management must be possible as part of that. And these are all already included in the contract as a whole. Ultimately, I won't spend time in a lot of this. We are implementing the first pilot on the Gautrain midi buses, and we're also implementing an e-hailing system in order they call it on Gautrain. And the important part of this and us dealing with it is that every operator has an operating model, and that operating model needs to translate back to the technology that you're implementing. And half the time we miss this point. We miss the fact that it is going back and looking at your operating model. At this point in time, we, with all the negotiations and everything else, the bus industry has not allowed us to be able to do as much as we've done in various modes to be able to understand the operating model and then be able to understand how do we incorporate that operating model. The taxi industry was very open and they've given us enough information for us to do what we need to do. And therefore, somehow we're going to have to find each other with the bus industry to be able to open. We're not saying we want to see your books. We've tried that when we were negotiating the contracts. It's not possible. But what we are able to do is for you to share operating model coordinates that allow us to be able to develop the technology correctly. And this is an important slide in that context. This is the midi buses that we operate on. And we had to look at what is the contracting mechanism, what is the operational subsidy, how do you manage your routes, your ticketing system, your fare management, and the data that sits behind it. Similarly, as we implemented our own e-hailing system, we're doing the same things. And this is the proposed operating model for the How Express. But ultimately, you also need to also understand contextually the user journey on what do they call it, on any technology, because this is something that we miss, because ultimately how the user will use the technology is completely different from how you conceptualize it as an operator. And a lot of our systems, as we implement them, we implement that from an operator-led conceptualization rather than you being able to understand that there is a user that goes beyond this. And a lot of your fraud issues come from you missing the discontinuities in your ideas as you sit by yourself as an operator and not understanding the user journey. Ultimately, as what do they call it, as I'm rushing to conclude, these are some of the things that what do they call it, we want to achieve from the POC, learn from the process so that when we scale it up, we do it properly, update our business case, and then encourage more stakeholders to join us, and that is why I'm here. And ultimately, these are some of the things that we need to talk about. So the questions get asked, are you going to do EMV only? Are you going to do SciPass only? SciPass and EMV, Swift cards only, Swift cards and EMV, Swift cards. It's a lot of iterations of everything else. But ultimately what we're trying to do, we're trying to get to the sort of the last column, which is all tickets being able to be functional on the Gauteng system. And that in itself, but we're not starting there because that would be very expensive. So what we're doing is we're doing an EMV with what they call it, with SciPass, which then allows people who acquire the Sandral card to be able to still be access Gauteng systems as a whole. So, but this gives us a base for us to be able to migrate to where all the systems can be functional. And the system will be designed in such a way that it actually gives us the ability to do so. These are slides that give you more of the technical detail of what must be there. I want to rush to what do they call it, towards the end so that we then can look. So look, we do have high-level risks, and those high-level risks are operators not wanting the system. I don't think we're there. Operators are losing money. So the leakages are there. We all know that. You want to get rid of cash of your systems as it is. The rejection during operating, we have seen where these systems have been implemented, and the committer doesn't function very well with the committer, and the logic of how they use it, and then the technical breakdowns. We are putting a what do they call it, in as part of the agency, or as a transport authority. We're looking at an agency to look after this thing, and look after it in such a way that. So when I was in late 2017. I went to Denmark to go and look at one of the systems there. Their recovery time, if what do they call it, if a bus validator breaks down, is 15 minutes. And this is a national system. Now, what you also need to be able to understand is when you implement a system like this, you must have the maintenance backup system to be able to do what it needs to do. Because the minute a validator doesn't work on any day at peak hour, it's a lot of money gone. And therefore you can't say, yeah, I'll replace it in an hour. There's no such a thing. So we have to build a system behind this that enables it to function. Ultimately, these are the next steps. And as I rush to conclude, we've done the proof of concept. We're busy with the proof of concept. We've done the first bit of it on the Gautrain. We're now rolling it out to the midi buses and our Gau Express. And then we're finalizing the policy. And then once we finalize the policy, and we are engaging SABOA in Gauteng through all of those things that we're going through. That's it from my end, Chip. My apologies. Today is the province's state of the nation, state of the province address. So I will have to rush out of here because apparently they lock the doors if you arrive late. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Shisoko. Okay, he's been kind enough to take a few questions if there's any. Sorry, go for it. Give me a second.
Hi. Hello. I would like to know, what did you, with all the multiple fare media that you're using, what are you doing about your fare evasion, controlling fare evasion on those that, with these multiple platforms of wearing watches, cell phones, and whatever? How do you validate that on your vehicles?
Are there any other questions? Mr. Safar?
Thank you, Program Director. I think my question is going to be very easy. I think obviously the gentleman has presented a comprehensive project that is going through. But what I want to know from him is the time frames. You know, it's a very good project that is working on. What are the time frames? Because the issue of integrated ticketing system, it has been there since before 2000 to 19 something. It was there said by the minister. Is it going to be one of the projects that we start and we don't complete? I just want to do that. And what are the critical stages in terms of what they're currently doing? I think the second question from me, Chairperson, is what will be the cost, or who's going to bond the cost of migrating from the current system in terms of operators to the new system that the department is proposing? Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's one more right in the back, Harry.
Thank you, Program Director. My question is around the minibus taxi industry. You've indicated that a portion of the minibus taxi industry is already utilizing the system. What proportion is that? And to what extent is the system going to enhance the formalization of the sector to bring on board the operators that are not paying taxis and that are not registered? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, you want to respond? Sorry, you got one more there? Sorry, let's do one more.
SABOA, thank you. I run an intercity bus operation running to Kofimva, Batsomo, Malamulele. So my question is more on your network activity. What steps are being considered to ensure seamless connectivity for real-time payment processing across all these routes? Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have to run. I had even forgotten that I have a 12 o'clock meeting that is waiting for me now. But so the Panyaza's issues are the least of my worries. So let me answer this question and the last one together. So your fare evasion mechanisms actually lies in your transaction speed. So the current transaction speeds on what do they call it? On the Gautrain are 30 microseconds, like literally back and forth. Like as you go like this, it pings on your phone that I've taken money from you. Now, the issue that lies with what do they call it, with the question that was asked on, and this was one of our biggest problems when we implemented our buses, is that the cost of running the buses around town, connecting back to what do they call it, to cell phone towers becomes quite astronomical and becomes an important issue. And that is why you saw one of the elements of what do they call it, of the program itself is for us to manage the issue of the network that sits behind us. Now, there's a neat solution that has come up over the period of time. There's the concept of TV white space. So TV white space is the areas that sit. So every channel, when channels are sort of gazetted and demarcated, there's a space that get left between them that is actually usable as an actual national-wide network that can actually be adapted to be able to deal with long distance buses, deal with the network in areas that are rural and also of other things. So similarly, what it does is because the same way that the Centec towers range before a repeater is required is over 50, 60 kilometers. And when you use TV white space, you are able to communicate over much larger ranges than anything else. So that is one of the considerations as we speak international and speaking about what happens to what do they call it. But the more important issue with that we learned with dealing with the long distance services was the ability for accessibility in between route. Because at the big towns, you have no big issue, but in between the routes and you know, a stop in Petsonderwater will not have a proper network. So how do you deal with that sort of a thing? So these are some of the contextual issues that we had to learn over that. You know, former chairs that didn't implement projects, but let's leave that alone. But we are on a time frame that is very tight. As the Premier announces today, this will be one of the things that he commits us as a province to be able to fund. And the word fund is the much more important part of this conversation. The technology is ready, the implementation plans are ready, the stakeholder engagements had already gone for a very long time. It's just our ability to go and find money to just implement. And that is the big issue. So timeline, I can give you any timeline, but if it's not backed up by cash, that already sits in the bank and you know, during your time when you were making these pronouncements with the minister, that was the big issue, but it's okay, asikolap. If I could be allowed to, what do they call it, to be excused, unless there's one burning question that somebody will die if I don't get to answer it. I'm going into, what do they call it? I'm going into a 12 o'clock meeting with the IDC about a few issues that are bus related. You know, bus people always keep me busy. If I could be allowed to leave, thank you. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Chisipho, and I think you are well excused. Okay, moving on with our program, colleagues. Our next topic is the challenges with the Sandral ABT system. I think we must just point out that the city of Cape Town has declined to present the AFC systems due to the SCM sensitivities around their procurement. Our next speaker is Mr. Thabo Nele. He's the executive member of the Nale Technologies and will present on the challenges of the Sandral ABT system from an operator's perspective. Thabo.
No. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Program Director, for the slot. And yeah, as it has been indicated that I'm just standing in for someone else who was supposed to be in here, but was not able to make it for today's presentation. And I've been asked to speak about Sandral ABT, which follows a presentation that I did basically last year around the same topic. I must say there was a big temptation to basically just repeat the same presentation I did last year for the sake of those who did not attend or who were not there last year. But because my wife is here, I can't repeat that presentation. She has already seen it 20 times because I've always made sure that in all family meetings, we play that presentation. So for her sake, I'm not going to repeat that presentation, and I'm just going to plant a certain idea or a different idea on this subject of Sandral ABT. And maybe in terms of the presentation, I know Harry recorded it, and if anyone wants to have a look at it, they can check it on the Transport Forum website. But that presentation was crammed. It had a lot of, it tried to address a lot of issues and within a short period of time of 20 minutes. And so what I want to do today is basically just maybe deal with one issue so that I can be able to convey all the thoughts and ideas around that one issue. Maybe before I start with that talk, I just want to make two disclaimers. Two disclaimers as far as this presentation is concerned. The first one is to say I do not know everything. I'm not standing here claiming to know all the issues that the operators have around Sanral ABT and so forth. So just as much as I have knowledge or information to share with everyone, I also have a lot to learn from the operators. So if for some reason it sounds like I'm invalidating some of the concerns of the operators or trivializing some of the concerns of the operators, please forgive me. That is not the intention. So that is the first disclaimer. And then the second disclaimer is to say that I'm not standing here representing Sanral or standing here representing DOT. I'm just an independent consultant that has worked a lot with the Sanral system, so I am very aware of how it works. Even myself, I'm not for or against Sanral ABT. I have concerns of myself about the Sanral ABT itself, so I'm not standing here to represent Sanral and so forth. And my 16-year-old daughter said I must emphasize this point. She's an expert in public speaking, so I guess she knows what she's talking about. So those are the two disclaimers that I wanted to just put forth before I begin this talk. Maybe to start off, I would ask a question. The question that says, what do you think is the reason DOT is forcing down Sanral ABT down our throats? And I'm using the expression very loosely, not to say that DOT is necessarily that aggressive, but the question is, when you sit down and think about it, what could be the reason DOT is actually pushing this down? And in my own analysis, I would say to be able to answer that question, you need to actually understand the mandate of DOT. And the mandate of DOT being to provide an efficient and effective transport system to the whole country. The objective of DOT or the mandate of DOT is to provide an effective and efficient public transport system to the country. And when you speak to transport planners will tell you that in order to achieve that, if that is your objective, and in order to achieve that, you need to have data. You need to have information about the different routes that the different operators are running. You'll need to have data about how many commuters are being transported in those routes. You'll need information about the travel patterns and the travel times in order to be able to build a model that says this is what is required, and these are the transport needs that are required, and this is how to optimize the public transport system in the country. Now, in order to be able to collect that data, it becomes very obvious that cash cannot be used to collect that information. And that is where and when the electronic ticketing system or the AFC system came into being. The whole idea behind the AFC system is to collect data, collect what is called or referred to as transit data. And that is that information then that can be able to give us or deliver to the whole country an efficient and effective public transport system. And take note also when I'm talking about an electronic ticketing system in this context, it is important, or it was important for DOT to standardize the AFC system, because if it's not standardized, if one person is using another system and another person is using another system, the collection of the data then becomes a challenge. So for instance, now imagine someone from Moloto taking a bus from Moloto to Pretoria, and the same commuter then jumps off at Hatfield and goes into the Gautrain system. They jump off at Midrand and they take a bus and reach their end destination. So if different operators along that chain are using different forms of AFC system, it becomes difficult to trace and track that the person who actually boarded the bus in Moloto is the same person who's actually coming out at Midrand, because then the information becomes disjointed and so forth. Whereas that information becomes important to a transport planner to then know, okay, so there's a demand actually from Moloto to Midrand. How about we put a route that travels from Moloto to Midrand? So that is the thinking and the behind this collection of data and the need for an AFC system or an electronic fare system, and which is the reason why then the DOT needed to then standardize and come up with a system that would deal with that situation. And at that point in time, the banks came in and they decided, okay, we are going to offer what is referred to as the low value payment cards to be able to collect this data and to be able to travel, to allow commuters to travel. And this also then addressed another issue, because a lot of commuters don't have bank accounts. And as such, if you're talking about a bank card, then the question is, for those who are not having bank accounts, what is going to happen to them? And that is when then the LVP card, or the low value payment card, was introduced. It was basically to assist the situation and to also deal with the unbanked. Moving on from there, so fast forward to around 2017, there was an observation that was made, and take note of my choice of words. There was an observation that was made that the banks are making a lot of money from this system itself. And it's very funny, because when you speak to the banks, they would say that the reason why they invested less into the system was because they were not making the revenues that they were expecting to make from the system. But it doesn't matter. The truth is somewhere there, but it's not the point of my discussion right now. But the point that I'm trying to make now is that around 2017, there was this observation that was made, and that's when Sanral then came in with the suggestion to repurpose the software, the e-tolls software, to be able to then replace the banks and act as a clearinghouse. Now, I'm not going to go too much into that now, but the 4 points that I just wanted to bring up at this point is to say the introduction of electronic ticketing system was basically born out of a need for transit data to be provided. And this data could not be collected through cash. And that is why there was a need then for an electronic system to be able to collect this data. And the third point that I wanted to also bring in here is to say the system, the way that it was designed and put together, was also to address the unbanked, as well as people who don't have smartphones, to be able to use QR codes and to be able to tap using their their watches, as the previous speaker has alluded. And the fourth point that I wanted to also just highlight in this is that the reason why there was a need to standardize the AFC system was because the cost of a validator that would be able to cater for different cards and for different tags and so forth was going to be very expensive. And that was then the reason why the AFC system as a whole needed to be standardized in that way. So the reason why I'm sharing this is because at times it may appear that by objecting or rejecting a solution that is proposed by the government, it becomes unclear as to whether are we rejecting the objective of the system itself, or are we rejecting the different elements of the system itself? And my proposition this afternoon is to say, in our articulation of the issues that we have as SABOA around Sanral ABT, we need to make it clear that our objection is not so much around our objection is not so much around the objective that DOT is trying to achieve with these systems, but we just have issues with the different elements of the Sanral ABT itself. And I would further propose that as SABOA, maybe we need to just sit down and think this whole system through. And maybe in that process, we can also be able to come up with a counter system that can be able to address the concerns of the operators whilst ticking the requirements of DOT. I was happy to see that we've got Kuba Pay here, we've got CanCard, we've got eBus, and I'm sure if we can sit down, all of us around this issue, we can be able to come up with a counter solution that would be of benefit to the operators instead of the operators doing their own things in their different corners. We can come up with something that would satisfy the bus industry as well as tick the requirements of DOT on the subject. So that is what I just wanted to share with you this afternoon, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Thabo. Colleagues, moving on. Our next topic, which is violence, intimidation, and safety in the bus industry. As you know, this is a major issue in the bus industry. Many lives have been affected. Many of our buses have been burnt or damaged. Our next speaker is the Commissioner of Safety, Security in the Western Cape, and he's going to share his strategies or the strategies and plans developed to deal with this aspect and the safety of buses within the industry in the recent, especially after the recent Cape Town incidents. I call upon Mr. Commissioner Petrus Roberts.
Yes. What else? so.
Thank you. Program Director, firstly, I really want to thank you and thank you, SABOA, the EXCO, for inviting me. And also a special recognition to the CEO of GAPS within the Western Cape, as well as the General Manager, for inviting me as part of today's talk. Now, I'm the Commissioner for Public Safety within the City of Cape Town. And when you're talking about the structure of safety and security in the municipality of the City of Cape Town, that is how our structure look like. And every single block links up with the threat of violence, safety, and security out there in the field, and specifically with the attacks and the intimidations and the violence that was opposed to GAPS over a period of time. Every single block indicated a support to that particular problem. Part of my responsibility is that Metro Police, Traffic, Law Enforcement, our Safety and Security Investigation Unit, our Safety and Security Information Management Unit, our Intelligence Unit, if you want to mention it like that, our Disaster Management, our Fire Services, our 107 Center, our Epic Management, every single block links up when it comes to a security and a safety and security plan and an operational plan for such a nature. Now, as a partnership with Golden Arrow within the City of Cape Town, and we are going the Golden Arrow way with them all the way, and we are part and parcel of their 6 principles, namely service quality, affordability, reliability, passenger-centered, community-oriented, and development talent. We have to ensure and make sure that safety and security is present every single day in this particular environment. Not only in GAPS, but in the transport environment as a whole. When you're talking about the taxis out there, the taxi environment, when you're talking about the commuters out there, should it be on the railway line or within on the buses or in the normal vehicles, they depend on the safety and security. And today, we are, as the City of Cape Town, support the South African Police Services in our endeavors to deal with the crime situation within the metropole. Now, if you're looking towards the public violence and the crimes that were committed towards Golden Arrow over a period of time, it actually started in 2021, even earlier, when I was a cluster commander as in the South African Police in Yanga, I faced where 7 buses was burned down in front of me, torched in front of me by a violent crime. Now, this violence towards our GAPS partners relates to public violence, relates to political intolerance, leads to crime in general, as well as extortion, and millions and billions of rand are getting lost due to a security system that is not in place, or that is where partnerships are not putting in place between the different role players. The same problem as public violence also were displayed in terms of crimes that were committed on a daily basis. Should it be at a bus stop where you are getting passengers getting on and off the bus? Should it be at the intersection? Should it be at an accident, or where a bus have a breakdown? Crime were prevalent in the environment of Golden Arrow on a daily basis. And I just want to run quickly a few statistics. Boss here. In January to July in 2023, a total of 82 criminal cases were committed against our service, GAP service. And after the intervention from the South African Police Services, from the city of Cape Town, we brought this particular total down to a total of 24. If you're looking at the period from July to December in 2023, you can clearly see that there was a decline with regarding to reported crime. Not only in the identified hotspot areas, you will see that some of those areas don't even figure in your term from January to July 2024. Now, over a period of time, these cases were reported to the South African Police on a daily basis. And the Golden Arrow management approached the city of Cape Town in order for us to give support with the South African Police in order to put the operational plan in place and to see how we can bring down this particular crime that's been reported on a daily basis. Now, our operational strategy has been based on 6 pillars. Firstly, pillar 1 is your intelligence gathering, analysis, and coordination. Pillar 2, your proactive approach. Pillar 3, your combat and reaction approach. Pillar 4, your reaction through detection, including organized crime. Pillar 5, your communication and liaison. And pillar 6, operational coordination. And if these 6 pillars are not in place, doesn't matter where in the country, if these 6 pillars are not in place as part of your integrated or joint operational approach to fight crime in the transport environment, should it be your buses, should it be your taxis, should it be your rail environment of your normal computers, you will not succeed in getting crime down. And you will also see that from the city side, we committed ourselves to this particular plan. Now, if I'm talking about pillar 1, sorry, pillar 1, you will see all the threats that are identified on the slide there. And these threats are crime that's been monitored on a daily basis with regarding to our CCTV cameras. And then I'm also looking at extortion. And I want to come back to Mr. Marke, the speaker earlier, with regarding to scholar patrol. Extortion is getting the scholar patrols down. Doesn't matter who's the culprits in this particular environment, but extortion is prevalent on a daily basis with regarding to your crime. Then you've got different other threats that have a direct impact. And I would like to indicate to you that the top sentence read, Cape Town Police have taken in 17 people for questioning in connection with a spate of bus passenger robberies within the city of Cape Town. Now, this operational plan needs an intelligence approach. And by doing that is to gather information. Now, between us and GAPS, and if I'm talking about the city of Cape Town, the Metro Police, the traffic, the law enforcement, the investigation, we are sharing information on a daily basis. And that is early warning. If we picked up any early warnings from GAPS, or we as a city pick up any early warnings, or the South African Police pick up any early warnings, we start to communicate with each other. Doesn't matter if it's through phone communication, doesn't matter if it's through a WhatsApp, doesn't matter if it's through a mail, but we start and we're informing each other with regarding to early warnings. We alerts and notifications to all the different role players. We know exactly where that particular threat is going to be. We identified which areas that threat is going to be, and we alert the role players. Should it be the directorates within the city of Cape Town or any other services, we alert every single role player. And that is one of the recipes for success, is to start communicating with each other. Because if you are working in silos and you just communicate with yourself and your people the whole day, and you don't communicate with the role players, they are not going to know what's going out there. Then in any upcoming matters that we are communicating with each other, incident reporting on a daily basis, You need to do your crime analysis with regarding to the incidents, the day of the week, the place of the week, hotspots of the week, in order to make a product available to your role players that indicate to you which are the danger areas. Because the bus driver who's getting into that bus take responsibility for the passengers on that bus. And if I'm sending him into a war zone, then I'm sending a community into that war zone. And if we are not starting to communicate with each other and indicate to each other where the problems is, then we are not securing the lives of our people out there. Our proactive approach is to deploy our South African police services as well as our law enforcement officers on the buses, to be visible on the buses as part of our deployment. And that assisted us a lot to bring crime down. I have teams, I had a dedicated team from the law enforcement getting onto a bus stop, move up to a certain bus stop, getting off again, doing foot patrols, getting on the bus stop again, doing the different routes on a daily basis on the GAPS bus services. And that also give that assurance to the bus driver and to the passengers on the bus to ensure their safety. And it's also marketing for the company itself with regarding to their safety and security issues that they are listed, as well as for the city of Cape Town to market our law enforcement agencies, should it be Metro Police or traffic. When there was violence within the hotspot areas like Nyanga, Khayelitsha, Harare, Mfuleni, Kraaifontein, wherever even in the city of Cape Town, in Cape Town itself, we also dedicated traffic officers or Metro Police officers to escort the buses out of these danger zones and to get the passengers safely to a certain point. So that was our approach as part of the crime prevention initiative from the city of Cape Town. We are dealing also on a daily basis with incident management. Whenever there's an incident, if there's a driver that's operating from Cape Town to Nyanga or from Cape Town to Khayelitsha, and he pick up something is in the back of his bus, he start communicating immediately with the GAPS JOC center. The Joint Operational Center informed us immediately with regarding to our operational center. In terms of WhatsApp, we are communicating the whole time up until that particular bus are getting to a safe spot, or where any of our vehicles can link up with that particular bus en route in order to get him to a safe space. Our operational approach is integrated, it's autonomous, or it's jointly, where we will sit together and plan on a weekly basis. And it is not the city of Cape Town that sits alone there. It is Mr. Gershwin Adams from Golden Arrow forms part of our operational planning process. We are planning on a weekly basis. If there's, and all of you know about the taxi violence, last year in June, July, within the Western Cape, we sit together and plan on a weekly basis, specifically in the hotspot areas, how we can accommodate each other, how we can deploy our resources to Golden Arrow and to assist them. And then we also planned operations together. Should it be a tracing operations? And with the investment of cameras on the buses, and that contributed a lot to the investigation of certain cases in order to identify the modus operandi of that particular incident, how the robbers make use of robbing the commuters, what sort of modus operandi are they using. It gives you a profile of that particular robber, and if it gives you identification. And that is a bonus to the investigating officer at the end of the day, in order to help and to assist us with regarding to that cases. Invest in cameras with regarding to your buses, and it can assist you to get the perpetrators in jail. And I can tell you, most of these suspects or criminals are repeated offenders. It's not new ones. It's an organized crime group that operating on a daily basis. And as soon as you can get them behind bars, it will assist you. Maybe I just going to continue. That's back. Community, a part of Pillar 2 is also your community mobilization on your route, in your particular areas where you can mobilize your CPFs, your neighborhood watches, and all your different law enforcement agencies as auxiliary members to form part of that particular approach. You need to inform your community where the problems are. I've got a big problem with the South African police that are not making statistics available on a daily basis, because I'm a believer that you should inform your community on a daily basis. Where are the hotspots, where you need to take note of, and to secure yourself in that particular areas. With regarding to Pillar 3 is combat and reaction approach, specifically with public violence or crowd management. The public order police from the South African police, our own tactical response unit, will then make use of escorting the buses in those violent crime areas. The city of Cape Town, I think we are the front runner with regarding to the utilization of technology in terms of drones. We've got our ISR, our eye in the sky, our plane with a camera that we are utilizing during violent protests in order to deal with it. But there we sit together and we informed each other. That is also where we request from Golden Arrow to get a representative in our operational job. There we can direct, there we can guide, there we can communicate with each other which areas you need to send your drivers and direct your drivers, or from which area do you keep them away in order to safeguard the commuters. Pillar 4 is your investigation approach. As I indicated to you, there you need to work with the South African police as well as the NPA. And you need to make sure that you are using all your evidence that you gathered in terms of technology to get an evidence-based case and to make sure that there's a conviction at the end of the day, and to make sure that you're getting that particular suspect out of the environment. Pillar 5 is your communication. And there's, I must say, the communication strategy in terms of gaps are really good. If you listen to the media within the city of Cape Town or in the Western Cape, the different radio stations, the print media, the electronic media, gaps is prevalent in terms of safety and security issues. And they are always making the commuters aware. But they are also have partners. And the city of Cape Town, and 21, all of you know, Alderman J.P. Smith is very vocal with regarding to these issues in the media and how we're contributing. But you need to market yourself. You need to speak out to the community so that they are aware what you are doing, what are you putting in place, and how you are dealing with crime in this environment. And then lastly, your operational coordination. If you cannot coordinate together, if you are working in silos on a daily basis, it's going to get us nowhere. The transport industry within this country can only succeed if there's a proper safety and security plan in place by all the role players, and where all your role players sit around the table and they are involved. They know what is happening. They are informed about the problems. They are informed about the crime. They are informed about your plans. They know exactly how they can link up. And that is the way that we are currently coordinating it within the city. You need to utilize technology. In the city of Cape Town, we make use of our eye in the sky. We are making use of drones. We are making use of dash cams. Should it be on our major routes, the N1 or the N2 or the M5? We are making use of dash cams. We are making use of body cams on that buses. When that particular law enforcement officer get on that bus, he can give me a view in my job, what is happening on that bus, who's on that bus, and what incident happened on that bus can be screened immediately to our jocks, and that is how we are communicating with each other. Then that is part of our operational coordination and our planning with Golden Arrow on a weekly basis and with the other role players, and that is our operational room. I want to end off by saying, I can do things you cannot do. And you can do things that I cannot do. But together we can do things, great things together. And that is that it should not be a me and a you. It should be us. And to fight crime in this country. And one last thing I want to indicate that with the new Minister of Safety and Security, I think there's a turnaround within this city of Cape Town. There's a turnaround within the Western Cape. We just compiled or complete the memorandum of agreement where the Western Cape is being used by the National Minister of Safety and Security, where provincial government, local government, as well as the South African police sit together with all the different role players, putting a memorandum of agreement for the first time, a memorandum of agreement together and to ensure the safety and security, not only of the people out there, but also our commuters on our bus services. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Roberts, if you could please come back. Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. As you would have gathered, and just for the record, Commissioner Roberts has got 32 years of experience in the South African Police Services. At the time of ending his career, he was a Major General. And of course, he's now employed by the City of Cape Town as a Director on the 1st of August, 2015. Well done, Cape Town, Commissioner. Colleagues. Our next speaker is going to take us through the economic and political, or give us his view of the political and economic status of our country. Our speaker is Mr. Khaya Sithole, who is a chartered accountant, an academic and activist, a writer, and a radio host. He is also a graduate of UKZN and Oxford University. Khaya hosts a show called Power FM and provides political, economic commentary on various media outlets. He also writes for Business Day, Mail and Guardian, Fin24. Khaya is currently the Director of Regulatory Affairs at Corosa Consulting. Over to you, Khaya. Thank you.
I use this. Good afternoon to everyone. Oh, no, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Good afternoon to everyone. Guys, I know lunch is looming, but we need more energy than that. So thank you very much. My name is Khaya Sithole, and the one thing that I'm proud of is that I'm from the most beautiful province in the whole country, and that's the province of KZN. And those of you that do not know where that is, you can just get on a bus this afternoon. We'll take you there. It's a very scenic route. We've got the Midlands and everything else. So please do get on a bus and take a trip down there. So as it turns out, it is also a province that has probably had a very important influence on what we've seen in the country in the past few months. And obviously what we all have to reflect on is what an extraordinary year it has been, not only in South Africa, but across the globe. It is the 1 year in which the greatest number of human beings who live in places where democracy is practiced in one form or another have been invited to go to the ballot. And of course, South Africa was one of those countries. And when that did happen, there was what we had as a set of expectations and a set of, well, things that we anticipated. And then there was the hard reality that hit us all and surprised us all and will actually impact us for the next 5 years. So before that all happened, and my clicker is no longer clicking. Oh, there you go. So before all of that happened, there was a very interesting picture that someone published. And this was a picture of who was contesting, who was really speaking loud and what they all were promising to do to us. And when you look at all those parties, it was a matter of we all knew something was going to happen, but we didn't understand what the scale and what the impact might be. And interestingly, what you see there in the background is that it's supposed to be dominated by the South African green, but it turns out it was another green altogether that ended up dominating the entire conversation. And at the heart of it all was a simple question of why it all mattered. And the reason it matters is that this picture was published in Time magazine in our previous electoral cycle. And it is basically the problem statement of South Africa. It is a picture that captures every single dimension of what you may think is the problem or what you may not want to think is a problem, but it's all captured there. It is the inequality conundrum where we live in the eternal hope that those that are given the power to make decisions and those that have the capacity to influence decision-making will find a way of breaking that picture. And obviously, what we do know is that when you live in a democracy, the one instrument that we believe exists in order to be able to tackle these socioeconomic issues is obviously the participation in the electoral system itself and the ballot. So this is the problem statement of South Africa. So you have all these particular political parties saying that we can fix this, we can fix this, we can fix this. One party has said it for 30 years. They've obviously been at the front of the queue of trying to fix it. The evidence in front of us was telling us that it hadn't worked out. And the question was, had we reached a stage where enough citizens said, look, we don't think we can do this on your own. We want to do things differently. So that was the big question that we all had leading up to May 2024. So what we expected, so everybody is in this business of speculation, and those people that know economists know that economists are in this wonderful trade of never being held accountable for anything that they do, because all they say is that we speculated, and if it turns out that we're wrong, well, somebody did something else, so therefore we're not held accountable for anything. Economists have been doing this for over a century. We now have this new group of people who are also operating in that space of speculation, and they call themselves political analysts. And they sit there in front of your TV and then they make it sound like they've got deeper insights. They usually don't. They're just trying to put things together. So sometimes I've been accused of being one of those, but anyway. So they all had their particular anticipations where everybody says, look, based on what I've seen, based on what I've tracked, I think this is what might happen. So we knew that there was going to be a significant change at the top of the leaderboard, in the sense that there was going to be significant declines for the ANC. And the question was how big the declines were going to be and what the impact of those declines was going to be across the country. So the expectation was that KZN and Gauteng would essentially answer the questions that everybody had. So whichever way the electoral results in KZN and Gauteng went would influence the national direction. And the reason is very simple. They do represent two of the biggest provinces in terms of population size and in terms of the electorate. Now, the fact that an electorate exists in a province doesn't mean that they're going to vote, as we now know. So what we also thought is that, well, if it turns out that KZN and Gauteng do indeed swing the national conversation, then that would bring us into the question of what happens if no one is in charge of anything. And that's the question of the core governance that was going to emerge from there. What also became clear is that one of the most important pieces of legislation that had emerged in the past 6 to 7 years was the Transparency Act, which is the Political Party Funding Act. And what that act did is that for the first time, it told us exactly who's paying who. And before then, we just could see that people were spending money on F&B stadiums and, you know, all these rallies, but we didn't know where the money was coming from. So in this time, we could actually see who's funding who, and we could see that those that had previously been funding parties covertly now either had to decide whether they still wanted to fund political parties and live with the scrutiny that came with it, or they simply set out the process altogether. A lot of them did sit out the process because if you think of how other parties have been better resourced in previous elections and suddenly were not resourced, it simply means that their donor base stayed away. But there was an introduction of new players, and usually diversity is to be welcome, diversity is to be embraced. Except in particular political systems where diversity tends to dilute the conversation, and voters then argue that there were so many voices who were confused, they didn't know who to vote for. I particularly remember that when I went to vote, the ballot box on national, I think it had 52 different political parties, and one that fascinated me the most was the Organic Humanity Movement of South Africa. Never heard of them until I got to the ballot box, and then obviously I had to decide whether I could vote for them or not. But what was interesting about all of that is that with that diversity came the big risk that many people would say, I simply didn't know what to choose. I couldn't figure out what the difference was between the parties. So that's the trade-off that one has. You want greater diversity, but with that comes the risk that voters may say, actually, I didn't know enough. And obviously, if you had a better political education system that could have been addressed, and we still don't have the most mature political education system that enables people to know that the difference between these three parties in relation to that dimension is X, Y, Z, so therefore that's what I'm going to do or not do. So that's an ongoing problem. We also remember on the 16th of December last year that there was probably one of the most unexpected press conferences, and I think the second most unexpected press conference happened about an hour ago, that none of you saw coming, about the defection of the deputy president of the EFF. But before then, on the 16th of December, it was Mr. Zuma showing up and saying, I've decided to do things differently. I am not abandoning what you guys know me for, but I'm going to do things differently. I'm going to vote in a different way. So the disruptive role of the MK party was something that a lot of people obviously tried to figure out, and it was very difficult to know how big their role was going to be in the election. What was the big concern is that if it turned out that everybody's speculation was closer to reality than usually the case when economists are involved, then there was definitely going to be a consequential impact on the entire governance system of the country. So that was what we expected before 29 May. That was the anticipation. What was also quite interesting is this rumor that started going around where they say that 2024 is our 1994. So everyone was like, this is our 1994 moment. Obviously, except for you guys for whom 1994 really was a moment. So for those of us that were not there in 1994, we're like, this is the thing. So this was the thing that people kept saying. And I looked at it and then I said, no, actually, it is not a 1994 moment. And everyone's like, oh, why is it not a 1994 moment? I was like, well, firstly, the calendar says it isn't. But more importantly, there's a big difference between 1994 and 2024. And the main difference is the simple question of what the election meant to the voters. So what you had in 1994 was a singular realization, or maybe it was a universal consensus, that the ballot box is a single, indisputable instrument for facilitating change. So no one disputed that. So everyone knew what the impact of them voting in 1994 was going to be. Now, over the years, you've seen a decline in participation. So voter turnout is down, voter registration is down. So the reality is that less people are taking this thing seriously than they used to do in 1994. So then somebody asked me the question of why is that the case? And then I said, well, it's actually a question of the currency of the ballot box. So what the currency of the ballot box means is that it should be an instrument that people can indisputably say, the only way I can change that particular thing that I don't like is if I show up and I vote. So people have to feel that there's a linearity between participation and outcomes and consequences. But what has happened in South Africa since 1994 is that the currency of the ballot has been gradually diluted. So I'll give you a couple of examples. The first one relates to service delivery protests. And service delivery protests are basically an accumulation of anxieties that happen at social and micro level. And then somebody says, look, we need this thing to be done differently. And then obviously it erupts. So what you're seeing here with service delivery protests is that there's always at least one happening every single day in the country. So there's always some element of agitation out there. What tends to be the problem is that those that we pay attention to are the ones that have the visibility and the proximity dividend. And what that means is that if I go right now and I submit a petition to the city of Johannesburg and I say, I don't like the fact that the mayor has got 10 cars and I don't have one, that petition will be in somebody's in tray, and that will be the end of it. If I decide to go on the same day and say, look, there are 10 cars that you guys have lined up here and you say they all are for the transportation of the mayor, and I decide to burn all of them, I'm going to win the visibility conversation because everybody will be like, yo, he had a problem with that and that's what he did with it. So that's the visibility conundrum. The second one is what we call the proximity issue, in that there are many places or there are many communities where serious issues get ventilated every single day, but no one pays attention because they're basically invisible communities. So if you think of rural communities and communities in places where there is no media presence, people can be on strike right now, people can be, complaining about something and we won't know about it. So what you then saw is that over many years, people felt that actually the traditional instruments or the traditional structures that have been told are the way in which to get a response are not working out. So people now know that if you want to get a reaction from your particular community leaders or your political leaders, your chances are better if you go and block a highway, because once there's a disruption, everybody pays attention. If you submit a petition or if you write a letter, no one pays attention. So what we've done is that because we've validated that idea that you need to be as disruptive as possible in order to be taken seriously, people have started seeing that as an alternative way of getting a response from the state in one way or another. So the three examples that you see then is that in 2016, we had the local government elections, and since 1995, we've had a structure called the Municipal Demarcation Board. It's a very fancy term. But basically what they do is that they take the map of the country at some point in time, and then they look at it, and then they're like, I don't like that line. So then they decide where the boundaries of the country are going to be, and obviously the boundaries determine wards, and that determines the whole electoral system. So in 2016, they go to this particular community in the Limpopo, and then they say, look, we've decided to redemarcate, so therefore the new boundary lines are here. So it means that you used to belong to that municipality yesterday, you now belong to the other one. So that's how the demarcation process works. And how it's supposed to work is that they're supposed to consult people. They're not supposed to surprise you and say, hey, you live in Gauteng now, you're in the Northwest yesterday. It's not supposed to be that surprising. It's supposed to be consultative in nature. But what we know is that the consultations tend to be very superficial. So they consulted, so they said they consulted, and the community said, no, we don't want to be moved. We've heard about how corrupt they are on the other side, so therefore we don't want to be there, we want to stay here. And in spite of all of that, the MDB still said, no, you guys are moving. And this is a place called Vuwani. And the people kept saying, no, we don't want to be moved. And the MDB said, well, we kind of moving you, and therefore you now have to live with it. So what they then did is that they did what any reasonable set of people are going to do. They said, well, what will get these people to listen to us? So they started burning one school. Do you guys know what happened when they burnt one school? No one paid attention. Do you know what happened after they burnt 5 schools? No one paid attention. It was after 33 schools had been burnt where suddenly the country said, we think we have a problem. And not only did the country say we think we have a problem, the country finally responded to what they'd said. They're like, okay, cool, now we're listening to you. In 2018, the president of the Republic of South Africa, he came into power on Valentine's Day, which is obviously very good for those of you that celebrate Valentine's Day. And then he went on a trip. His first international trip was to the United Kingdom. And as he goes there, there was an internal civil war within the ANC. They tend to have a lot of these. And this one was in the Northwest. So members of the ANC of one faction decided they didn't like the other guy. So therefore they're saying, we need new leadership. And then they kept submitting petitions and sending emails and writing letters to Luthuli House. And after, I think, about 7 months, they just were not getting anything from Luthuli House. So what they then did is that they said, look, if Luthuli House is not going to listen to us, we are going to go and burn public infrastructure. So they decided to burn a couple of buildings. And guess what happened? It isn't the fact that the ANC paid attention. It is the fact that the president then makes an announcement to say, look, guys, I'm coming back home early. I need to go and solve the ANC problem in the Northwest. And that was a remarkably disastrous thing to say. Because after all these years, when you have the president of the country saying that, look, if you guys want to get my attention, if you want to get a political reaction, your best chances lie in you destroying public infrastructure and public resources. You validated the idea that traditional consultation systems do not work, but violent manifestation of anxieties are the way to go. So it cannot be surprising that 3 years later, when people say, we've got a problem with what we think is a political ambush on our favorite leader, and everyone says, but, well, the court said so. Then the people say, actually, we live in a country where if the political system doesn't respond, burn something, and somebody's going to pay attention. So that's how July 2021 happened. So the reason this all matters is that when somebody says this is a 1994 moment, I said, hell no, it isn't. In 1994, South African citizens felt that the ballot had resonance, it had currency. In South Africa these days, people say, it doesn't matter who I vote for. If I need a particular reaction, there's different ways of getting that reaction. And some of them tend to be violent, and guess what? It is the violent ones that we tend to respond to as a country. So that's a problem statement, and that's why 1994 and 2024 should not have been compared. And as it turned out, sometimes I hate to be right, did you see what the turnout was? It was the lowest you've seen, because I've said people know that the voting system is no longer the way they get reactions. So that's what explains the poor turnout in the country. The other interesting question was, what the hell was 29 May all about? For those of you that woke up and voted. So theoretically, it's simply a question of we're trying to find our new leaders for the next 5 years. So we were voting for one National Assembly, which has 400 seats. And as soon as you've done that, then you get the National Council of Provinces, and that's where the 9 provincial legislatures come from. So it was a general election, a national election. So those first 3 bullet points are important. But as it turned out, I kept saying that, well, it is the first election where the top 3 bullet points have a material and an indirect and an indisputable impact on the other bullet points. Because the 257 municipalities represent the subnational government structure, which is obviously where all the municipalities are. So we've got 257, it's way too many. So it's 205 at local, 44 district, and 8 metros. So what I argued was that, look, whatever happens at national level is going to have a direct impact on what happens in this 257. Because obviously in this 257, there are particular alliances, there are particular coalitions, there are particular arrangements. Now those arrangements will now be subject to what the national arrangement is going to be. So if it turns out that in this particular city or in this province, I've been in bed with her, and then it turns out that at national level, she decides to go in bed with you, I'd be like, my bed is cold, so therefore let us change the way these arrangements are. So that was obviously the inevitable outcome of that. But a lot of people still felt that, well, we've got a new problem, this problem of coalitions that are chaotic in nature. And we don't want coalitions, so therefore that's a big problem statement. The strange thing, the remarkably strange thing, is that South Africa's political system is actually laden with coalitions. So what I then did is that I said, well, let us look at this problem. Everybody says that we don't want coalitions. I can tell you that you've been living with them for the past 25 years. So this is a map of what actually happens at local government level. So you've seen, you've got one National Assembly, you've got 9 provincial legislatures, and you've got 257 of these things. So the 257 is kind of bigger than 1 and 9 put together. So as it turns out, this idea of coalitions and hung councils is something that is embedded into the way we do our political system. So in 2021, at the last big local government elections, you actually had 80 of the 257 initially being hung. That number has now moved to 86, and a part of that is thanks to my people in KZN, because it turns out in KZN, if you really don't like your political opponents, if you really don't like them, just find a way to remove them. So what has happened is that the political assassinations have escalated. So we're now sitting at 86 out of those being hung. So if 86 out of 257, that's a third of your entire governance system already being subject to coalitions. Why are you getting hysterical about them now? You've had them for 25 years. Then there's an answer. The answer is actually in the slide. The answer is that up until you got to 2021, all of that was happening at the 205 and at the 44. None of that was happening at the 8 metros. So 2016 is the first time where the metros are now subject to this. Why does it matter? Well, the budgets of those 8 metros are a multiple of the combined budgets of the other 205 and 44. So that's where the resources lie. So when suddenly people realize that, wait, actually, even at the metro where the resources are, we need to be able to work together and work differently, suddenly you see the chaos. And the sum of the chaos is actually to be found in the design of the system. So yet again, KZN is an outlier here. So of the 8 metros that you have in the country, we've got 7 versus 1. And what 7 means is that 7 of the metros are governed in a particular way, and eThekwini is governed in a different way, and that's Durban. And the reason Durban is governed in a different way is that since 1994, this country has been trying and working at all ways in which it can to avoid pissing off the IFP. So what happens is that when we put together these metro structures, everybody says, well, this is the model it's going to be. If you are the mayor, you are going to come in with your 10 MMCs. So it's a winner takes all. I'm the mayor, I've got 10 people that I like, so therefore they're coming in, which means that whoever was there yesterday, you are out, exit. So that's the one way in which the 7 metros are run. What happened in KZN is that at the point in time when the IFP was gradually losing power and the ANC was rising, they're like, you You don't want to piss off the IFP by telling them to, to footsec all at once. So the model that we have in KZN is that it says that if in this particular election, you won 30% of the seats, you're going to get 3 of the 10 MMCs. So it's always been a collaborative governance arrangement in eThekwini, which is why in eThekwini, you don't get 8 mayors in 6 years. That's the only difference that you have there. So in these other ones, because everybody says, I'm coming in as a mayor, I've got 10 people that I'm coming with, so therefore your 10 people must move. That's not what the problem is. These 10 individuals then essentially become the political leaders of what we call municipal agencies. So in the city of Johannesburg, for example, if I come in and I'm the MMC for housing, it means that all the housing agencies, whether it's JOSHCO, JHDA, whatever the case might be, they now belong to me. I get to decide how they must be run. So you've got the mayor, you've got the 10 MMCs. The 10 MMCs then say, well, I am responsible for this particular municipal agency, so therefore I must decide who's on the board of directors of that agency. And once the board of directors is there, they must figure out whether they're willing to work with whichever functionaries and bureaucrats are there. So the moment someone says there's going to be a motion of no confidence in a mayor, everybody says the system must freeze. Because obviously, if this mayor goes, I'm the MMC, I'm going to get fired. The people that I put on the board, they'll be fired the day after. And the people that they appointed to do things, they're probably going to get fired. So everything just comes to a freeze. And that's the only problem that you have with these 7 metros. Everybody just goes into chill mode until they know who's going to be in charge. Now, when you see how frequent those changes have been, you can imagine what the consequences have been for service delivery in the city of Johannesburg. But you don't have to imagine it, just drive around. You can see the consequences of that. So that's the problem that we have in the South African context. So what had happened before then is that people had said, look, we've got a problem with the system. And I could say, well, one answer is to simply say, get everybody to adopt the Durban system. Usually it's difficult to recommend that everybody must adapt KZN politics because, we are not famous for being the political leaders. But anyway, that's just the way things are. So that's the one way in which things could be done. So what then happened on the 29th of May? Even I didn't see it coming. Did any of you see it coming? The green force, the green avalanche, the green inferno. So the MK won the elections. Everybody lost. The MK won, Everybody was down. Everybody thought they were going to do things. They just didn't get them. So the decline of the ANC was much steeper than what we thought. And obviously, what that also forced us to confront was the simple question of what made the MK party very popular. And as it turns out, and apparently we're not supposed to say these things, but in KZN, we tend to engage with politics quite differently. I think we tend to be very beholden to the idea of, figureheads and personalities. We have a sense of deference, whether it's around tribalistic lines, whatever the case may be, that is different across other parts of the country. That's just the way it is. And that obviously translates to some parts of the MK party's influence. Nevertheless, as soon as people saw that, everyone started panicking to say, wait a minute, what happens now? Who's in charge of what? And then everybody started putting together permutations to say, if these ones going to bed with these ones, it'll mean that there'll be breakfast tomorrow. Or if these ones go to bed with these ones, it means the children won't be able to go partying the day. Those types of permutations. So everybody was confused and everyone was trying to speculate about what needed to be done. And obviously, the president then took the view that, well, actually, everybody is equally problematic. So he decided to become an equal opportunity embracer. He said, everybody is welcome. He became an Oprah. He's like, you want to be in government? Wazan. And then once everybody's like, we all want to be in government, he's like, oh, actually, now that it looks like there's too many of us. So then he created more positions and everyone's just like, everyone's in charge of something now, except those that refuse to engage with him. So essentially, that's what we've seen. And now the problem statement is, so what happens next? Can these people even work together? What does it look like for the next 5 years? So obviously, the president thinks he can get it done. So he's put together all of these particular, governance structures, and we hope that it works. So what then needs to happen is that they need to find consensus amongst themselves. The problem that we have is that you've got all these parties with completely different and sometimes irreconcilable policy positions that now have to pretend that they're in the same government. And some of those policy positions were so divergent, they were kind of suing the government before 29 May. So you're suing the government before May, and now you're part of this government. You're like, oh, am I still suing them or not? It was the most awkward thing. So even this week, Leon Schreiber found himself in that particular position. So in relation to the Political Party Funding Act, there's obviously been litigation, and that litigation started before the 29th of May. And in the litigation, Home Affairs, because it was run by an ANC minister, said we're opposing. The DA, because they didn't want the transparency, said we're opposing. And everybody was on the same side. And then 2 days ago, when it goes to court, Leon says, I'm now the Minister of Home Affairs. As Home Affairs were withdrawing, we're no longer opposing this. They're like, okay, cool, that's fine. But the DA, which is your party, it still says they're opposing. So, but Hanan. So it's that confusing. But anyway, that's what we're seeing here. It's going to be difficult to find the consensus. And obviously, because there was not a reconciliation of policy positions beforehand, it's going to be a big chaos for the next 5 years. So people have to work with what they have, right? And then the next question was, these ideological divides and historical scars have to somehow be healed to form a particular union. Whether it can be done, I do not know. And everybody's wondering, is it all too fragile to last? Look, there's always a possibility that it could all just collapse overnight. And I think one of the biggest risks to it all is this thing that journalists tend to do of giving a microphone to a lady from the Cape. It doesn't help anyone, doesn't help anyone. The more Helen speaks, the more alienating she becomes, and that's the reality of where these things are. But is there any particular upside to this thing, this alchemy of unity? Some people have said the name is irrelevant. In fact, the SABC is being sued because the MK party says that you may not use the name of Government of National Unity. It's all very strange litigation, but that's what happens in this country. So there are particular upsides. I can tell you this. The first upside is that for 30 years, there was an open corridor. So if you see where I'm standing now, there's a door there. Guys, there is a door, right? And unfortunately, there are a lot of tables here. So if I wanted to get to the door, I have to sort of climb on top of these tables, which I won't do. For 30 years, the ANC has had access to the door. They've had an open corridor policy in terms of lawmaking and policymaking. What this means is that if you're a party that has 69% of the votes in the National Assembly, which is what they had under Thabo Mbeki, or even 58% under Cyril Ramaphosa, if you kind of feel like there should be a holiday tomorrow and you're the ANC, there will be a holiday tomorrow. The Constitution can say you must speak to them, you must consult her, you must check the weather patterns, you must check the calendar. It says all of these things. But at the end of the day, if you're a 60% party and you want a holiday tomorrow, there will be a holiday tomorrow. So that's been the case because the structures that have to get you, have to interrogate why you want a holiday. It will be the portfolio committee on calendars and holidays, if there was such a committee. And guess who runs it? It will be the ANC. Who will be voting in it will be the ANC. So that committee will say yes. The committee after that will say yes. So you kind of know what the answer is going to be. And then thereafter, the law says that once you've done this in the National Assembly, you must then go and ask the provinces if they agree. But provinces actually aren't allowed to apply their minds. It's a very weird thing. The National Council of Provinces works in block form. So it'll say that that's the KZN table. You guys like being called the KZN table? Okay, cool. That's the KZN table. And this is the Western Cape table. So how the National Council of Provinces works is that it will say, there's are the 10 people from KZN, and these are the 10 people from the Western Cape. But from those 10 people, we don't really care that they've got 10 minds. They don't have 10 minds. They have one mind. And the question is, in KZN, who's in charge of parliament? Is it the ANC? If it is, then all 10 of you will do whatever the ANC tells you. You guys are from the Western Cape. Then your vote is a single vote that says whatever the DA told you to do. So in the National Council of Provinces, there's 90 delegates, but essentially there are 9 delegates because everybody represents a provincial voice. And that provincial voice is obviously determined by whatever political party is in charge there. So what does that mean? Once a bill leaves the National Assembly, it goes to the National Council of Provinces, and the ANC controls 8 out of the 9 provinces. Who cares what anyone thinks? The ANC is going to get its way. So that's what the open corridor has been for the past 30 years. The upside now is that now that you've got all of these new accountability structures where the committees are much more blended and are much more diverse, it means that there's no guarantee that the guy who said, I want a holiday tomorrow, is going to get the holiday tomorrow. Because it may well turn out that this committee of calendars, you see, all 3 of them, none of them are ANC actually. It turns out that the leader of this calendar committee, the portfolio chair, is not an ANC person, and he doesn't believe in holidays on Fridays. So this committee can block it. So that's the difference that you're going to see here. So we're thinking there's going to be more accountability, and that obviously means that there'll be better interrogation of the policies and some of the things that we're looking at. If that is the thing that happens, there will be one upside. The last thing that I can say is that there are some interventions that used to get blocked. So before the elections, Gwarube, who's now the Minister of Basic Education, another problem because now she won't champion this bill, she had said that we cannot have a system where everybody wakes up and says, I don't like the mayor, there's a motion of no confidence and everything collapses. So she says there must be particular thresholds for when these motions of no confidence must be tabled. And then the ANC was like, but you're a DA, so we're going to kill the bill. So now that everybody now realizes that there's a new problem that has to be fixed, that is the type of bill that you're going to see being revived. And obviously the ANC is going to rebrand it and call its own, but those of us that have been tracking it will know exactly where the bill originated from. So that's what we expect to see, a better system of accountability. And with a better system of accountability, we're hoping that we grow into a system that isn't as paralyzed as what we saw before. We go into a system where people understand that if you piss off the voters, they're going to remove you, because for a long time, that wasn't an idea. So if the voters are going to remove you, people are going to actually do things right. And we're hoping that that is the upside of what you guys did, because it is what you guys did on the 29th of May. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaya. President. Okay, our last topic before lunch is the turnaround of the coach sector. As you know, the tourism sector was probably the hardest hit sector during the COVID-19 pandemic, with many businesses such as tour and coach operators, amongst others, that sadly had to permanently close their doors. Mr. Senzo Nkala, Director of Integrated Policy and Sector Planning from the National Department of Tourism, will now present on the planned strategies to turn around the sector.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Greetings to leadership of SABOA, the guests, and all industry associations. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give us space to share our tourism insights, and also provide that opportunity for colleagues to explore the opportunities that they can look at in the tourism sector. I'm just going to run through the presentation so that I don't become a barrier to lunch. And of course, I was requested to come and engage the sector on strategies, and developments in the sector. These are the areas that one is going to cover in the presentation. And the first point of call is that we always try and define what we're talking about when we're talking about tourism, but also when we're talking about tourists, so that we can be able to to ensure that we understand this phenomenon, but at the same time also be able to encourage our visitors to stay more longer, contribute to our to our economy. When we're talking about tourism, we're talking about a social and cultural and economic phenomenon, which entails a movement of people to countries or places which are outside their usual environment for personal, business, and professional purposes. And then when we're referring to a visitor, is any person who's taking a trip to a main destination. Again, the emphasis is that outside his or her usual environment for less than a year for any main purpose other than to be employed by a resident entity in the country visited. And then a tourist is a visitor who stays at least one night in a place visited. These definitions are important, especially when we're capturing the economic contribution of tourism in the country, and also distinguishing between people who are crossing, our borders and tourists. And the tourism value chain is a sequence of the primary and support activities which are strategically fundamental for the performance of the tourism sector. And SABOA is one of our critical, players in the tourism value chain. And then in terms of tour operator business, this is a business that typically combines and organizes accommodation, meals, sightseeing, and transportation component. And then when we're talking of a tour operator, is a person or a company that thinks up, the ideas, they conceptualize the holidays, they research, these holidays, they design these holiday itineraries, and then contracts the services that are needed for the holiday accommodation, transport, guides, the tour leaders, or resorts representatives, and then markets these packages. They sell these packages either directly, to consumers, or they do it through travel agents. And then, of course, travel agents, they offer the consumer, a range of these holiday packages that have been put together. These two players, the tour operators and travel agents, are vitally important, for the survival of the tourism sector, but also people who are operating businesses. If you want your business to thrive, you definitely have to form, close, relationship with tour operators because they understand the market and how it works. Here, I thought I should just showcase our structure from the public sector side, how we are governed. We have your MECs. I mean, you have your MINMEC, where the minister sits with MECs, and at the provincial level, you have the MEC forums because tourism is a concurrent function. The national department has a responsibility, the provincial department has a responsibility, but also municipalities, they have the responsibility for tourism. And then from the private sector side, and this is how, the structure is outlined. We engage mostly with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, which is the umbrella, body. But of course, we also do engage directly with individual tourism associations, such as your SATA. And of course, you can see SABOA there on the left, the second from the bottom. It is one of those important, tourism industry association. Why do we always, underline the importance of tourism? And tourism has been identified firstly as one of the key economic sectors in our country by various government plans, economic policies, but also globally. A lot of countries have identified this sector as important because of its potential to change the fortunes of local economies. It has also been identified as a critical sector which contributes to our economic recovery, since we know that in 2020 we had a serious challenge of COVID-19, and it also impacts the gross domestic product, the GDP. You will see later in the slide how impactful tourism is to our GDP. It also has a multiplier effect and stimulates other sectors of the economy. And the insights from our colleagues who are doing tourism investment facilitation, and will tell you that if you look at Sun City consume about 2 million eggs a year, and that's agriculture. And they will tell you that around 2018, 2019, the travel rental companies consumed about 12% of the vehicles which are produced by manufacturing. That's a stimulation of the manufacturing sector. So it has that ability to stimulate other economic sectors, and of course it supports low income countries, and it enables young people and women to break into the work environment, and it employs many people. So when you see young people walking out of the villages, whether it is along the Drakensberg or it is, communities along Mohwase going to Sun City and so on. That's the impact of the tourism sector. And we're saying that it is more than its sun, sand, and sea stereotype. It has more value to our economy. There are 5, important areas that we consider when we try and build the business case for tourism. And these are the 5 areas that destinations need to consider, to ensure that destination becomes competitive. And the destination that, focuses on these, they always thrive. The first issue, we call them the 5 A's of tourism. It is the issue of access. Our potential visitors must be able, to have ease of access into our destination, whether it is, transport in terms of airlift, whether it is ground transport in terms of, buses and individual vehicles. That's vitally important. They must also have a place, to stay. That's why, accommodation becomes important. Amenities, are critical because they don't just come here to stay, but they must also, engage in some of the activities. And of course, it's important for us to continuously, create that awareness so that our destination is always on top of mind when it comes to visitors. And of course, attractions, they visit, different attractions when they come into our country, whether it is, safari, whether it is cultural activities and so on. So these are the 5 crucial, A's of tourism. And one A there relates, to this forum, which is the issue of access. Of course, here we're just trying to showcase the tourism value chain and how the tourism sector impact, other sectors of the economy. Hence, they are saying it has multiplier effect. There's transportation there, there's accommodation there, there's food and beverage, which gets impacted by the sector. There's the handcrafts where you'll find a lot of SMMEs and the list continues. When we are also building this case of tourism, we always, appreciate the importance of transport, to our sector. Tourism cannot survive, without transport, just as transport, can really struggle without, a tourism activity. That's why we're saying transport is an essential element of a tourist product in various ways, in that it is a means to reach the destination. It is a necessary means of movement within the destination, but in some instances, it is the actual tourism attractions. We've seen some of the infrastructure that is built in different countries where you have iconic bridges where people will do bungee jumping and so on. That's a case of a tourism, of a transport infrastructure becoming, an attraction on its own. And when we're looking at how these, 2 sectors, tourism and transport, support each other and reinforces each other, you can see in the figures when the tourism satellite account, is being generated. More than 88% of air transport was consumed by visitors in South Africa. If you look at it from 2016 up until 2018, I'm sure with the latest figures, it is going to be the same. But when it comes to land transport, more than between 30 and 36% of road transport was consumed by visitors in the same period. This just illustrates a mutual beneficial relationship between tourism and transport. And this is our national tourism strategy. We just focus on 5, areas: the facilitating ease of access. We must ensure, an enhanced visitor experience, manage the destination, properly. Of course, when we're developing this sector, it must not just grow, for its own sake. It must lift also the previous disadvantage, hence the emphasis on the broad-based benefits and effective marketing. These are the 5 pillars that are guiding us when we're doing the work in terms of tourism. And there's so much emphasis on this area of facilitating ease of access because it's one of the critical elements that can assist us in our sector thriving. So the NTSS identified the importance of removing barriers, that limit the ability of our tourists to visit the country. We must ensure seamless travel. There must be integration of all modes of transport, which are an essential enabler of tourism as they link visitors with products. I was encouraged in the morning when I was hearing even about integrated payment system I think we're moving into the right direction. And of course, we must continuously create a conducive environment for emerging tourism businesses so that we ensure that they also participate in the economy. Where do we focus, as a country? From time to time, our agency, South African Tourism, will look at the markets that we're going to focus on. And these are our priority markets. We focus on the 8 Africa land markets, and they are listed there: Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique. These are our neighboring countries in SADC, and they form the bulk of our international arrivals. And then, of course, the 2 Africa air markets, the ones that are a bit far, which is Nigeria and Kenya, and the 3 American markets, which is Canada, USA, and Brazil, and the 7 Europe markets, and of course the countries from the Asia and Middle East, which is Australia, Japan, China, and India. Those are our markets that we focus on. This is where South African tourism spend a lot of our marketing budget on. And this slide becomes important, especially if you look at the Africa land markets, because this is where I think SABOA, services a lot of our tourists through, the coach industry. Of course, we've went through a difficult period of COVID-19. The sector came together and they came up with the tourism recovery plan, which identified, main strategic pillars of intervention to ensure that we recover. As a country, I'm not going to go through them. They also identified the importance of forming partnerships, with relevant departments that have an impact on us, be it, the Home Affairs, be it transport. These are the players that are important, for our own growth. And in terms of interventions, so there were a lot of interventions that were there: fiscal interventions, non-fiscal, interventions, and so on. This has then led us to seeing some sort of recovery. But in terms of international arrivals, we're not yet there. When we're looking at the annual figures last year, we were 17% less than what we were in 2019. So in 2019, we had 10.2 million international arrivals. But in 2023, when we looked at it, we reached 8.4 million, which was a significant, improvement. But of course, we're not yet there. We hope that as we're going towards the end of the year and our high season, is approaching, we will be able to hit the target sooner. And in terms of the number of people employed in our sector, in 2019, we were at 777,688. And we almost hit the target in 2022 because the sector has recovered. We had 733,385, which is 94% of the people that were employed in 2019. This definitely seems to be, a promising development. And of course, this is our highlight. In 2019, and this talks to the economic contribution of tourism to the country's fiscus. We were contributing 208 billion rands in 2019, and that has been surpassed. If you look at the 2022 annual figures, Stats SA indicated that the tourism sector contributed 234 billion rands, and which is, a magnificent achievement. And we appreciate the contribution of all, the industry players in this regard. Similarly, when we're looking at domestic tourism, the domestic tourism expenditure has also, fully recovered. We're contributing around 334 billion in 2019, and by 2022, we're at 435 billion. I think this is not surprising. If you recall, when the international borders were locked down, but we started, opening up, the borders, domestically, the domestic tourism became the pillar, for the tourism economy. And this also underlines the importance of domestic, tourism to the South African economy. And even now, in the policy review process, there's a predominant argument now that domestic tourism should be our bread and butter. Of course, international tourism is still important because it supplements a contribution to the economy. it brings that, direct external, cash injection. But domestic tourism is vitally important. And again, this just demonstrates the significant, contribution of this sector. The tourism sector employed more people than mining and industrial utilities in 2022, and it had a GDP contribution which is larger than construction, agriculture, and utilities. If you look at it, it was 4.7, and when you look at the mining, the contribution was at 2.7. That's what Statistics South Africa is telling us when they are looking at now the industrial, classification and the contribution of each sector. And again, in terms of contribution, it was 3.5% to the GDP of the country, which is great. Again, when they were looking at now the overall people who are employed in the economy, Stats SA says that 1 in 21 people are employed. 1 in 21 people employed, they work in the tourism sector. So for each 21, people, there's 1 person who works in the tourism sector. That's how significant this sector, is to our economy. And the minister went through a process of developing a tourism sector master plan, and it was extended up until 2026 because we have not fully recovered. The master plans were generated, to ensure that we assist the individual sectors of the economy to full recovery. So this one was extended again to 2026 to ensure that as a sector we fully recover. And these are the priority areas that we're focusing on: protecting and rejuvenating supply, where government is investing in infrastructure, maintenance and so on, especially, your national parks and so on, to ensure that whilst we recover and our assets, are still in good condition. Of course, focusing on reigniting demand and the area of strengthening the enabling capacity. And partnerships, again, has been identified as important. These are the structures, Chair, that has been, established to ensure that the sector, comes together to monitor the implementation of the tourism sector master plan. The top structure is chaired by the minister, who provides, oversight. The second structure is chaired by the Director General of Tourism, together with the CEO of Tourism Business Council of South Africa. That's where a lot of CEOs sit, to also look at how we can assist the sector, to recover. And the lower structure, this is where, Chair, also the CEOs of individual associations also come to participate. We call them the Working and Industry Reference Group, and we encourage, individual industry associations to fully participate in this, because that's where we also call individual departments to come and account, hold each other accountable, whether it is Home Affairs, they will come and give us an update on how they are dealing with issues of visa, the visa backlogs and so on. And on the transport side, they will come and tell us in terms of how they are handling the issues of tour operators and how they are getting resolved with the assistance of Operation Vulindlela and from the presidency. And in terms of opportunities, this is my last slide, Chair. The department provides, a number of opportunities, although we focus on creating an enabling environment, for tourism to thrive. But we also try, to ensure that we also provide those opportunities for small and medium enterprises, to benefit in the sector. And I suppose the SMMEs in this industry, SABOA, can also look at these opportunities. We have a tourism incentive program which provides, a lot of support for SMMEs. We have the market access program where we take, small businesses to various international platforms, whether it's ITP Berlin, whether it's IMEX in Germany, and into various, continents. And we have taken, I think, 1,000 since this program was introduced. And I must say, the operators in the sector from Western Cape, Gauteng, and to a particular extent, KZN have been dominating this area of incentives, and we're encouraging, other provinces to take, advantage of the opportunity, especially the Northern Cape. We rarely find the applications from Northern Cape. We have decided that we need to look at how we can popularize, this area of market access. We also do provide tourism transformation fund. This one up to a maximum of 5 million. And we also do provide the tourism equity fund. This one recently came on board. This one also assists with capital acquisition. If maybe you have a business which predominantly services, tourists, it could be a coach, operator predominantly servicing tourists. You could also explore this, especially if you want to expand, your vehicle assets. These are the opportunities that can be explored. And of course, we added the two because we thought that in as much as we're talking to the bus operators, some bus operators, they also, they employ, people, but also they also run, some tourism establishments. So the green incentives is what we also provide, where we assist with retrofitting, especially in the current context where we had serious energy challenges, where we've been able to retrofit some of the establishment where they were able to run, without electricity, especially when it is born. And a lot of businesses have given us feedback that this has definitely assisted them to stay afloat, especially during the hardest times of load shedding. And of course, capacity building, where we have various skills training program. And the one which I believe maybe relates to this conference is the one on, the training on tour guides. We train tour guides even on foreign languages. These are the opportunities that can also be explored. And lastly, Chair, we are currently finalizing the tourism white paper on the development and promotion of tourism. We've looked at various policy proposals. We've consulted, across the sector. So there are new things that are coming up, including the aspect of addressing these technological, challenges that are emerging, especially in the accommodation sector, to ensure that there is fair, trading for all, those that are involved. And we continue to collaborate in attending to issues of tour operators, and the presidency here has intervened, brought together all these relevant departments to see how we can provide ease of access and for tourism to thrive. Thank you so much, Chair. These are the details.
Thank you, Senzo. Colleagues, before we take the lunch break, let me firstly remind you of the two competitions, which is the simulator competition and the bus operation and driver training competition. We want to acknowledge and extend a special thanks to Scania for sponsoring our lunch, and we will make an appeal to you to please visit the makeup stand, which is right on the far corner. At least say thanks for the lunch if you go and visit them. Yes. So we will now break for lunch, and we're going to take instead of having a 45-minute break, we will return at 2:30 to continue with the rest of the program. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're still having a few discussions and also maybe something to eat, but I think we have to begin. We don't want to end up too late this afternoon. There are many people that have transport arrangements flying out, so we don't want to be too late. So let's begin the afternoon session. I'm Jackie Walters. Was a strategic advisor of SABOA, and I'm your program director this afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. Our first speaker this afternoon is on a very interesting topic. You know, we have 4 different types of contracts in South Africa. Tenant contracts, negotiated contracts, and then it could be either gross or net contracts. So if you look at the BRT systems, those are negotiated gross cost contracts. And the last year in the Gauteng province, they concluded net cost contracts negotiated. So they concluded last year in Gauteng, June last year, and operators were then hopeful that we would have subcontractors in place by the end of the year, I think it was originally thought and planned for. But unfortunately, this did not occur. Some operators had to expedite dispute resolution processes due to negotiated contracts now wanting to be rationalized. So they signed the contracts last year, now they want to rationalize these contracts. This is due to the apparent underfunding as a result of the huge debt that Gauteng province took on because of the e-toll Gauteng freeway improvement tolling system. So Gauteng must pay part of those costs. So this afternoon we have Thijs Heinz, he's the Executive Director of the Larimar Group, PATCO, will provide an update on the Gauteng negotiated contracts. Mr. Heinz is a seasoned business executive with over 30 years in the transport sector. He holds directorships at PATCO Limited and Bell Trucking. Mr. Heinz also has a BCom and a BCom honors. He has BCom honors degrees from the University of Pretoria and also an MBA from Wits Business School. He's also a director and executive committee member of SABOA. If you want to know anything about the bus industry, you should ask Thijs. Thijs, welcome. We're looking forward to your address. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from my side. You might have heard the story before. You know, if you are the first speaker up after lunch at a conference, that's sometimes not so easy. You may have heard the story of the speaker that was also invited to a major conference, and in the morning, big auditorium, hundreds of people there. And as the morning progressed, more and more of the delegates left. And after lunch, when he walked into the auditorium, there was just one person left sitting right in front. So he thought to himself, look, you know, this guy paid for the conference, so, you know, I must give my speech. So he delivered his speech. And as he finished, he got a very enthusiastic applause, you know, from this person sitting there. And he walked down and he shook his hand. He said, thank you very much for staying. Tell me, who are you? So the guy said, well, I'm the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to talk to you this afternoon about negotiated contracts. And I want to point out the benefits of negotiated contracts for the industry and for government. But before we do that, I'd like to briefly talk about the state of the contracts at the moment. We've had a lot of changes, as you've heard, with recent negotiated contracts. So if we briefly look at what the situation is at the moment. First of all, there are 94 contracts in total, as you can see there. If you look at the interim, tendered and negotiated contracts, 21 of these contracts are interim contracts. 49 or 52 still on tender, and in the negotiated contracts, 24. What I just want to point out on the slide is if you look at the 34 tendered contracts in KZN, it's the largest number of contracts, but they are mostly fairly small contracts. And then the big change, of course, is the 15 negotiated contracts that came about from the recent negotiation of all the contracts in Gauteng. As you would have heard this morning, all the tendered and interim contracts were converted to negotiated contracts on the 1st of July. If we look at the number of buses spread across these different contracts, 40% of the buses are still on interim contracts, which is quite interesting. It's still the largest type of contract in terms of vehicle size. If we look at the average buses per contract, which is shown in the red row at the bottom, you will note that the tender contracts are fairly small compared to the interim and negotiated contracts. The interim and negotiated contracts are, roughly equal size. If we look at the allocation of funding between these different contracts from a PTOG point of view, 44% of the allocation, PTOG allocation now goes to negotiated contracts. And that's the first time that has happened. Previously, the interims remained, the biggest or received the biggest portion of the PTOG. If we put the three contracts next to each other and we look at the contracts, number of contracts, buses, and the subsidy, you will note that 44% of the subsidy is paid currently to negotiated contracts, which operate 38% of the vehicles, and 36% of the subsidy paid to 40% of the buses that's still on interim contracts. What is interesting is to do a comparison between what happened from 2017 up to now. If we look at the top table, you will see in 2017, we had a total of 115 PTOG contracts. That is reduced to 94. It's 21% or 21 less contracts than what we had at that stage. The interim contracts reduced by 18%. Part of that is also the negotiated contracts in Gauteng. The negotiated contracts increased, as we mentioned before, and then some of the tender contracts were also converted. And I think you had a number of contracts that terminated. We often talk about the impact of COVID-19, but if you look at this slide, it really points out what a big impact COVID-19 had on our industry. This is research done by the South African Road Passenger Bargaining Council, and they compared the end of 2019 with the end of 2022 after the COVID pandemic. So the number of bus companies registered with the Bargaining Council dropped from 109 to 74. That's a reduction of 34 or 31%. That means roughly 1 out of every 3 companies did not survive COVID. If you look at the number of employees, these are member companies only. You had about 22,000 employees before COVID. That dropped to 15,000 afterwards. That's a reduction of nearly 7,000 employees. And again, about 30% of the employees lost their jobs during COVID. So I think that shows the severe impact that COVID-19 had on our industry. If you look at a brief history of public transport and specifically bus contracts in our country, I think this slides give a brief overview. In 1996, we had the white paper. In 1997, we had the signing of the interim contracts. The first tender contracts went out in 1998. 2000 was the target date when all these contracts had to be converted to tender contracts. 1999, we had the heads of agreement that was signed, the tripartite agreement. 2001, a moratorium was placed on tenders, mostly for reasons of funding, but also because of labor issues. In 2009, we saw the introduction of the Division of Revenue Act. And if I can just go back to 2007, that's when the BRT concept started in South Africa. So from 2001 till 2021, we had a 20-year-long period, 2 decades, where very little, if anything, happened on bus contracts. That was the time when government wavered between tenders or negotiated contracts. But for 21 years, very little happened in terms of bus contracts. The next significant development was in 2021, when Gauteng advertised all the bus tenders. As you may know by now, that process was taken to court, and the court set aside that tender process because the department was found not to have complied with their contractual and their statutory obligations in terms of that process. Then in 2022, the process of negotiating the contracts in Gauteng started. And on the 1st of July last year, those contracts were signed, 15 of them. If we just turn our attention for a moment to the National Land Transport Act to see what that provides in terms of negotiated contracts. A negotiated contract is included in the legislation as a special mechanism that is available to contracting authorities, both provinces and municipalities, to facilitate the transition from the old order contracts to the new order contracts. It is the only similar provision that I'm aware of in legislation for the industry, that there is a special mechanism, a special dispensation to move from an old dispensation to a new dispensation. As we said, it is a once-off mechanism, can only be used once. You can only negotiate your contract once, and it contains it's got a specific purpose and contains specific benefits for all the stakeholders. It supports the integration of services by including operators in an operational area, and it promotes the economic empowerment of small operators. And as many of our SABOA members are small operators, that's why there is a major benefit in a negotiated contract approach. Negotiated contracts should last for a period of not more than 12 years. Traditionally, that has been a 7-year period plus an optional 5 years thereafter. And at the end of a negotiated contract, those services must be placed on competitive tender. So what are the benefits of a negotiated contract process? I'd like to deal with 5 different stakeholder groups very briefly. First of all, for government. Why should government look at negotiated contracts? It gives the contracting authority control over the procurement process. In a tender process, they don't know who will tender, at what prices they will tender. Here, the contracting authority remains in control of that process. Secondly, value for money is ensured. I'll talk to you later about the performance standards in these new contracts. But it ensures a high performance and a delivery of a high quality service. It supports transformation and empowerment, and the strict monitoring and enforcement ability that government has got in terms of these contracts and that the transport authorities or contracting authorities have. If we look at our commuters, the users of public transport, again, they will be assured of a high quality service because of the way that the contract is structured. They will be assured of a newer bus fleet because the new contracts contain specific stipulations on bus age. It should be a more affordable service for them because generally speaking, your subsidy rates will be higher. You will have a reliable and punctual service because of the penalties built into the contract. You're ensured of a modern ticketing system, high safety standards, a lot of focus on safety, and then lastly, modern communication and information systems that passengers will have available. And all of this gives them more flexibility and more convenience. For existing operators, the benefit is that these negotiations take place on existing contracts as the base. It's not a totally new contract like we have in some of the BRTs. They use the existing interim contract or a tender contract as the base to negotiate the negotiated contract. It is a negotiated process, so at least there's some give and take and your ability to influence that process. Longer-term contracts, very important in terms of our context. It's one of the difficulties that we've had as bus operators for a long time. You should also have a proper funding model, a better funding model than what we had in the past. There's incentive for good performance. The additional 5 years is quite significant. You should hopefully operate your business on a more profitable basis than before, and that will give you the opportunity to attract new passengers and to grow your passenger numbers. For our small operators, significant benefits. The Gauteng contracts contain a 30% compulsory set aside or subcontracting rather of the value of the contract. So it gives the small operators the opportunity to become part of the formalized bus industry. They can go through a mentorship and a skills transfer process during this time. They can build their capacity so that the next round of tenders, that they can tender on their own and stand on their own feet. They can grow their business as well, and it serves as a good apprenticeship for small operators to get used to the new requirements of the new contracts. And then lastly, for labor, we all are aware of the minefield that a tender process brings in terms of labor, the heads of agreement, all those issues related to that. I think most of you are familiar with that, but that's a nightmare. This allows a peaceful and a non-disruptive transition from the old order contracts to the new contracts. You can negotiate your employment issues with your unions and with government and subcontractors. and you avoid large-scale job losses and retrenchments through this process. If we just turn our attention for a moment to the model negotiated contract, as you are aware that in 2013, 4 model contracts were published in the Government Gazette. There are really 2 contracts for tenders, a gross and a net contract, and then for negotiated contracts, again, a net and a gross contract. And just for those of you who are not familiar with these 2 concepts, a net contract is a typical contract like we had in the PTOG, where the operator carries the revenue risk, you receive the revenue, and you get an additional subsidy from government. A gross contract is more the BRT type contract, where government or the contracting authority carries the revenue risk. They receive the revenue and they pay a single rate to the operator. One of these contracts that were gazetted at that stage is the model contract document for negotiated contracts for net-based, which is mostly used for our type of service. For the BRTs, they normally go for a gross type contract. So this contract serves as a template or a blueprint to be used by contracting authorities when concluding negotiated contracts with operators. And minimal deviations are allowed from that contract, but still it is a negotiated process. I must say that in the years before these model contract documents were gazetted, SABOA gave extensive comments on these contracts, but unfortunately, not too many of our comments were actually taken into the final contracts. And as you will see later, these contracts are quite harsh on the operator and require significant performance and severe penalties. So the main issue from this contract is it is a performance-based contract. It's a comprehensive contract, about 150 pages, with very high minimum performance standards in it. Reliability, 98%, punctuality, 95%, 90% for on-time arrivals on your route and your different areas, bus availability, 98%, breakdowns, only 2% allowed, 100% on your maintenance procedures and no deviation on your maintenance procedures allowed at all. One of the features of this contract is that the monitoring firms appoint technical specialists that actually come and do inspections in your depots, in your maintenance depots, to make sure that you adhere to your maintenance procedures. Roadworthy pass rate in the high 90s, passenger satisfaction, 95%, and so on. So you can see there's a very high threshold that you've got to achieve. And the way it is scored, you either make it or you don't make it. So you either get a 1 or you get a 0. And if you fail to meet these standards, heavy financial penalties result and eventual contract termination. There's also specific conditions for minimum vehicle age, accessibility requirements for your existing fleet and for dedicated accessibility buses, specific requirements on your depots, electronic ticket systems are prescribed, vehicle monitoring, electronic vehicle monitoring, image and marketing provisions, staff and training issues are dealt with, remuneration of staff and fares. So it's quite far-reaching. It also provides for a fixed subsidy rate per bus and a variable subsidy rate per kilometer, which is different from what we were used to in the old interim and tender contracts. There's an escalation formula provided for a monthly escalation to take place. The contracting authority is given fairly wide-ranging rights in terms of determination of your timetables. Your information requirements and your reporting requirements are quite significant. Very strict BBBEE requirements are set in the contract and reporting requirements. And as I mentioned in Gauteng, those contracts require a 30% minimum subcontracting provision on the value of the contract. Now, you may say, if you look at how strict these provisions are, how is it that this is the solution that is promoted? Well, if you go tender contracts, you can have the same contract. The only difference is you're not going to have any input on it, because at least in a negotiated contract, there's some negotiation. But essentially, you'll have the same provisions in future tender contracts. I want to turn my attention for a moment to funding constraints, because as you are aware, that has arisen even on some of the negotiated contracts as an issue. And I want to talk to you for a moment and present an argument to you on what is wrong with the funding model if you look at what legislation actually requires. Underfunding has been an albatross around the neck of the bus industry for a long time. And when I've written this down just as a matter of interest. I looked at, where does this saying come from, albatross around your neck? And interestingly enough, it's actually a poem where it comes from, which talks of sailors that were in one of the, I think it was in the North Pole, in an ice field, low-hanging mist. They lost their way. They couldn't find a way out of this ice field. And then an albatross, wondrously appeared and every day sort of guided them in a certain direction. It seemed to have been guiding them out of this ice field. And then inexplicably, one of the sailors shot this albatross. And they were then stuck again. So the captain actually made them retrieve the dead body of the albatross, and he tied it around the neck of the sailor that shot this bird. And he had to carry that around for the rest of the journey around his neck as a penalty for what he did. Now, I'm not sure what the bus industry did wrong, but I can tell you we've carried this albatross for a long time. So one of the problems has been a dysfunctional funding model, what I would call a dysfunctioning funding model. And I will explain to you why that is, and you can make up your own mind and form your own opinion. Why do we say it is dysfunctional, and what is envisaged in legislation, in the statute? In the statute, there's really a very clear process or model. Number one, there's a primary source of funding. And that should come from the budget of the contracting authority. Let's just talk the province, for the purpose of this discussion, or the municipality, if that's the case. So that should be the primary funding source. The supplementary source should be the Public Transport Operations Grant in the Division of Revenue Act. That should be supplementary. But the funding model that should be used is crystal clear in law. If you look at it, and as I'll show you in a moment, it's very, very clear. But since 2009, the primary source of our funding has been missing, it's been absent, and we've only relied on a secondary source of funding. So that's what the model should look like. Primary funding from the provincial budget, topped up or supplemented by the Public Transport Operations Grant. And that forms your total funding model. We often talk about PTOG being inadequate, but actually that's not correct. It is simply a case that there's one leg, one pillar of this funding model that is non-existent. So if we look at the Public Transport Operations Grant in the 2024 Division of Revenue Act, you will see that it's clearly a supplementary funding. So it's clearly not intended, the PTOG, to be the sole source of funding for public transport services provided by a contracting authority. The Division of Revenue Act describes the PTOG as supplementary funding to assist provincial departments in meeting their funding obligations. So there is thus a funding obligation independent and outside of the PTOG. By its very nature, the Public Transport Operations Grant cannot be used and is not intended to be used as the benchmark or the only source of funding for a contracting authority's obligations towards bus contracts. If we look at the conditions stated in the PTOG schedule, the conditions upon which the public transport grant is paid to contracting authorities states two things. It says, one, it's a conditional grant, which means it cannot be used for any other purpose than the purpose intended. And secondly, it must comply with the conditions. But it's also a supplementary grant, as we've said already. The express language used in the Division of Revenue Act stipulates that the PTOG constitutes supplementary funding towards public transport services or towards contracts for service rendered by or contracts held by the provincial department. Now, the term supplementary means something that is added to something else in order to improve it or to complete it, something extra or something additional. The nature of a supplement, the very nature of a supplement presupposes that there's something primary in place to which it is added. So supplementary funding is intended to add to other funding. If you look at the allocation criteria in the PTOG, we find the same story. The allocation criteria emphasizes this point that I'm making, that the province must determine the individual operator's budget and provide funding allocations in the provincial budget where it exceeds the PTOG allocation. If you look at the responsibilities of the provincial departments, again, we see this very clearly. And to remove any doubt, DORA spells out what is their responsibility. And if you look at that extract that I've given you there, clearly states that the province is responsible to fund any shortfall from the PTOG grant for bus contracts. And that is not what we have been seeing. If we look at the National Land Transport Act, we see basically the same issue. Section 4D of the NLTA provides that the minister, who's obviously the representative of national government, must assist provincial departments that lack the necessary staff, or in this case, resources, in meeting the responsibilities and performing their functions and duties with regard to land transport. So this makes it clear that the primary responsibility for providing transport funding sits with the provincial department, and that the national government is only there to assist them where they don't have adequate funds. But it's important to note that this obligation to assist under this section 4D is only triggered when a provincial department lacks the necessary resources. So this provision very clearly tells us that the provincial department must, A, create a budget and determine the cost for the bus contracts that they're responsible for, and set out in the provincial budget the department's available staff and resources, that will be required. And if that's not adequate, then that will be supplemented by the PTOG. So the inescapable conclusion that we come to, and when we look at the funding of contracts, is not that the PTOG allocation or annual increases are insufficient or inadequate. The real problem is the continued failure of provinces to fulfill their statutory duty to budget for and to fund shortfalls in bus contracts. And if you want to put our finger on the problem, that's the problem. Instead, provinces are hiding behind the PTOG as inadequate, and they limit the annual allocations and escalations in subsidy allocations to operators to the PTOG. In meetings that we've had in the past as SABOA, which some of you attended, you will remember that this obligation has been clearly admitted and confirmed by National Treasury. That is also the way they see this. And they've always linked additional funding to the regularization of old order contracts. They've always said to us, if you want additional funding from government, make sure you regularize your contracts. And we're saying now that some of that has been done and the negotiated contract process started in some of the provinces, and I'm sure that will follow in other provinces, that obligation must be fulfilled by the relevant provinces. So that's the dysfunctional model that I'm talking about. There's no contribution from the provinces in most cases, with only the PTOG being relied on. So it almost means that the operators can be compared to the following. It's like an aircraft, an airliner designed to fly on 2 engines with only 1 engine, or an engine that is running on only half of its cylinders, or an athlete that's running on only 1 leg, or a chair that's got only half of its feet. That's basically what the implication of this is. So the consequences of this problem, the fact that this model has not been followed as provided for in law. And please remember, I'm not telling you today something that I think should happen. It is something that's stated in law and in the statute. So this ongoing failure by the provinces to fulfill their statutory duty caused untold damage to the bus industry since 2009. While we appreciate the many and wide-ranging demands on the fiscus that's affecting the government, this issue is affecting the most important people in our lives, and that is our customers, our commuters, the users of public transport. And as we know, in most cases, those people are from the poorest of the poor categories. This is also one of the main reasons why we had this 20-year-long hiatus or standstill or standoff in the contracts where nothing happened. It's because of this specific problem that I'm talking about. It bedevils the contracting system, and it blocks the move to negotiated contracts. It places a superficial and unnecessary cap on the growth of the bus industry. It limits the bus industry in a superficial manner, and it keeps bus companies struggling for survival. And we want to call on our new Minister of Transport and the Premiers and the Transport MACs to recognize this problem and to address it urgently. If it is not addressed, we've had this debate and this discussion for a long time. It may get to a point where the industry may have to go to a court and say, can you interpret the statute for us? Can you look at what is stated in the legislation and tell us whether we are correct, in terms of the requirement and the obligation from the provinces? I'd like to conclude briefly with a few lessons that we learned in our negotiating process in Gauteng that may be of value. And I'd like to deal with it in two categories. One, some pointers or takeaways for contracting authorities that will be negotiating with operators, and secondly, then for us as operators specifically. First of all, for contracting authorities, for that to be successful, you need a MEC, a transport MEC in your province, with the will and the drive to make it happen. If that was not the case, the Gauteng contracts would not have happened. It was only because the last two MECs that we had made a conscious decision that this will happen. You've got to appoint, from a government point of view or a provincial point of view, an experienced negotiating team. And you've got to select the right people. And I think it is so crucial that you have people with commercial background in that team. Do not leave it only to the officials of the department. I think it is important that you have people that understand bus companies and has operated large companies before or managed large companies before. The province must also get the support of municipalities or local authorities or the metros, because they will be the future contracting authority. What happened in Gauteng, intergovernmental agreements were concluded between the Gauteng government and the various metros before the negotiations started. The other piece of advice would be to get the operators to form a joint team and to do the negotiation in two phases. One phase where you deal with all the generic issues, and then a last phase where you deal with company or contract specific issues. But for a contracting authority to be negotiating with multiple operators in separate processes becomes very difficult and very onerous. Also, remember, it's a negotiated contract, and it means it's a process where there's give and take. Everything can't be prescribed. So there must be negotiations and the parties must compromise to find each other. Also, I would urge government officials and the negotiating teams to listen to the rationale and the arguments made from operators. Operators know their companies, they know their service, and it's worthwhile to listen carefully to the points that they are making. Also ensure that the department's team get first-class legal advice and also financial advice and support. Very important. If they don't get the right advice, the process will suffer. Allow enough time for the negotiations to be concluded. Don't wait for a rush job in the end. In Gauteng, we had huge pressure over the last 2 or 3 days to conclude the contracts, and that made it very difficult. Do your homework thoroughly as government. Make sure you get all the funding approvals and other authorizations that you require up front. Work with the operators in terms of the redesign of the services. Again, operators know the service. Don't come to them with a service that's been redesigned without involving them. Remember also that the bus industry has had this 20-year period of underfunding and great difficulty. You cannot just implement a new negotiated contract from the one night to the next morning with all these requirements. There must be a phasing in period to allow the operators to adjust to these new requirements for the contract. And do not set up your operators for a failure. It doesn't help if you walk away there and you've negotiated this fantastic contract, but your operators fail because it is an unrealistic contract. We always say this to government. Your public transport service is just as good as your operators are. If you don't have proper operators that's properly funded, you will not have a proper public transport service. And I think we've heard that this morning as well from earlier speakers. Then for the bus operators, a few points to conclude with. Join forces with other operators in your province, in your area where that's applicable. You are stronger together. Appoint an experienced negotiating team on your side as well. Make sure you've got the right legal people in your team, financial and operational. Study the model contract document in great detail. You must be very well prepared for that situation. The proposals you put to government, put them in writing. We've experienced that over a couple of months. You've had so many proposals sent to and fro that you actually lose track of them. And some of them actually get lost in the heat of negotiation. So make sure that you number your proposals, the version management of your contracts, especially where you track the changes and you circulate, say, different versions to and fro, number them properly because that becomes a bit of a difficult situation later. Be prepared for a bit of a rigid approach from government. They're working off a model contract document, and sometimes they reluctant to deviate from that. Ensure that your legal team is present in all your negotiations. It's a major contract, far-reaching implications. Get the right legal people with you. Be clear on your mandates and your negotiating strategy as a team. Insist on a phasing in period. As I mentioned before, I would recommend anything from 12 to 18 months where your company can get used to the new system. You can prepare your fleet, train your staff, and prepare them for the financial and operational demands of the new contract. Then pick your battles. There are some battles that you will lose. You will not get everything that you want. So be clear on the must-gets and the nice-to-gets in terms of what you want. Also, when you select your subcontractors, make sure you select subcontractors that you can trust and with whom you can work. Their performance will be your performance. We spoke about the two-phased approach earlier. Then pay specific attention to your fleet planning requirements and your fleet replacement strategy, because you've got to meet the age requirements of your fleet at all stages. There are very heavy penalties for vehicles that move outside of the specifications. And then do not lose sight of the benefits of long-term contracts that is funded correctly. You can deal with a lot of pain and hassle for that benefit. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 amendments to the NLTA, specifically Section 11G8, requires contracting authorities now to engage with operators who are still holding old order contracts and to ensure that new contracts are concluded to replace these old order contracts, which are really our interim and tender contracts. They must be succeeded, these contracts, with a tendered contract or a negotiated contract, so one of those two. As I've tried to explain and to motivate, negotiated contracts represent a unique once-off mechanism that is available in law to contracting authorities and to operators to facilitate this transition from old order to new order contracts. And it can address some of the long-standing problems that we've had in the industry. It holds notable benefits for stakeholders without some of the minefields of a tender process. So my appeal would be, let us not miss this opportunity, and hopefully, the negotiated process will continue as we go forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I think that's really a very comprehensive overview of the latest developments around negotiated contracts. I know the DOT told us, some senior people a few years ago in our workshops, they'd rather see negotiated contracts than tendered contracts because of the potential corruption issues as well in the tendered contracts. And we know what's going on in the country. So I think this is really a good move. Mr. Walker was here earlier on today. He actually led the process from Gauteng on behalf of the province. And I think it was really a very good intervention. At least we've seen some movement. Just something, we have this topping up from the province that should happen, which doesn't happen. And therefore, we don't have escalation clauses that are actually active. And a few years ago, SABOA did a study to find out if the escalation clauses were properly funded, the cost indexes, what the difference would be from a cost point of view. And we found that it's around 4.2 billion rand. The industry had been shortchanged since 2009. And that study, I think we did that study in 2017 or 18, around there. Then at that stage, really 4.2 billion. So the impact on the industry has been tremendous. The fact that the provinces aren't contributing as far as this is concerned. I'm going to ask you, if you have questions, please put up your hand. But what I would like to arrange, we have tea and coffee sponsored by Daimler. But I would like you to go there, fetch it, sit down, and then we save a few minutes. We've just had lunch. I don't think we need another 20-minute break at this point in time. So I'm going to use my authority here to change the program a bit. So please, if you want to have water, cold drinks, or coffee, whatever, go and fetch it and come back to your table. And then we can also get Altos waiting for us virtually to address us. Are there any questions you'd like to put to Thys from a clarification point of view? So back there. Harry? Right at the back. Any other hands? Heel agter aan die hoek.
Thank you. Thijs, just two questions from my side, and I think you know why I'm asking this. You said the old order contracts were converted to negotiated contracts. Just for clarity, the old order contract stopped in Gauteng. New negotiated contracts were signed in terms of Section 41. Am I correct if I say it like that?
Christo, yes, the negotiated contract is obviously a new contract. So your old interim contract would stop. But what is significant is that in our case, all the old contracts were used as the base for the new contract. So we had similar timetables, similar, services that we operated. So you didn't start with a blank sheet. You started with the base of the old contract. That was, and especially the existing contract holder. That was the main party with whom, the contracting authority negotiated.
From you guys from PATCO, the old order contracts, those were negotiated, or interim contracts and tender contracts?
Correct.
Both.
All of those were converted. That applies to all the operators in Gauteng.
And if I'm correct, those contracts were signed for 7 years. Is there an option for another 5 years after the 7 years, or what will happen? What will trigger additional 5 years? Was it 7 years and then the tender process?
At the end of the 7-year period, there will be really two issues that will be decided. One is your performance. So if you've adhered to all those performance requirements that we mentioned, that will be the recommendation, for a further 5-year extension. But also it will depend on the view of the provinces and funding that's available. Part of the the municipality, the local authorities. Part of the difficulty here is that they are the future authority, and they may have a different view after the 7 years. So those are the two requirements: performance, and then the plans of the municipalities, the local authorities.
Okay, thank you.
I think Thijs mentioned that at the end of the 7th year, but I think Thijs at the beginning of the 6th year, they do the analysis of the performance for the extension after the 7th year.
That's good.
Yeah. Any other questions? Well, Thijs, thank you very much. I think you covered all the bases. I'd like to hand you something on behalf of SABOA. It's not diesel. We're going to listen to a short DVD while we're waiting for Ultra to come online. And as I said, if you want to have coffee, please have coffee. Can you play the DVD, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin a session, please. Again, could you please take your seats? On your table, you'll find a form that we'd like you to fill in to give us some feedback on the conference. Once you filled it in, you can leave it in the middle of the table and we'll collect it from you later on this afternoon. So please fill in the form, give us your impressions of the conference. Our next speaker is Alta Swanepoel. She's joining us virtually on the Road Traffic Act and the legislation update. I think it's very important for us to have that type of update. The bus industry operates within the ambit of the National Road Traffic Act, and it's imperative that operators are aware of and comply with the latest amendments. There's been many changes recently in other legislation, such as the NLTA bill, and also the Transport Economic Regulator bill. Mrs. Swanepoel will present virtually due to health issues on the latest updates. I think she's ready there. Alta is the owner of Alta Swanepoel and Associates, a CC, and specializes in road traffic and transport legislation. She started out as a public prosecutor focusing on drunken, reckless, and negligent driving cases, and she was appointed to draft the regulations of the National Road Traffic Acts 1989 and 1996. And she's also a full-time consultant of the Department of Transport. She's no stranger to our industry. We've used her virtually at all conferences, and this session is normally very well attended. So, Alta, we hand over to you. You can carry on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I just want to check, can you hear me?
Proceed.
Harry, can you hear me? I just want to check that you can hear me.
Yes, also we can hear you. Just a moment for us. We just want to get the audience to settle down a little bit. Just a moment for us.
Okay. Let me know when I can start.
Ja. Ladies and gents, let's settle down a little bit. Alta is going to do a presentation. Thank you. Just settle down. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just settle down a little bit. Thank you, Alta. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for not being there. But the one thing they tell you not to do after chemo is to go to a conference. So I've got a much more comfortable chair than you have at this stage. Without wasting any further time, let me quickly run through my presentation. I've only taken bits and pieces of the legislation because obviously there's quite a bit more. These are one of those things that you can have a full day presentation or 20 minutes, depending on how much time you have. Just as a quick recap, the NRTA bill, together with the National Land Transport Amendment Bill and the Economic Regulation of Transport legislation, has been like triplets going through the parliamentary process over the last few years. All of them started somewhere in the parliamentary process way back, 2015, around there, but they were out for comment even longer than that, like 2012, 2013. So lots of this legislation is very much old news at this stage. The NRTA bill spent very long in Parliament because of the zero alcohol limits. And once they eventually removed that, the legislation actually continued ahead. It's not signed by the President yet, so it's still a bill. Both the National Land Transport Act, which many of the speakers referred to today, was already signed by the President, and they need to put the proclamations in place when all the regulations are finalized, but they've started publishing regulations on them already. The Border Management Authority Act is something that's not under the Department of Transport, it's under the Department of Home Affairs, although it will also play a role for those of you going across any borders, because that legislation is now basically stating that all law enforcement that is done in the 10 kilometers around the borders of our country must be done by the Border Management Authority. They currently do not have agreements with all the traffic departments to take over from them, but I understood from their legal advisors that the intention of the legislator is that even if you go across a border, you would not be dealing with the cross-border transport guys or with the traffic officers. They would be responsible for this. Then the Economic Regulation of Transport Act has also been signed into law. It's not enforced yet either because it requires quite a bit of regulations. And then obviously our old friend R2, which has been around since 1998, and the Amendment Act to it, 2019. The latest rumors I've heard is they're going to try and get something done by November. Although in the new minister's first few speeches, there was no mention of R2 whatsoever. So I'm not sure whether November is going to be a viable date. From the beginning, when they started with the R2 legislation, they did indicate that they are going to implement R2 in 3 phases. The first phase would be the big municipalities, the second phase, the smaller municipalities, and the last phase, the demerit point system. And if they do use November as the date, then the second phase would be around February and the demerit points around July. But unfortunately, over the last 3 years, literally every 3 months, this date has been changed to for another 3 months. So the regulations are there. I've seen the proclamations. I translated it for the department last year already. But at this stage, we haven't seen anything further happening there. Then there's a few sets of regulations that were out for comment that relate to your business. As far as the National Land Transport legislation is concerned, they were all out for comment during the course of 2023. And 2024. Some of them are older than that, that have been published as well. The last provision of the National Road Traffic Regulations that have been published for comment was in 2018. There's been no changes to the National Road Traffic Legislation since 2016. The very last amendments to that legislation came through then, and the Road Traffic Act is in a serious need of some changes. Lots of catch-up work that needs to be done. Quite a bit of gaps in the legislation. For example, since 2010, requirements were actually there that they should have had requirements for accident reporting. Since for driving instructors, there should have been regulations since 2000. And for the last 24 years, there's been no regulations on those. So there's a lot of cleanup work that needs to be done in the road traffic legislation to ensure that it is relevant again. Some of the provisions, I was responsible for drafting some of the act that was published in 1989, as well as the 2000 version of the legislation. And many of the provisions that came out of that legislation was from the old road traffic ordinances. And some of them has literally not been changed up to today. So we are sitting with very old legislation that in some cases are stifling progress. If we look at some of the provisions that's in the legislation, Many of them require regulations. So even if the president signs the legislation in the next week, we would still perhaps have another year before these regulations can be finalized, because there's quite a process to go through them. Most of them have not been published for comment. So we are quite some time away from getting these things done. You can feel the frustration in some of the provinces at the stage where they want to implement things, and the legislation is currently not in place to be able to do that. To just take you through a few things very quickly, because as I say, this act is about 70 pages long if we just use the road traffic legislation. But I think something that's very relevant, the Road Traffic Act applies to public roads. And the idea was always that that does not mean that it's government property. Anything where a part of the public uses a road or a street, whatever, they have the right of protection of the national road traffic legislation. Many people don't see it like that. They see it as it's a great idea if the Road Traffic Act is not applicable to you, because then you have much more room for freedom. You don't need a driving license. Your vehicles don't need to be roadworthy, etc. But unfortunately, it is a bit of a catch-22 situation, because many of the areas where the Road Traffic Act is currently not applicable is starting to experience a lot of problems. Because what happened was, in terms of the definition of public road, there was a challenge to the legislation and stating that anyone who lives in a gated estate is not subject to this legislation. They do not need to comply with this. And unfortunately, our appeal court agreed with that. So the Mount Edgecombe case, many of you may be aware of it, created a situation where if you live in a gated estate, the moment you go through the gate, and those roads were part of a development for private roads there, which were private for maintenance purposes, not for use purposes, you do not conform to the road traffic legislation. And many of the people who are homeowners and so forth have started creating all kinds of funny rules, allowing all kinds of things which people find very frustrating. I get many phone calls on this. On top of that, there was another court case that came through from the appeal court, where the area on the port in Cape Town was considered to be a public road. So we made representations to Parliament and said, you know, you've got two appeal court cases now. The one appeal court case says, if you go through a boom gate, the roads on the other side is private. And another one that says, if you go through a boom gate, the roads are public. So this creates a situation which is just not going to be working in the future. The Parliament Portfolio Committee chose to go the route where they said that these areas should be public, they shouldn't be private. So please take note. The last part of the sentence that's there, it says, and includes any residential roads in a residential estate with a prescribed access control. The principle behind that is, it seems that Parliament has now said that the moment you go through access control, the roads on the other side would be public, and only in smaller estates and stuff where everybody gets their own remote or something, it would be a private road. So it's extremely important to just understand this is the reach of the road traffic legislation. If you make an accident in an area which is not a public road, generally the road accident fund does not pay. And apart from that, there's a whole range of things. You don't need a license. You can have an 8-year-old driving their dad's Land Cruiser, etc. So supporting something that says you are not on a public road is something that could actually backfire. The other one that has been around for years now that they're trying to change is the definition of a motor vehicle. This is also something that's not so much relevant to the bus industry itself, but just to take note, if you have an electric bike out there, or you bought your kid a little scooter, or you've got one of those Segways or something like that, please note, currently none of them are legal. They are not allowed to be on a public road at all. And they will only be allowed once this legislation is amended, and only under certain conditions. You will see there that your pedal cycle, for example, that has a little engine in, may not weigh more than 30 kilograms, and it can't have a design speed of more than 25. Many of the electric bikes out there do not conform to these requirements, so they would still be considered motor vehicles. And then they've also made provision for what they call environmentally friendly vehicles. So those kind of vehicles would fit into that, but they are currently also not covered by any regulations. They would still have to create the regulations for them. Then a few other definitions. So I'm trying to make up a little time here, so sorry for going so fast. The officials that are covered by the road traffic legislation have been extended to cover notice officials, reserve traffic officers and wardens, etc. And they've also added some provisions in the legislation to say that traffic officers, wardens and so forth are not allowed to have any outside business that relates to road transport and road traffic if they are employed as a traffic official. There was always provisions like that for examiners of vehicles and examiners for driving licenses, but there's never been a prohibition on a traffic officer. And we've actually, doing overload control and so forth in the past, found one official that actually had as much as 11 directorships of different companies, where he was either on a bus companies as a director or at a transport company that transports coal or something like that. So obviously huge conflict of interest. Furthermore, this legislation also in future now caters for quite a number of additional officials. But please take note, anybody that's here from an authority, there are some officials that are appointed that is referred to as law enforcement officials. They are supposed to be doing bylaws. The Criminal Procedure Act did make them officers that are allowed to enforce road traffic legislation as well. However, when R2 comes in, they are not acknowledged under the R2 legislation. Quite a number of towns currently, to try and avoid expensive training for officials that is in the road traffic legislation, are appointing people as these law enforcement officials because they then fall outside of the ambit of the road traffic training requirements. In terms of the suspension and cancellation, this legislation just links up with the others to state that if traffic officers have been convicted of Schedule 1 or 2 offences, then they should not be traffic officers. One would not think it's necessary to put it in the legislation. Unfortunately, there are many officials out there who get appointed, they then commit offences and they do not get dismissed. So it is necessary to put this in the legislation. This one is something that, from a personal perspective, I believe it's what wasn't necessary, because the Criminal Procedure Act allows for the seizure and impoundment of vehicles under certain circumstances. However, please take note, this was actually put specifically into the new legislation, where it says if you are traveling without an operating license, without a driving license or a PRTP, or if you are driving a vehicle that was discontinued for use, then the traffic officer has the right to impound the vehicle. There was no rules in the original provision of the legislation to say what should happen with these vehicles afterwards. However, after we made the representations to Parliament, they linked up the Criminal Procedure Act with it to say this is the way in which it will work. You'll also see there at the bottom of the slide, there's requirements now for training and more extensive training for traffic officers that are required in terms of this legislation. That will, however, only really be successful if they stop the authorities from appointing people as different kinds of officials and still giving them powers to do road traffic law enforcement, because that would actually negate what is in here. If we look at the legislation as far as bodybuilders and builders and manufacturers, etc., are concerned, a lot of the space in the road traffic legislation amendment is taken up by putting rules in place, additional rules to what we already have for manufacturers, bodybuilders, importers, weighbridge facilities, etc. I'm not going to bore you with it, just take note. The rules as far as homologation is concerned and the requirements for people to be registered before they are allowed to fit seats to vehicles, and those kind of things are all part of this legislation. Then the legislation on microdots is everywhere. If you go and have a look at the draft regulations or the national road traffic legislation, at this stage, only new vehicles from 2012 needed them. And if you need an SAP clearance if a vehicle was stolen or whatever. The rumors I've heard was that before you will be able to sell a second-hand vehicle or a used vehicle in future, you will also need to have the vehicle sprayed with microdots and get a certificate for that. I haven't seen any regulations supporting it, but if you look at the extensive requirements in the legislation, one has to assume at some stage in the future, you're not going to be able to sell your car until you've got this on the vehicle, which obviously has a cost implication. Then as far as the, sorry, this one just links up with the previous page. Then as far as the number plates are concerned, you may have seen there was a lot of activity again the last few weeks in the newspapers on the Gauteng system. Basically what happened here, since 2014, the Department of Transport has gone through a process to try and get the number plates to be uniform. They have also created new rules for embossers of number plates, which currently is called the manufacturer, but in fact it's an embosser. And the actual manufacturers is of the blank sheeting, etc. The principle behind this whole thing is that they want to control the manufacture of number plates from the moment the sheeting is manufactured right up to the end where the number plate is sold to the member of the public. They have a whole range of rules that they are putting in place here. And the frustration, I think, of Gauteng has been that this has taken very long. The first time these things were published for comment was in 2014. And up to now, it is still a bill, so the national legislation hasn't been changed. If you look at what they are proposing, the legislation requires a 2D barcode on the blanks, the RFID code as far as the number plates are concerned, and that the appearance of all 9 provinces' number plates would be basically the same. They would not have all the other graphics and stuff on, only the provincial logo and then the South African flag. However, in terms of these provisions, you'll see that the draft regulations that haven't been published yet, that have been making the rounds, is that these plates will have to be replaced every 5 years. And because of all the technology that's in there and the much higher security features, the rumors have been that instead of the existing like 200 Rand for a plate, it will cost in the vicinity of 500 Rand. Guessing, I haven't seen any specifics that says this is how much they will cost, but if they will have to be replaced every 5 years, you are looking at the budget item that you would need to add to your expenses for your vehicle, because they would need to be replaced every 5 years. In terms of this, the legislation also states that under the new stuff, you will only be able to use aluminium plates. You will not be able to use plastic plates anymore, which many people make for themselves. This is just the other provinces' numbers, but they pretty much look all the same. It's just at the back where the provinces' information is. If we look at the driving license legislation, there was some provisions in the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill relating to driving licenses, quite a lot of them, relating to various provisions that have to change, as far as acknowledgement of foreign licenses are concerned, as well as the provisions in the existing legislation. As you all know, there's been a tender that's been hanging around for the last 2-3 years to get a new driving license card system in place. And the idea was first that they were going to extend the validity period, but the latest information we've received is that is not going to be the case. If we look at the type of driving license that they're proposing, this is pretty much what it looks like. But interestingly enough, the Department of Transport and our government has signed an agreement under the triple TFP, which is the tripartite together with COMESA, SADC, and the East African countries, where we would have regional legislation, and that would apply right from Egypt down to South Africa, and it is for basically the entire Eastern Africa area. And there, the driving license codes actually differ from this, as well as the appearance of the license. And we have signed an agreement that South Africa would be part of that process. So we have this interesting situation that despite the fact that that has been signed, these new provisions are being put in place, which currently contradicts what is in that international agreements. The legislation, as far as the learner and driving licenses are concerned, used to have a provision for a provisional driving license, which was an additional step in the driving license process. Portfolio Committee rejected that, so you will see that there are some regulations that were never implemented dealing with provisional driving licenses that were part of a previous set of regulations. And if you have a copy of legislation that has that in, please take note that that will have to be removed from the legislation again, because the Portfolio Committee did not agree to that. Then the driving school legislation has also been hanging around since 2010. In this bill, they will be controlling driving schools. However, it's interesting to know that the two things would be going together. Provisional driving licenses forced people to go for 60 hours driver training after they got their license over a year period, which meant that driving schools had the captured audience. The moment you have a driving school, you would have people that were forced to come to your driving school to actually get this training. However, in the meantime, Parliament has now thrown out the provisional driving license, which forces you going to a driving school. However, the registration of the driving schools are still in place. So that part of the legislation is still there. Or, using a driving school, however, is currently under the drafts that I've seen optional. It's not compulsory. Then, as far as disqualifications are concerned, the legislation also now adds a provision to say what is considered to be alcohol and drug addiction, where you were certified by a medical doctor, because our existing legislation says you can't hold a license if you're an alcoholic, but it doesn't actually tell you what an alcoholic is. So it's quite difficult to determine whether you are actually disqualified or not. On the foreign driving licenses, it's important to know that currently South Africa is extremely friendly. We allow any country in the world's license in our country as long as there's a few requirements, like photographs, still being able to drive in their own country on the license, etc. We do not limit it to people who only signed all the conventions. And the legislation is now being amended to say that. There are quite a few countries out there who have not signed the conventions, which would mean in future, if this bill goes through, there will be people from some countries whose licenses would not be acceptable here. So that is just something that you need to take into consideration. As far as I know, for example, I don't think China signed any of these agreements. Foreign PRDPs, this has been a headache over many years. The existing legislation already caters for the fact that any PRDP or a similar document in a foreign territory that is a prescribed territory may be allowed. And that basically is, if you take a line through Angola, anything south of that, that is the prescribed territories. They extending this now by saying any foreign international territory, but they've added a provision to say that there must be prescribed requirements for when these things will be acceptable. Currently, traffic officers have to play a guessing game. They do not know what all these documents in other countries allow. And if they get presented with a professional driving permit from one of these areas, you find that they are sometimes not sure whether this person is allowed to drive with this document or not. Driving instructors, I know the bus industry also has many people who are directly employed by companies to do driver training. Please note, the new definition of an instructor would actually include somebody who's just employed as a driving instructor as well. In the past, you had to do this for a reward, but if you look at the change in the definition, it would also basically mean somebody who's employed at a company would need to go through this. Please note, currently there's no regulations for this. They have not been published or implemented in the last 24 years. There are a set of regulations in place in the regulations, but they've never been implemented. Then there's a whole range of things as far as emergency vehicles that have been added to the legislation or amended in the legislation. You'll see that there's now collective terms for this, where they refer to the emergency services and emergency vehicles. You will also see that in the new amendment, the term authorized person, which is in our existing legislation, is removed. That is what all the politicians use to get a blue light on the vehicle and to exceed the speed limit and disobey the road signs. That is being taken out. But at this point in time, this legislation has now been around for a long time. And so far, it obviously has not been implemented yet. Emergency service, as far as the legislation is concerned, is also now in this new provision, there's a restriction as far as the fact that they can disobey road signs. It actually states that they must first stop at a stop sign or a red traffic signal before they are allowed to continue. They don't have to wait for the light to turn green. They just need to stop and see that everybody knows that they are that they are going to be going across the intersections. The legislation also will in future make it compulsory to have incident management. Sunroll has on their roads had incident management, which basically means it's after an accident situation or incident situation where all the different emergency service have to work together and have plans for accident prevention, secondary accident prevention and things like that. That will be made compulsory in the legislation when that comes through. Then one that actually tends to create quite a bit of problems is the SUN standards. Our legislation has a provision in that says the moment the minister refers to a South African national standard, it becomes part of the legislation. Now, the bus companies and minibuses and so forth, they must all conform to the M standards. And in many instances, we find that the European standards for many of these vehicles are changed regularly as there's new technology and so forth. However, if there's any contradiction between a standard that is being referred to in the legislation and the regulations will prevail. Some of the provisions in our road traffic regulations have been there for 40 years. And if they then have new provisions, that's in the specifications, but there is something contradictory in the regulations, the regulation will actually apply and not the specification. So just take note, they are adding the United Nations provisions in here as well. So they can refer to foreign standards as well. Many of the South African standards in any case has just got a South African page on top of an international standard. Then there's a few provisions as far as the disability is concerned and parking requirements for that. That has also fallen out of the new National Road Traffic Act. It was in the provincial legislation. So there's no national recognition for one authority's disability stickers within another authority. And that is what they're trying to solve with this. Section 81 is just dealing with abnormal vehicles. So if you have any kind of provision where your vehicle doesn't conform to the national legislation, then the Section 81 requirements for exemption applies. There's some amendments to that as well. Then, as far as old stuff is concerned, this literally comes from 2014. There was a provision that said that all 10-year-old vehicles need to go for biannual roadworthies. Now, it was published, it was never given an implementation date, and up to today, they haven't done that. So this legislation is now 10 years old, but it's not implemented. The legislation on driving hours for buses and trucks were put into the legislation in 2014, also never implemented. The amendment bill was supposed to add power for the minister to make regulations on driving hours. That was never done. So currently the minister doesn't have the power to make these regulations. So I assume they will just have to delete this out of the regulations again, because currently the minister cannot implement these regulations. There's no power in the National Road Traffic Act to make regulations on the control of driving hours. Then there's a few things in the legislation, verification of address particulars, etc., which has also been around for that time, where you would be allowed to actually update your address online on the NATIS system. They already have provision for that on the system, but they haven't made it legal yet. So one still has to go through the normal manual processes. The same with weighbridges. Please note, this is not weighbridges of consignors. These are weighbridges at traffic departments where they check for tear of a vehicle, etc. They will in future have to be registered as well. And then the driving school regulations are also in that 2014 set. They cannot implement them before the president has signed the bill into law. Last few things as far as the general stuff is concerned. There was a mixed bag of amendments in 2018 that was published for comment. It was never published as a final set. I'm not sure why. It's now they're going for on 6 years later, and they haven't amended that legislation yet. A lot of the stuff that's in there links up with the amendment bill. So I assume they're waiting for the bill to become an act to enforce them. A lot of duplication as well between what is in the national bill as well as in the regulations. Just want to draw your attention here and there to one or two of them. One of them that's quite interesting is that if you, for example, have a Code B driving license, and you now decide you want to be able to draw a caravan, you need a Code EB license because the trailer is over 750 kilos. The catch-22 in the legislation is you are required to have a learner's license before you get a driving license. So if you have a B license and you go and get a learner's to be able to get an EB, but you fail the learners, you walk out of there with your B license, but you've just showed the authorities you don't know the rules of the road. So to try and avoid that, it seems that they've created a provision that says that if you already have a license and you want to go and get the E version of the license you already have to be able to draw trailers, you do not get tested. They will just give you an administrative piece of paper and say, okay, you can go. because the alternative would have to be they must take away your driving license if you actually fail a second learner's license. So that is one of the interesting ones that's in that draft regulation. And then there's also quite a few provisions that allows MECs to withdraw illegal licenses that were issued. Currently, they have to go to court for all of these. The last few ones, there's if you perhaps have a testing station as part of your operation, there's a range of changes to that legislation where they're making it quite a bit more strict than what it currently is. You cannot sell a testing station to someone else. You have to basically do it through the province and first get approval for the new owner to be able to be there. You can't move a testing station because the actual position of the testing station is part of the approvals. And quite a number of these things are just trimmed down as far as these regulations are concerned. Then one that I'm not sure if they're going to go ahead with it. There may be people in the audience that have a better idea than I do. There was an amendment in there to change the mass of a person from 68 to 71 kilograms, which would obviously change the calculation of the number of people that can sit in a vehicle. We are extremely friendly to the average South African. If you think that their personal effects are part of it, my handbag weighs 10 kilograms, so I'm pretty sure that I will not make the 68 under any circumstances. And they also say that the quickest way to lose weight is to get from a plane into a taxi, because I think the planes work on 95 kilograms per person, whereas the taxi works on 68 kilograms. So I'm not sure whether this provision will go through, but that is part of the last amendment that was published for comment. The regulations that deal with the exemptions, this is for any exemptions, whether it's now a bus that's too long or a truck or whatever, these PBS vehicles, those kind of things. There's a whole range of regulations that were put into this 2018 regulations to control all abnormal vehicles nationally. Currently, the TRH11 document is responsible for this, and it is a guideline document which has no legal value. It's basically something that if somebody ignores it, it would not mean that they are doing something wrong. They may be charged for negligence for something, but as far as the law is concerned, they would not need to adhere to it. Putting it into the regulations would mean everybody has to comply with the same requirements. Last two or three things here, the passing of a pedal cycle, please take note for your bus drivers, etc. as well. There's already regulations like this in the Western Cape, but the national legislation also now has a provision that they will put in to say that if you pass a cyclist, you must do so at 1.2 meters. Now, what this actually does in practice is the moment you hit a cyclist, it will mean that you kind of be guilty by default, because that would mean you are not passing them by that margin. So please take note that this is the way in which they draft legislation in some overseas countries, where you're guilty until you're guilty. So just take note that this is a rule of the road that they're adding to the legislation. Many of these provisions have been around for so many years that I think people stop believing that they're there. One of the things that is really concerning is because it takes such a long time to change legislation, by the time it's changed, in some cases it's already obsolete because it needed to be changed again by that time. Especially as far as technology is concerned, we have so many new developments as far as vehicles and so forth are concerned. You find that having legislation going through a parliamentary process, it's 14 years, and the Road Traffic Act has not been amended. The NLTA has been in Parliament since 2013, and although it's now signed, it's not law yet. Economic Regulation of Transport Act has been there since 2010. So if this is the kind of time frame for this legislation, R2, this 1998 Act, it's only in Tshwane and Johannesburg. So you're sitting with legislation that is 27 years old and it hasn't been implemented. It creates a huge question mark as far as how effective this legislation is. People eventually just start working around it because it doesn't get implemented. Sorry for the negative note, but if one sits here on the sidelines, you sometimes cannot believe something takes so long, and they don't manage to get it implemented. But we need this legislation, and we need a whole lot of new innovative provisions in the legislation that we currently not seeing. But thank you very much for your time. And if there's any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you, Alta, for the presentation. Very thorough as usual. And I think on behalf of all of us, we wish you good health, better health in future, and we hope you recover very quickly. You've always
Thank you very much. I'm not too fond of the haircut, so thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Alta? Any questions, clarification? Alta, you did such a good job here. I don't think there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, they're all very tired and they want to go home. Thank you very much.
Right, that was the last speaker that we have for the conference. I've changed the program slightly again. I was asked to just summarize some of the main points that stood out in the different papers. I won't bore you with the detail because you've heard the detail. And then we'll go over to the draws to get the sponsors to give us the lucky draw, the prizes there. Thank you. I was looking for my note, it fell off. My book is not in a good condition. Well, I think the first speaker was really interesting around the Busco PBS buses. I was in the Kruger National Park a little while ago. I saw some of these PBS trucks, very large fuel tankers. That are definitely, not the normal fuel tankers. I've seen some of these buses as well. It's interesting that it's linked to RTMS. I think it's a very good thing. And obviously the long-term objective of that is to reduce the number of trucks on the road, maybe even buses, and get more and higher efficient levels of efficiency from there. So it's a safety issue, and I think to the RTMS, I think it can be adequately dealt with. The presentation by UJ was interesting. It's my alma mater. I know that they are very serious about this carbon emissions. I was told by Professor Nell that they are aiming to reduce the number of flights, air flights of academics and staff of the university by up to 75%, to reduce the carbon footprint of the university, to be carbon neutral by 2040. Now, we're not unique. It's interesting if you talk to other academics, other universities throughout the world, it's the same thing happening there. They're reducing the number of flights. And when you buy a ticket, they will tell you how much your contribution would be from a CO2 point of view, based on the distance and size of the aircraft or things like that. So it's everywhere. Universities are quite serious about this. So I'm glad they're also serious about this. That bus service started, as he mentioned, a few years ago with 1 or 2, 3 buses. We designed the service in our department, and it's still there. And it was free. It wasn't free. People had to pay like a token amount of money. And then the rector decided, no, it must be free. So the fleet expanded from about 4 buses to 17 buses. And I don't think it's the end of it. So if you offer something free, people will use it. The scholar transport was interesting. I found the figure around 4.9 billion, very interesting. We looked at figures the other day, and there are around 12,000 buses involved in scholar transport in South Africa. It's actually the largest single subsector of the industry. And I think it's a sector that's suffering. The rates are very low. The contracts are very one-sided. Eric Cornelius was always very interested in this, and we could see it at Patke. They always worked on this area. And the type of contract is not conducive to buying a bus of 2.7 or 3 million rand, operating it for the morning, and then the afternoon, and never ever have anything else again, So I think a fundamental review of that entire system is important. It's also important to see that as part of the overall public transport system. Why do you have a dedicated scholar system, where you already may be having another service in place, like our services? I'm not sure whether this is still the same, but if your ridership in your bus, your subsidized bus, the PTOC subsidized bus is over 50%, they take it out of the system. I don't know whether it's still the same, but they used to do that. So I think this whole area we are watching, we've been actively involved in giving comments and so on. And I think when they come out with the new proposals, we'll actively participate as far as that's concerned. But the rate of per kilometer is important, short-term contracts.
obviously law enforcement and also the issue about disabled children using or scholars using these buses. It's also an issue in the conventional bus services. Last year, there was this investigation by the Human Rights Commission. We testified there. It's nice to put it into legislation that you have to have wheelchair access and so on, and all the buses must conform to that. But who pays for this at the end of the day, especially have to retrofit this? In the PTOC system we heard this morning, it's very problematic. You can't fund special projects like the ticketing system because there's just not enough money in the system. So disabled transporters, I think, is going to be much more on the forefront going ahead. The subsidy update was interesting that Sophia showed us, and you saw the problem there. We know that if you look at your costs in your bus company, labor cost, what was increased this year? Is it 6.5%? What was the percentage that you settled on? 6%. Now, 6% is around 35 to 40% of your overall cost, labor. So just work that out. So really 2.5% of this 4.4% goes into labor. Then you're not looking at the administered prices, electricity, water, rates and taxes, fuel, the high interest rates, the debt that you have, and so on. So it's definitely not the right way of looking at these things. Now, I think Thijs put his finger on the problem. Provinces is not contributing. Only 3 provinces, and that was mentioned by Sophia, well, the previous TBVC states are contributing, but others are not contributing. And I think it's really time, maybe it's another focus area for the association going forward, to take this on review, that the provinces are not doing what they should be doing as far as the legislation is concerned, that compels them to fund this public transport system. You talk to Treasury, they'll tell you, provinces benefiting, they should pay for it as well. It's not only national, the provinces benefit because the people have mobility in the provinces itself. So looking at it going forward, this year 4.4, then 4.4 again, and 4.5%, it's not adequate. It's inadequate. And the impact on the industry, as I've mentioned to you, when you look at the escalation clauses in those contracts, interim contracts, tenant contracts, and so on, and you compare what it should have been and what you're getting as an operator. A few years ago, there was already a shortfall of 4.2 billion. The effect of that is we're not replacing the buses as we should. We may not be maintaining them as we should, and we cannot expand the services at all. It's a huge issue, and we have such high levels of in-migration into our urban areas. And the bus, if you look at all the modes of transport, the bus is one of the most flexible, cost-effective, and efficient modes compared to maybe heavy rail, underground, and so on. In many of the major cities of the world, the bus system dominates. In London, for instance, they're transporting more people per bus in that city, in the surrounding areas, than by the underground system. And many other cities have the same thing. But here, we tend to give it a cold shoulder at the end of the day. So I think it's an area that we will have to focus on going forward as a focus area. Triple BEE, yes, we've given inputs over a long time. I know there were lots of issues the previous round, around 2019, around procurement, forcing an 80% local procurement. It's not possible to do that because we don't have the volumes in South Africa of chassis and engines, gearboxes and things like that. We commented once again on the latest versions of that. They did not consult us properly before they published that, and we wrote them a letter and said, you didn't consult us, and we're waiting to see what they're going to publish at the end of the day, then take it from there. But there may be litigation as far as that's concerned. The EMV system, Gauteng, I think it was a very good presentation, very well balanced, telling us what they intend to do with the Gauteng freeway improvement schemes, a backdoor system, and a ticketing system. I think one should really encourage seamless ticketing system between modes. It will definitely help. But one of the issues that he didn't touch upon is that in most parts of the world where you have these integrated systems, you have a clearinghouse process, behind it. And most of those operators are on gross cost contracts, whether it's buses or rail or whatever the case may be, where you're remunerated at the rate per kilometer, not based on passengers. In our case, we have that revenue risk issue as well. So I think you should also consider the type of contracts that we have in the country. We're looking at an open system and seamless, people being able to tap everywhere. So it's because it will impact modes, positively or negatively at the end of the day. Violence, intimidation, I thought it was a very good talk. My takeaway there is that if you collaborate, you achieve success. And here we've seen collaboration across a very important role players, City of Cape Town, GAPS, province, SAPS, just to name a few. And this is maybe this is the model we should try and, in inverted commas, sell elsewhere in the country, where we have lots of intimidation, especially if you look at this, like the construction mafia, extortions that we have in many parts of the country. Even in public transport, we have that. In KwaZulu-Natal, it's a big problem. So one will have to see how we can go forward as far as that's concerned. I thought the building blocks was very interesting, how they put this together and integrated, and the intelligence systems behind it. We always ask the operators to tell us of these incidences of intimidation, violence, and so on. But we don't get the information because they're also scared of being targeted by these people doing it. So you have to take it away from them. And I think this is a very good example of how to go about that. Tourism, certainly, if you look at public transport, we have a leading role to play. Aviation as well in our tourism industry, but we are the link between the airports and the hotels and the game reserves and so on. It's a very important function. I think it's been neglected to a large degree because those vehicles are also very expensive. The larger, tourism 44-seaters are very expensive. You must be able to work them. The talk by Taste, I think, was once again, very balanced. Honest opinion is what the problems are. This underfunding of the industry is a major issue, and it's really holding us back. The fact that we cannot expand our services, our routes, it means that since 2009, we've stagnated as an industry, but yet you have so much in-migration into the urban areas. And if you look at household travel surveys, the taxi industry is now transporting 82% of all the commuters. It used to be around 60%. So that people would tell you, oh, they're very efficient and effective in what they're doing. That's an artificial situation because prior to 2009, we were really gaining market share in the interim contracts, not the tendered contracts, because they were already capped at that point in time. And then they capped it because they couldn't afford the funding of it anymore. In 2009, they introduced the PTOC. So I think if we can deal with this issue of the funding, I think we'll play our rightful role in the market and get our rightful market share, which I think is due to the industry. As I mentioned, 4.2 billion rand shortfall. Compare the escalation clause, what they should have received and what we did receive via PTOC. The road traffic legislation, I'm not going to summarize that. Alta did that. I think it's something we have to keep abreast of at all times. Okay, so that's the basic summary, I think. I have just an announcement. Kathy asked me to do that because she sits on the steering committee. The SABOA Conference, Competition Ownership Conference, it happens every second year somewhere in the world. This year takes place in Cape Town from the 29th of September until the 3rd of October. It's really a worthwhile conference. You want to know what's going on in tendering, competition, negotiated contracts, in the bus industry, mainly throughout the world. This is a place to go. It's really a worthwhile conference. I organized 2 of them in my time at the university. One in Cape Town and one in Durban. It's again now in Cape Town. It's organized by the University of Cape Town. And Kathy sits on the steering committee. So what's important here is she's spoken to the organizers, and the conference fee is not now 1,200 Australian dollars. It's now 10,800 Rand for the 5 days, which includes all the dinners, lunches, and also cocktails and stuff like that. And obviously a copy of all the papers, but it's really worthwhile. It's normally attended by around 30 different countries, operators, government people, suppliers, and so on. So I would encourage you to try and attend this. It's still open. If you want to know where to go, you can just Google Thredbo, THREDBO, Thredbo 18, and you'll get all the information from the website to enroll. Okay, so now we have now the prizes and the lucky draw. Let me go back to that. It's been many changes. Hopefully, I've got my ducks in a row as far as this is concerned. The first one is from SABOA. We have a lucky draw. And to me, you will bring it to me and I'll take a name out of that. Now, for all the lucky draws, it's important that the person must be here. Otherwise, to me gets the prize at the end of the day. Okay, let me choose here. Mina Samil. Mina Samil.